Well, what's going on then? You look a little bit tired today.
I am tired. I worked 3 regions last week, a Brazilian broadcast, a lot of new teams, a lot of prep, and then it's EML all over again.
Oh, Jack, you as well. How many broadcasts did you do?
0. I watched the football.
Wow, Jack. That's dedication. Good job.
It is time for the EML playoffs, where we have a big day ahead of us as we get to send 2 teams to EWC. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today. Joining me in the studio, we have Alfama and we have Fresh. And guys, I think we're stepping it up. Like, the teams are stepping it up for playoffs, but we are stepping it up with our outfits as well.
Everything's getting a bit real today, right? We've played through the group stage. We've now got the teams in playoffs. Now we're at the point of sending teams to EWC, to the international events of determining SI points. Everything matters today.
Qualification day means formal dressing. Like, you just follow the dress code, you know where we're at in the stage.
We are, yes. Let's have a look at our bracket then, because we started EML stage 1 with 10 teams, said goodbye to 4, and our 6 remaining teams are placed like this in our bracket. And as you already mentioned, it is qualification day. We'll be focusing on the top left side of the bracket there with those 2 best of 3s.
It's my favorite part of every stage because it's the moment where we get to see the first BO3s being played with the top 4 teams in the league. It's what we've been expecting. Whenever these teams face, usually we're like, oh, we'd like to see another time. Oh, we'd like to see a BO3. Well, today is that day.
And that's the thing, is like best of 3s are just the best thing inside of Rainbow Six. Every team gets to play their map, then you get to play on a decider. You truly get to see who is the best team. There's no RNG of start sides or anything like that.
Yeah, I love to see it. I'm very excited for that. But before we get to that, we always jump into the panorama and kind of review our last play day. But we felt it was fitting to review the entire group stage by jumping into the panorama. Starting off with the Monster, the play that you thought was the most impressive over the course of the whole group stage.
Yeah, of course, and that was Benjamaster. Now, I've been quite critical about some of our European players going off to North America and going off to various places to be Esports. I want them back inside of the EML, and Benja came back. He came back to G2. And he came back with a bang inside of this stage, because out of the 9 group stage games that he played, he went positive in terms of EPS. He got over 100 EPS in 8 of them. Now, I actually asked him about the one game that he didn't, which was a win against Secret. Of course, G2 went flawless across the whole stage. What he said was, they doubled up on my position everywhere. So I was always fighting 2 guys. That's why I went negative. But we won the game because they were doing that. My teammates found a gap elsewhere.
And then we'll have a look at the moment as well. The craziest thing that happened inside the group stage. And of course, we had to pick the overtime clutch from Marto. Overtime match point, a 1v3 on Scopus.
A Scopus clutch teleporting all the way onto his robot. I mean, I think I've never seen that at pro play. I've literally never seen that, and I think everybody was shocked. The fact that the Twitch didn't hear him here, the double kill instantly, and then the fact that he wins the last one and actually successfully have the clutch as we hear the voice comes. I just love to see the hype on these guys, and honestly, Marto has been the king of the clutches because just only a few play days ago, he was the one clutching with Blitz, going crazy. What a great IGL. What a great rookie as well.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the must-see then, and we're going to cheat a little bit here because if there's only 2 matches to really pick between, we might as well pick them both. It is qualification day. We'll be sending teams to EWC.
Exactly. G2 are playing up against Falcons, VP are playing up against Geeky, and the reality of this is, yes, it is the start of playoffs, but whoever wins this will finish at minimum inside of the top 4, and therefore will cement their place at EWC. They will go and take those steps on the road to Paris, to EWC, inside of August, which is the tournament that everyone wants to play for, because of course, if you win that tournament, guaranteed spot at the 6th Invitational.
And you know what that means, Jack? It means that for French fans, they are guaranteed to either see Shaiko or see Liquefac and Bride on stage. Technically on stage, at least going into the groups at EWC, and that's going to be a big one. Maybe a redemption era for the guys on Falcons to finally win a title in front of a home crowd.
Ooh, 100%. We'll keep our eyes peeled for that. Before we get to the games, though, I think there's one more thing that I would like to talk to you guys about. On that graphic, we saw a few, rookies newer players to the stage, chances for them to qualify to a big event for the very first time. I would like to talk about our new players in general, you know, kind of also because we had said goodbye to a few of them with the teams dropping out for playoffs. But speaking of the new players in this league, there's at least 3 that really stood out to you.
Yeah, exactly. So we've done a little bit of a rookie watch. We looked at the EPS of every single rookie across the entire group stage. We thought it was appropriate to do now. We gave everybody an equal opportunity, all 9 playdays, and here's how it shaped up. And it's no surprise really to see Rorik in the leading rookie position. He was actually the 4th best rated player in terms of the entire stage across any player. He's had a huge step up, and then Zara and Marto as well. But no, we've also put the operators on here because actually our rookies played a big variation of operators. You've got some flex players, you've got some entry players, and you've even got some shield players as well, Leo.
Absolute highlights for me, Zara able to do that on Heretics, a team that struggled so much. Mato able to do that as the AGL, playing mostly shields as well.
Yep.
And then all the way on the right side of your screen, Smith, in my opinion, playing mainly Blackbird and Clash, always on the shields. And despite all of this, very close to 100 EPS, 5th best rated player in terms of the rookies. Zara being in the top 10 best rated player, despite playing for Heretics, that to me is insane.
Yeah, I especially. And also Rorik as well, playing on one of the best teams with huge expectations after playing at an S-tier international event as well. You know, he's even got quite a few clutches in there, so profuse thanks to his teammates for getting them out of some of the situations. But he's looked like an absolute natural slot, and it doesn't look like a rookie whatsoever.
Yeah, and whilst we see many of these rookies actually return tomorrow, we'll see one of them already today as well in that upper brackets game. And that's the big thing that we talk about here, right? Playing in upper bracket, should you not win your game here today, you at least have an extra life going into qualification process. But for the first game of the day, we'll talk about G2 and Falcons, 2 of our biggest organizations in Rainbow Six Siege, some of the biggest names as well, playing up against each other here in this matchup. And then it's no surprise that these 2 have a lot of history between each other.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've seen them kind of like top the standings of EML for so long, trying to fight out who's going to be the best team. And if we look at the team history, especially in the last 6 months, Falcons was clearly the best and dominant team of EML. Even if you look at the recent years, G2 have lost that crown. And the main thing is, I think that in recent history, we've started to see a shift, I think. Because if you look at 2025, clearly Falcons are dominating. They're winning the 2 matches that they played in Stage 2. They won the face-off in the Munich Major. They won the EML finals. But then something changed, Jack. I think ever since the swap between Shaiko and Joom in the short term, G2, they seem to overcome Falcons.
And I think that short-term pain for Falcons has been kind of obvious. We've seen that very, very inconsistent stage. And actually for G2, it's gone really, really well. And it's not just the direct head-to-head history as well. If we take a look at these teams in terms of their EWC results, you can actually see that it's been G2 that struggled back in time. You know, they struggled. They missed Gamers 8. Then they qualified to Gamers 8. That was back when Gemini was playing. And then they struggled at that event, missed it. And then this is where the shift happened last year. They got 2nd place. Whereas Falcons, who were well known as basically the tournament favourites, they won back-to-back Gamers 8. They won the first EWC. The shift again happened last year, where they really struggled back in Riyadh there. And I think realistically, that's kind of showing the teams and their relative trajectories. That's not to say Falcons are a bad team, of course they're not. But G2 certainly inside of this fixture right now seems to have the upper hand.
And in terms of stakes as well, I think for Falcons, obviously, you know, they won EWC last year as an organization. They won $7 million of cash prize because of this. There is a lot of pressure on the shoulders of the players to perform there because a victory at EWC brings 1,000 points in the standings, and it brings their organization closer to a big share of that partnership program. For G2, it means the same thing. G2, they got 20th last year. They got $200K. So like, obviously the pressure of both of these organizations are laying on the shoulders of every player. But for Falcons especially, ever since they joined the org, they haven't found that success at EWC. I think they want redemption.
And that's where you start layering it. You start layering the direct team head-to-head, where, you know, it's been a tapestry over a long period of time, where even when it was the core rosters, G2 against BDS, they've got a lot of history. The direct head-to-head, who's going to win? Then you add in its qualification for an event on a team basis and their road to SI, and then you add in on an organizational level, getting their teams there, having that, you know, support for the club championship and everything going on there as well. There's so much more to this game than just who wins inside of a best of 3.
I think it's the roster changes that were a big talking point, of course, coming into this game, but also the momentum. Because if you look at G2, they are the only undefeated team going into this one. It's not without a reason that they top the email groups. And given that it already has seemed to switch a little bit in their favor, Shaiko being added to that, going up against his former org. There's a lot of things that come on the touch here.
I think there are two very different dynamics in the two rosters. It's the same roster change, by the way. It's like you remove like a superstar and you get a top player from EML.
Yeah.
But I think that the very big difference between the two of them. On one side, you've got G2 that made a team of friends. Friends that are incredibly gifted about the game, but are still a team of friends. And I think in the short term, that's going to pay off in terms of synergy. However, in the long term, maybe there will be a ceiling in terms of discipline, in terms of maybe inventing a new playstyle, in terms of depth. On the side of Falcons, I think it's the opposite. I think that they added Joom to a system. That means that they can play so many different styles, but they need to figure out their identity.
Yeah.
And that's why in the short terms they're struggling, but in the long term, maybe it will pay off more than G2.
Yeah.
That's obviously the thing that we're looking forward to, right? You're adding Joom, a very promising player, and I think you made the comparison to like a Liquid in SAL over the last weekend, where you get this like really big, promising player in, but the results aren't quite there yet. But of course, chances are even going into this best of 3. We already mentioned it. Best of 3 really tests like the basics and every safety net of every team. It really shows who is the better team going into this one, and the maps might be a big part of that too. Of course, we've seen stronger maps from both teams. We've seen weaker maps, and I'm just glad that we're back in EML where we actually get to see Consulate as our first map of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to focus first and foremost on the bans, actually. Both teams banning Bank and Fortress, respectively. They're maps that both teams have got a recent losing record on. Get them out the way. G2's ban of Border is impactful. Why is that? Because Falcons got themselves into playoffs. Now, they're in 4th place. They had an inconsistent stage. They got 5 wins. 3 of those wins came on the map of Border. G2, even though they're good on the map, they're unbeaten on it, they're getting rid of it. They don't want to play it because they want to get Falcons outside of their comfort zone. And what that means, actually, is G2 are going to get that first map, Falcons outside their comfort zone, playing on Consulate, which was a map they actually played inside the stage, where, of course, because G2 were unbeaten, G2 won that matchup.
Yeah, exactly. They beat Falcons on this map. They are expecting to repeat basically the same feat. And I think it's an interesting one because I wouldn't count on Falcons not having learned from that game against
I
G2.
agree.
You lose 7-4 against your main rival, you know you're going to play them in playoffs. Like, it's always the same thing. You know they're going to face them. So 100%, I think, a rework on the side of Falcons. They probably are ready, maybe with a counter-strat. EWC is on the line. I'm not surprised if they go there. Clubhouse was an interesting one for me. It's a map that is incredible for Falcons. In my opinion, maybe the second best team in the world on the map, in the sense that they've got a 7-win streak. If not for 1 loss, and who was it against, Jack?
FaZe Clan.
FaZe Clan, the best team in the world on Clubhouse. The one team that I think is just like full process driven, so methodical, so like really hard to beat on it. For G2, it's not a bad map, however. They beat VP on it, right?
Yeah, they did beat VP on it, but I understand why you would go there. You know, if I stick a coaching hat on and I start to think about why would I pick a team in, even though they beat VP, who are another top 3 team, I would look at G2 and I would think, well, what did G2 not want to be doing? They don't really want to be breaching. They don't really actually like shields compared to a lot of the other teams. And what's Clubhouse great for? Are teams that love breaching and love attacking and playing shields and executing. So fundamentally, the map shouldn't fit G2's strengths. That doesn't mean they don't play it. Doesn't mean they don't win it. But I could see why a team, especially if you're good on Clubhouse, would want to pick it into G2.
Now, looking at the lobby, we don't have all the players in there just yet, but we will still be bringing in our casters just to talk with them a little bit before this game. We're joined by Ace and Des today. And guys, before we dive into the game, I want to talk to you guys as well. Did you watch the England game yesterday like Jack did?
Maybe. Can I add a comment before we get into that, actually? Jack, you wearing a nice watch?
I am, yeah, I am. I've got one on today, Des.
When is it?
When is it what?
When is it coming home, man? It's coming home. It's coming. I can't wait.
You know what? I learned a new word in my English vocabulary. It's called delusion. Can you put that definition to Derek?
See, this is how we get through every tournament, though, Leo. It is through delusion. That's the only way you can be.
Do you accept this?
Anne, I stayed up late. It was a fantastic game. Tim went to bed, but us two, me and Jack, we committed. We stayed up.
I just want to see a France-England grand final. Honestly, I just want to see it happen.
I can't wait to see Kylian Mbappe crying at the end of that game. It's going to be beautiful. Not because he won either, before you say it.
I can't wait to hear Kane. Oh, wait. I can't hear anymore.
He doesn't have a voice
doesn't
anymore.
have a voice.
Game. So good, yeah.
Before this kicks off with 2 countries against each other, talking about this game then. Big qualification match, best of 3, G2 against Falcons. Who do you think takes it?
Ooh, we were talking this before we came live. When you look at it, it's been 12 months since G2 have managed to beat Falcons in a best of series. So it's hard, but I think G2 are more in form. I think they win it. Falcons have slipped off in the last 2 or 3 months. I think they're more beatable now than ever.
That's the bit. It's numbers versus form. It's like Falcons statistically are always on top of this matchup, it seems, when you look at it over the years, but they just don't have the form at the minute. Finishing in 4th place, G2 beating everybody, taking the win off Virtus Pro at the end. I think you've got to back G2 for the form at the minute.
All right, cool. It seems very exciting. I'm liking where this is going. Hopefully we'll get a great match, though, as our first qualification game is ready to start.
Awesome. Well, let's get into it then, Tim. This is an exciting day. We qualified 2 teams into EWC. We're riding on the high of England's win yesterday. I couldn't be in a better mood for casting today, to be honest with you.
Absolutely, Des. I can't say that I bounced out of bed this morning. So, look, let's clear this up. I am a huge football fan, huge England fan. I had a situation, I got up for the game. When it was a 1 a.m. kickoff for us, I got up for the game. I was there, I was ready to do it. It got pushed back an hour, so it wasn't going to finish till like 4:30, maybe later if it went to extra time. And I had to get up at 7 a.m. today. I had absolutely no option, and I have no option of sleeping through the day because I had a bunch of stuff to do for my daughter. So, unfortunately, I had to make the decision to go to bed. So I can't say I bounced out of bed, but I did wake up and watch the game immediately in bed before checking my phone. And yeah, it really set me up for the day, and it set me up for some competitive siege as well. It just got me in that right mindset, and we're going to see some here between G2 and Falcons. We're on Consulate. We've got our bans come through. It's going to be Snake and Dorkaby. So we're going to have the Intel Ops taken away by Falcons. Very understandable, very good picks. Both super power. We've seen the recent change to Dorkaby where there's a 7-second cooldown between her calls. You and I have discussed this at length, particularly at Pro League. I think, what I was saying was valid. We had more than 7 seconds generally between calls anyway. So I don't think it will have had a big effect on pro play particularly. So I think, yeah, definitely plenty of value in taking that Dorkaby away still. But interestingly, if we look at Consulate, that's the map these two played on back in play day 4 of stage 1, and G2, they won 7-4.
Did ChatGPT help you, Tim?
10 seconds to insertion.
No, not at all.
With writing that sorry excuse for a reason, a justification for missing out on such great victory?
To be fair, I fully believe that I made a sacrifice for everybody else there. Because if I'd have stayed up and watched it, it'd have been a boring match and Mexico would have won 1-0. But because I went to bed and missed it, it was one of the greatest World Cup games of all time, whether you're an England fan or a neutral. It was a brilliant game. I don't think anybody can deny that.
And now,
you're welcome.
the big
You're all
question
welcome.
Does this become one of the best siege games? It's
so.
two of the most well-known teams. Arguably, I'd say the 2 in terms of following and popularity. So it certainly adds up to something. That big question on our minds is, will we see Falcons perform at the level required, though, to be able to bring down G2? We're starting things off with Alamau working his way down through Secret, in towards Server, and across. So rather than going in for the main breach, they'll look for the verticals. They'll look to get the charge on this side, with Doki backing him up. We've seen this, like, it's bread and butter at this point. Him having a shield and then a gunner coming up alongside them, looking to capitalize on the attention they're drawing. That is going to force players on the side of Falcons back in towards site.
Alamau just dishing out the intel there. We saw the yellow ping, and him and Doki have managed to progress far enough forward. Shaiko's in support on the ace as well, so they'll start getting this wall breach. They know that there's one on the opposite side. I love this. They've gone the wrong way. It was so close. I love the play. Get the Selma on the wall. Force the Bandit to stay. Use the Maverick. And they just on a 50-50 look the wrong side. Doki tried to get back onto his main weapon and check the other corner, but by that point, Brede had been able to scamper away. Here is the opener though. Doki manages to get Leakafak as he tries to rotate back into side down spiral. Great start for G2, 5 versus 4.
Yes, and they've done so in really quick time as well. I thought, like, honestly, Tim, you could have told me that someone had just, like, smashed your favourite China plate then with how you're reacting about that breach going up. But obviously it didn't open the way that they need. It has meant that for now, at least, Falcons are dug in that little bit deeper, but they are on a 5 versus 4. G2 with the shield on side. Plenty of nades and utilities still to make use of when pushing their way forward here. They're not at all in any rush to try and get this one done. They know they've got buckets of time and not a whole lot left to do in this round.
You can tell there, Doki, not the usual Maverick. A little bit messy on the wall, but it gets the lines of sight that they need. Nitro comes out, does no damage. Shaiko picks up Brede. 4 versus 3. Diffuser can be collected as Shaiko goes round and gets another. Gets himself into yellow now. He can hold down that door from the pillar and just prevent anybody coming back in, which he does. Triple as he finds Solotop. 3v1, 30 seconds left to go. Shaiko planted. in, but won't have time as Benja picks up the last. It's going to be G2 taking round 1 with a very nice attack of basement.
This is one thing G2 have done ridiculously well all stage is attack. They're very, very organized. Them and Virtus Pro, I think, have looked so exciting to watch. How they use shields to draw attention, how they still move forward at a very good pace, how they tend to just flood in together when it comes to the execute and leave the opposite side with very little to do. Not once during that round, it looked like G2 were starting to get a little bit antsy, a little bit wary that they were running out on time. Everything went according to plan, down to how they dealt with the flank, down to how they dodged away from the C4, down to how they had Alamau consistently pressuring players and letting the rest of his team pick up kills, down to, of course, Shaiko walking out with a 3K. Just a perfect round from them, zero complaints. And Falcons, dare I say to this, a similar problem we've had with them in previous weeks when we've spoken about this. Solotov and Likifak have been playing as their go-to entries, always wanting to be the first ones to take engagements, but they don't do it together, which leads to the sort of situation you just saw. A perfect read into Likifak, a freebie for Doki, G2 unbothered in round 1.
So historically here on Consulate, Falcons have actually got a really good record. They're 4-1 and the defensive win rate is 74%. So they are looking for a strong start to this. You know, make no mistake in that. Although this is G2's map pick, and you could be forgiven for thinking, well, you know, G2 are obviously chosen here. They want to come here. They want to play. G2's attacking win rate 42% on Consulate. So yeah, definitely, you know, again, like I said at the beginning, the numbers always seem to stack up on the side of Falcons in this matchup, but G2 certainly carrying form. And as I always say, winning is a habit, and it's going to be a habit that G2 look to continue as Shaiko picks up his 4th kill in the game, takes down Likifak 5 versus 4.
Absolutely. Well, that's the start again when Likifak's picked up as the entry because he's the one trying to make things happen. But I come back to that prior point. He's often doing so alone. And G2 are just so good at understanding when they need to get control of certain parts of the map. And if there's a roamer there, as there was just now, it becomes all too easy for them. So, as you say, once again, Falcons are in a 4 versus 5. And G2 is very, very happy to keep on bringing the weight, crushing down around them as the round wears on. Solosov being shipped pretty low here. Not forgetting that it's he and Yus is currently dancing around upstairs. And G2 know that's what they want to get done first. They want to force these players back. So you've got a track coming on towards June to make sure he's definitely downstairs. Who's got a C4 that he's already tried to make use of. It's worth noting. One still available to Brede. In stage 1 has been our top C4 enjoyer. We did the maths yesterday. He has got the most C4 kills of any player in EML throughout stage 1. And I can imagine this round, well, he'll be looking to try and find another because, my God, do his team need it to equalise the scoring.
I think Alamo just aware of a player in behind long desk up on the top floor. The track comes in. That suggests, yes, there was some communication there, and he's just asked Doki to bring in that track and clear out that position. That's exactly what's going to happen. But G2, even though they've got that entry kill, I feel they are struggling to get themselves established here. Oh, that is a missed opportunity for Doom. You have to be winning those. If he gets that, takes down Benja, brings it back to 4v4, you start thinking, right, G2 might actually struggle here. But 5 versus 3 now, they can start to get moving across this top floor. Next track comes in. This time it's going to be onto the Solace of Solotov. He is low health as well. He really doesn't want to be taking a fight here. Needs to be careful. Going up against the upside down rappel. It's always going to be tough.
Ooh, and uses of the reverse gets rid of stomping as well. Not bad at all. Now being pushed onto, off in behind him. Lucky not to get swung onto at the same time as that went off, but just gets himself alive. Shaiko squaring up again for a fight on towards his old teammate. The second time in a row now that he's got Solotov, just by dropping his shoulder a little bit, going into the crouch and picking up a kill into Solotov as he rounds. Last one was at the bottom of yellow when he was sat on yellow pillar himself, making it look easy. And the cross from Benja on towards Brede. Yusus knows a bit of a clutch godsend with 15 seconds to play. It's doable, but you might be asking a little bit too much. Finds one, lines up the second, but no. Shaiko is on one to date him. He wants to get to EWC, and he certainly ain't going to let his old team stand in the way.
The problem for users there was always the second and third kill. He was going to get a freebie because they had no idea where he was, but he was low health, and as soon as he gets that kill, he announces his location, and you're going to end up losing in a head-to-head fight against 2. This was a big mistake from Doom, I'm afraid, and I know it probably looks a bit harsh. It's a quick gunfight. These things happen a little bit. I don't think it was quite 50-50 because I don't think Benja actually knew that Doom was there initially, and that's why we saw him dip back into cover, but Doom has to pick up that kill there. 4 versus 4, maybe the the round goes differently, but losing that is a big blow for them, though. When they find themselves 5 versus 3, then G2 able to really start just piling the pressure on. We saw 20 seconds later Falcons dropping back to site. They tried to leave Solitov up above, but he couldn't keep himself in the fight. And G2, yeah, just really taking advantage of that numbers situation that they had. So they go 2-0. Remember, I did say 74% defensive win rate for Falcons on Consulate. So far, 0% win rate against G2 on Consulate today. Big problem for them.
And we spoke a little bit around the fact that G2 haven't managed to beat Falcons in a best-of series over the last year. And you might hear that and think, oh, well, they maybe played them once, Des. But no, they played them twice at EML finals back in December. They played them at Munich. Falcons won all of those series, and in fact played them back in the Stage 2 playoffs as well. It has been plain sailing, it's fair to say, for Falcons, but look back at the best one we've played in the middle of the stage so far, Tim. That was a 7-4 to G2 on this very map. So there's almost like somewhat of a risk, I'd say, by letting G2 go back here again. Granted, once you go into a best of 3, it is hard to ban away maps that you don't really want to play because you might have permabans you've got to deal with. You only get to ban away 2 before the other side gets to pick their map, and clearly G2 thought, well, we battered you 7-4 here once, I'm very confident we can do it again, and so far, well, they're showing that it might be a bit of a tide changer overall. Clearly, Shaiko was the key that has helped them turn that result upside down. As you alluded to, so far, yet to find a single round here. This could be a 3-0 start for G2 on the attacking half.
Bringing along the pulse this time, Falcons. So I think, you know, just recognising maybe they've been struggling for a little bit of intel. They've been surprised once or twice. And also, obviously, the site will play into that as well. Going this time to the top floor site will give more of an opportunity. And look at that. Benja walks in, and this time Doom is more than ready for the fight. He puts the Vector to good use, picks up his man, and that is going to be the first entry found for Falcons in this game. Dorky manages to find Doom in a late trade, but Leak, in fact, using that pulse scanner to get himself a nitro kill. How about that for some aggression? Dorky walks in and picks one up, but Falcons, their trade game has been great in round 3.
He's given his team a chance here. They can still try and get away with a plan or even potentially winning off the back of the round, but Shaiko, he smells blood, Tim. He's trying to push in deep here as well, expecting to find one on long desk, but there is no one there. But you can see the danger. You give an IGL, an Intel operator, Tim, and they call everything. Leak back seeing both players. And it's going to be a free trade here. They're ready for the swing. Not quite able to collect him, but Shaiko is now dangerously low. 60 seconds to play with. There's a lot of time. They've got the diffuser back, Tim, and now Alamau could try and be a little bit cheeky here for a plan.
If Shaiko gets any more kills in this round, they're going to be ruined. That missed opportunity again. There you go. He should have been dead. The plant goes down. It's 2v2. He can't get the last, but can Alamau mop it up? He's been on an unbelievable resurgence lately in terms of his numbers. He has been going massive. We're talking back to 2021. Alamau, can he hold on here? Yes. He finds Solitov. Does he get the second? He takes damage. He finds it. Alamau holds on in the 1v2. Brilliant from Shaiko and Alamau in the 2v3. And Falcons are going to be kicking themselves for another missed opportunity. Leakafac has to find the kill onto Shaiko at the point where the opportunity is in front of him.
A heartbreaker as well, because they were in a 5v3, but then Doki, the fact that he manages to get himself in towards top Visa stairs in the first place is a bit like, huh? Like, we have this control. We're sat on Vita stairs. We've got a Chanker on site. He should be able to do this, but gets away with a freebie. The step in towards site was really clever as well. They probably hear that door is blocked off on the Falcon side and think, okay, they're not pushing in through there for now. We're okay. They're just keeping it blocked off. The fact that he opens it and gets the freebie onto the Chanker, Brede, I don't know how he didn't hear him, but that was really what unlocked the round from there and enabled Alamau to pull off that massive play. It started so well, Tim, but they're yet to find a single defensive round. And Falcons, I'm pretty sure at this point are just thinking, oh no, not again.
Yeah, it's been really good from G2 so far, whether, you know, in control
Look at his
of the
HP
round.
here, by the way.
I know.
Look how low he is.
Literally 1 HP and a dream there, but puts that DMR to great use, just picks up the pulse as he comes around the corner. And G2, whether in the lead or whether having to find a response and fight back from behind, they have proven over those first 3 rounds that they can do it whatever the situation in front of them. So much so that we're going to see Falcons pull that tactical timeout. They've decided that they need to be having a chat. They've lost all 3 defensive sites on a map that they are historically 74% defensive win rate on. This is an absolute battering, and they need to turn it around right now. Round 4 has to be theirs.
I'll come back to what Alamau said in an interview during the stage where he said, you know, we actually quite like starting on attack. And I think back to some of the teams through Challenger League many years ago who said the same. It's like, we're that confident in our attacking play that we'd rather start on the attack, get that out of the way, get ourselves warmed up and fired up, so we're not being a little bit slow on the defensive side. And you see how it's working absolute wonders for them. Of course, they didn't choose to start on the attack. G2 picked the map and Falcons therefore got to choose the side. But I guarantee you, G2 were not bothered in the slightest about having to start on the attack, given that's how they've chosen to play many of their games.
Round 4 is going to be back down to the basement for Falcons. So what did we see from G2 last time? It was a push with Alamau on the Monte, down into Secret and progress forward from there, open the wall from the rear side, got a couple of kills around Spiral, and G2 pushed forward. Shaco got a triple kill in the round, which helped as well, of course. That's going to change this time. They're just going to rush on in. They see an opportunity. Ooh. They managed to take down Users on the mirror, but the Nitro hit its mark. Dorky is down but not out. Shaiko, he's just covering at the minute. They're not going to get an opportunity, I don't think, to pick Dorky up. Oh no, he does manage to juice himself back up. No, it's going to be Benja on the finger. Gets him back on his feet, but Leakafak is, that's not ideal. Stomping with the team kill in the middle, and G2 just getting a little bit ahead of themselves there. They thought they'd seen a gap. They went in aggressively, but Falcons, I'm not sure we're quite ready for it, but they certainly responded. Good round from them.
Yeah, I don't hate it as well, because we speak about this a lot. When a team takes attack timeout, you normally expect there's a reinforcement of fundamentals there. Like, right, play together, play off trades, talk to each other, communicate. What is the best way to undo all that mental preparation they're doing? Rush their pants off and be inside sight inside 20 seconds. If we didn't see Alamar going down to the C4, if we didn't see Shaiko being domed at range, I think we're having a very different conversation right now. So it was another one where it came down to being somewhat close, but as you say, the team kill also didn't help towards the end. But I like at least the idea coming out from G2, even if it didn't result in a round win. Let's see how the 5th round goes.
Users must have been absolutely hammering that secondary gadget button to detonate that Nitro when he had the blitz in his face. He knows he's got no other hope in that fight, and he must have just been absolutely mashing the button, trying detonate as quick as you can. And he did ultimately manage to get. And I think honestly, that's the one of the round defining moments there. If Alamau survives that gunfight and is inside on the blitz, he could turn into a real wasp in the room, just, you know, going around as an absolute nuisance that they can't get rid of, and that's just taking constant attention. Maybe manages to get another kill on there inside. So yeah, big from Users there to recognize this is my best opportunity to win this fight, and that's the one that I'm going to focus on. So it's 3-1, it's round 5. G2 continue on the attack for 2 more rounds, and Benja already has taken a ton of damage underneath. They're attacking top floor, and Benja's trying to open up some of those power spots so that Falcons can't play on in there, and looks like Falcons might have woken up here, Des.
Phone activated.
He still managed to get himself in underneath inside 20 seconds. He's gone a bit fast there, but this is the kind of style that G2 player can. I've said it about them so many times in the past. When things go right, they look like absolute geniuses. When they go wrong, they look like absolute morons, because they'll do things that are a little bit risky. Because they'll, I won't quite say cutting corners, but they know to move fast, and to be able to capitalize, they need to be able to take risks sometimes. And when it does work out, it's absolutely wonderful. And yes, he's taking some chip damage, but he's still alive. He can still fulfill the role here that the Buck needs to. So I wouldn't really read too much into 60, 70 points of damage.
We'll see the next gunfight that he gets into. That'll give us a much more clear idea of how important that HP loss is going to be. Utility dealt with, so they can start pushing through from the admin side. Oh, Dorky absolutely deletes Solotov. I think he just had a sixth sense that somebody was through there. The mute jammer might have prevented the drones, but it didn't prevent Dorky just being aware. Rips the head off Solotov. That's the Valkyrie gone. G2 with another entry. Continues on, and that is 4 out of 5 for them so far today.
Yeah, Leakafak and Solotov having such a rough time, but look at what I said earlier on. They play individuals. They try and pull off a flank, and you won't get away with that against a team like G2. They're far too well drilled. They've got a lot of information, a lot of drones covering the map as well. They're going to know that you're coming, and they're going to make sure you lose out on that gunfight. And I really want to see them fix that early round play, because for Falcons, it's what's setting them up to lose in more often than not in the vast majority of them. Either way, 4 versus 4. They balance one back on towards Doki. Still winnable as we come towards that last 45, and Brede has got a lot of fire to play with.
Yeah, it's actually good stuff from Falcons, this. The fact that they've managed to get themselves largely back to site with still 4 left alive, Warden on the board, Tachanka still going, is not bad at all. I think Leakefak was just tight against the wall there, so he couldn't move in any further to get his leg out of trouble. Stomper manages to find users. Second kill of the game for him. It becomes a 4v1 as G2 have collapsed onto site, and I really thought Falcons had the manpower and the utility to hold on, but it doesn't look like it's going to be the case. Shaiko was going for the plant, but didn't need to in the end. Stompin picks up the kill at long desk, and it is going to be G2 4-1. Falcons, essential round 6 coming up for them. They need a 4-2 half. They need this defense.
They're just making it look so easy right now,
They
G2.
really are.
Like, they know everywhere that Falcons are going to run. They're winning every single gunfight they're stepping into. It's just too easy, isn't it? Like, look, you can't be missing out here. Equally, he has to know he's being shot at here, but you've got to be doing something a little bit more than what you're offering so far. I'm afraid Falcons, this will just carry on. 2 kills to Stomp him without barely moving his feet towards the end as well. They do make it look easy, and it's why I can't get excited for Falcons. Even when there's like 30 seconds, 20 seconds on the clock, that's still all the time that G2 need to pull something off. Their pacing and management of the tempo of a round is just absolutely fantastic, and has been from round 1 all the way through to round 5.
Final defense coming up for Falcons then is going to be that mid-floor site. We saw them play it back in round 2. They actually switched the order in this second half, which is a little bit of a concern for me if I'm a Falcons fan, because I'm looking at this thinking maybe there's a little bit of a lack of confidence in this site, because previously we saw the rotation as basement and then piano and then top floor console. We saw that, like I said, we saw that kind of reversed in this one. It was basement, then console, top floor, and now it's going to be piano. So just makes me ask the question, you know, was there a moment there in round 5 when they were picking the site where they said, no, we fancy top floor more here? So G2 could be in for a very good half if they're able to get this one won as well. I imagine it's going to be at least immediate top floor pressure, but I'm just looking at Benja here and not sure what the plan is, but he's right there next to the window ready to hop on in. No, he's moved away now to front door, so not going to be anything too aggressive from G2.
Absolutely okay. Once again, Benja's still doing a lot of vertical work. You know, you've seen him multiple times now getting underneath on the book. We've seen him upstairs, holding off on the flank to make sure they couldn't get through the vertical hole. So while right now he's got himself focused on the ground floor on the Twitch versus a buck, I do think you'll still see him head upstairs and look to give that cover to make sure there's no one able to jump in and start causing damage from above when G2 look to go for an execute. That's often been his role. You know, the vertical player, I think back in the day when you look back at Benja, the go-to like nade and C4 guard. I think when they won SI, I referenced it before, he had 36 C4 and grenade kills. This person in second place with 18 was Brede, so double as many as the player in second place. He absolutely loves playing on the vertical, whether it's got explosives or not. So I think you'll again see that control being a big focus for G2 to start things out. They've got to force these top floor players away. Solitov finally gets himself an entry here, and it's Benja that falls down on main stairs.
I did wonder for a second there whether Solitov was going to give Benja an opportunity. His aim was just a little bit wide to begin with, but then he did manage to find the kill. Took quite a lot of damage along the way, and I mentioned that because Doom has just taken some on yellow stairs as well. Not quite as much, but that's 2 players on the side of Falcons that are just a little bit lower on health. The last time they got an entry kill was back in round 3, Doom onto Benja. They didn't go on to win the round. G2 were still able to overcome those odds.
But now kind of that settled moment where for one of the first times G2 find themselves down a man and the dust has settled somewhat. Need to get something. Here comes Stompin. Gets a freebie onto Leakefak. Steps across towards site looking for the second, but I think you've seen the mistake that Leakefak made before and doesn't want to expose himself too much. On go the specs as the nades come on through. Yet to find anyone as Doom himself takes more damage, and Alamau has got the freebie. Suddenly alarm bells start ringing as G2 should be able to take over site here. Falcons yet again. They've given them an inch and G2 have taken a mile, Tim.
Doom manages to find a beauty onto the head of Alamau, but that's going to be all he can do as Stompen manages to grab a quad in the round. He'd been a little bit quiet, but he's walking up in round 6, I tell you what.
Just, wow.
Yeah, the king
Like
has returned.
If you give them an inch, they will take a mile. Because it looked good for Falcons. They were in the right positions, but just when it matters, when G2 step in towards site, when they look for the gunfights, it all falls to tatters. I'm sure the studio have got a lot of thoughts. And guys, what did you make of that?
We do have a lot of thoughts about that because we seem to be very impressed by G2 so far. And I feel like especially if you look at what G2 are doing on the attack on this map, exactly.
Yeah, Consulate is our least played map in the entire map pool. Actually, I pulled some of the stats. Consulate worldwide is 37% attacker favored. And G2 on this map, so far this year, 54% on the attack. And they've just put an absolute masterclass out there. 5-1, Leo. It's been honestly incredible from them.
And for me, it's the way they do it. So if we look at actually Shaiko leading the charge on the side of G2, it's a frag fest. It's him winning gunfight upon gunfight upon gunfight. It starts on the first round, by the way. The strategy here is follow a Monty down a corridor in the middle of basement, in the middle of crossfires. Strategically, is that sound? No, not really. But Ace makes it like basically Shaiko winning every gunfight makes it work. And so it's the win condition in round 1. It's the win condition in round 2. It's the win condition here in round 3, which was the clutch from LMAO and Shaiko that brings back the 2v3. It just keeps on happening.
G2 are just the perfect example, like, of a team executing a 50-50 plan together is far, far better than a team executing a 100% plan not together. Because they find a way, even when the plan is so-and-so, when things go wrong and they have to prod and poke and lurk, they do it together, they do it in sync, and it's been 5-1, it's been flawless from them.
So far we've explained how impressive it is for G2 to do that on attack, on Consulate. We've explained also the way they do it, right? But we've not explained why it's happening. So let's take a look at one round where you have Buck aiming down towards Liquefac here. Look at how frozen Liquefac here. He's probably calling for help, probably trying to help. Look at this. He's standing in front of the Buck. He's fully exposed. Yep. It's like mistakes that we never see from Falcons before.
And so we're fortunate enough to hear the team comms. And that whole round, Liquefac knew the Buck was down there. He tagged him up. He was the reason that the Buck was 10 HP in the first place. Tagged him first engagement of the entire round there. And he was asking 2 of his teammates, guys, make vertical on this Buck. I will make a play. I think that's the reason that he was stood. Neither of his teammates did it. I think communication has been the big problem for Falcons. The one round where they made the plays together was the one round where they shut down G2's rush. Every other round, they were just so fragmented, off doing their own things, off doing little side quests everywhere.
Falcons seem to have to start this attack in half without the shield as well. Without Solid Snake, is that going to bring much issues to them?
No, I think right now, nothing game-related is the problem. In my opinion, it's fully, but like fully mental. Like if I was in their team, it's like they need a big wake-up moment and they need to start thinking, okay, we can actually do this because one team is in the server right now and the other, they're not there.
No, absolutely not. That's what we're looking at here with this first half concluded. And that 37% of second half, or percentage that you just mentioned, Jack, is not in favor of Falcons whatsoever. Something big needs to change to at least salvage something on map 1.
Thank you very much, guys, and very much a reinforcement of what we said during that first half, team coming in from the desk there, which is G2. They might do things that when they work out look like genius, and when it goes wrong, they look like lunatics, but the key thing is they do it together. Strong together is the big thing I'll state. And just to touch on these bans from G2, Shock Horror Team, they are identical to the last time they played, because like I've said before, if it ain't broke, why fix it? They beat them 7-4 here with these exact bans, so they're stuck to the same. I wouldn't be shocked if we do get to round 9 that we see a Blitz being taken away as our third, as that was also the ban that we had last time around.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
I think at least 3 rounds back-to-back here for Falcons. They need to match what G2 did, which was starting off with a full attacking rotation successfully. The stats don't support them doing that. If we have a look, 52% win rate for Falcons historically on this map over the last 6 months. So it doesn't really support them coming in and taking, you know, the full first 3, because then they effectively statistically lose the second 3. But let's see what they can do. Straight away, we're going to have Closet getting opened up with those secondary hard breach gadgets. Demos is going to be tracking onto the Solus, but Doki manages to clear that, obviously using those mute jammers to be able to just make sure that that track fails and no further intel is going to be given away.
For now, at least, anyway, yeah, I mean, this entry, again, for me, is the big sticking point, right? Like, even across the last time these two teams played, when G2 were on the defense, across the 5 rounds that it took to see in that second half, Falcons got the entry in a single one. We're seeing exactly the same thing playing out today in that first half. It's worth noting, by the way, Benja got 3 of those entries last time around, too. He was a little bit of a demon, it's fair to say to him, with those C4s, and look at what he's got in hand now, a C4 yet again.
Okay, manages to pick up Doom. Another good entry. 5 out of 7 so far going in favour of G2. And they close out almost all of them. They've only lost one round where they've got the entry kill. Benja, you're talking about Nitros earlier. Des add that one to the list. Manages to find another. Then a headshot. It just falls apart. Rapid from there. Benja goes in with a headshot. G2 collapse. G2 get the round, and Falcons are in serious trouble. This one could be over before it began.
Yep. I mean, we're at 6-1. It feels like we're speed running towards a very, very quick closing first map. And the problem then, Tim, is I know, of course, in map 2, I know we're in a best of 3. I know we're stepping into a second map. You can't help but feel a little bit nervous, even with it being Clubhouse, a map that G2, I would say, aren't always the biggest fans of. It's kind of the same story for Falcons. I just feel like we're careering towards a 2-0 if this carries on. They need to do a real quick reset in between maps here. Otherwise, this series is over and done. And they drop down to the lower bracket where I believe they face off against Fnatic, who I can only imagine are sitting there at that tantalizing prospect of making EWC and seeing a battered and bruised Falcons and thinking, yeah, that one's for us. Cheers. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. I think it doesn't really look like the map is the difference. So, you know, what you're saying about a 2-0 there, G2 go on and win Clubhouse as well.
Yeah.
With the way things are going, that wouldn't surprise me at all, because G2 just look sharper. They just look quicker in the gunfights. They just look more accurate. They just look deadlier than Falcons do so far today. You know, G2, don't get me wrong, they've played Consulate fantastically well, played as a team really well, pressured together, you know, worked together as a unit. But that working together as a unit, that working as a team is going to carry forward onto Clubhouse as well. Doom will not allow Doki to carry forward into the rest of the round, though. That's the Soulless gone. He nearly had his man. He managed to land a shot or two onto Doom. Didn't find the head, and Doom just hit an absolute wonderful reverse. Solotov manages to pick up Stomping, and the resurgence of Falcons, the comeback trail, at least starts off with a double entry.
What's that classic saying? The rumours of my demise were greatly exaggerated, and maybe we start to see a bit of a pullback. If they lose this round, then there'll be a serious problem. They're in a 5 versus 2, Tim. It's one for the taking. My concern is less this round. It's the following 4 that they need to come out on top of as well. G2 will find a site that they can win on. They will find a way through a round at some point. And that is where I feel, I don't know, frustrated. Conflicted. You want to believe the Falcons can do something like that. We've seen them pull off some amazing comebacks historically against teams that aren't G2 at international events, for example. This one just feels maybe it's a little bit too far.
Yeah, I mean, look, Falcons absolutely can do it. There's no two ways about it.
You see strong, Tim.
Why is it always Alamo? Alamo just dishing it out a little bit there in a 1v4. But look, it sends a message, I guess. I don't think it's going to annoy Falcons. I don't think they're going to let it, you know, affect them in any way, to be honest. He knows that the Deimos is just on the other side of the door. This isn't about finding the kill for Falcons. It was about getting the plant down. It was about playing the round. It was about getting it finished off and on the board. They do that really well. A much better round from Falcons. They won almost all of their gunfights there. Looked a lot sharper, particularly that opening kill from Doom. Good stuff from them to take step 1.
Calm down, because that was a Solotov 4K there. And you know me, Tim, I speak about hero plays all the time. When a single player pops off and goes nuts, yes, often enabled by their team somewhat, but also by mistakes from the other side, you need to be able to win as a team as well. The only round they've done that in so far was in round 4, and arguably that was on the back of G2 trying something a little bit mental, a bit of a rush. So we've had them deal with the rush well. We've had Solotov drop an absolute nuke in round 8. As I said, the next 4 rounds is what I'm really concerned about, because the other 6, G2 have just been lights out, a better team.
And it comes down to, you know, the age-old G2 have only got to be right once. That's the, you know, with the way that G2 have played so far, can you honestly see them not picking up one round here on the defense? At the minute, it's difficult to imagine, but Falcons have just given us something to at least build that hope on. It was a good round for them, a good couple of gunfights. Like you say, Solotov coming in big with 4K as well. They can't rely on that every single time, but Doom hit a nice shot as well. You know, they're starting to maybe just get the gears moving a little bit. This time, they are going to be attacking onto the split site. It's going to be Tellers and Archives. G2 do have a top floor presence as well. They are everywhere but the basement, really. There's nobody down in the basement at the minute, but otherwise they do have a presence. And this is interesting because that's exactly where Falcons are looking to pressure early in the round.
Sure. I was actually full towards Breedy, and that blitz that I said based on the previous bans from the last time they played on this map would be banned away. That are a Blackbeard, but they seem more comfortable leaving this G2, of course, leaving the Blackbeard available for them to play with, and the blitz being identified as more of a problem. But fair to say, Breedy hasn't had the best day so far, so maybe they change it up and look towards something else that's been a problem throughout this game. And I imagine that'll point more towards things like the Zockerby that Yus is currently on. Yeah, I look back historically at Falcons, and I've always said they're a team that relies super heavily on intel operators, and I think relying on them clearly is not doing them any favors. Tim, they've got 2 on side, and they've just had a mute swing onto a window and get a free kill. Okay.
Breeder takes a ton of damage. Benja, second Nitro kill of the game, by the way.
Look at who they've killed.
Yeah, exactly that. It's going to be the Dokabit and the Deimos taken out. Breeder low health, Solotov low health. 3 versus 3. You've really got to put this in the hands of G2 now. This is their opportunity to close this one out.
I was about to say, look downstairs. I think he might be working his way up now. In fact, no, he's still hanging down there, stomping. Currently downstairs. I was going to say had a C4, but he does not. Was then trying to join up and support his teammate. But they're in a spot where they can afford to dance around a little bit here. The information game is light on the side of Falcons, and they'll punish them through the vertical. There's no Deimos track. There's no call available. Those 2 early aggressive kills from G2 might just see this wrapped up here and now.
And that's the really big loss for Falcons there. If they wanted to keep anybody on the board, it was Doom. He has the sledgehammer. He can open the verticals. He was full health as well. That's the other really important element. Solotov, Breedy have got less than 50 health to share between the 2 of them. G2, Shaiko on full health, Stomp and half health for the TCSG. They are just in such a commanding position here. Stompen steps around, first one down, and now you've got Breedy with a fraction of health. He's on a shield. There's very little that he can do realistically, and G2 just need to be patient here, I think. Drop back to site, exactly what Stompen does. He's going to leave this challenge up to Shaiko. Doesn't have anything kind of impact nades or anything like that to challenge with, but he's just going to wait for the opportunity, and he just needs one little toe-tickling shot to get his kill onto Breedy.
Honestly, Tim, like I say, you get those 2 early kills on towards the intel operators on the other side, and they just build out from there. One shot will be enough, and they're being so patient, dancing around knowing that there's 0 chance Breedy can ever find them. Trying to stick in towards the plant here, and there's Shaiko off towards his side. 3 kills in the round to G2 without anyone on the side of Falcons, even knowing they were there. A masterclass of playing around the mute and those early kills, and a well-deserved win.
Yeah, absolutely devastating from G2 there as they open up with a solid win against Falcons in map 1, and you've really got to worry for Falcons coming into that second map.
Can't wait to see how it goes. Of course, for now, we'll see how things go out during the break. Falcons have got a lot of work to do. Back with you in just a few.
Pick up the pace, ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the gold, breaking it right to the dome. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done.
Well, that is a clear statement from G2 with the way that this first map went. I think especially on their defense, just riding off of that momentum that they created after going so well on the attack.
Yeah, and we started saying it in the halftime. I don't think the momentum shifted at all when it went to defense. It's the same story all in all. I think we are lacking a reaction on the side of Falcons. Jack, you said it best. There is some kind of nervousness. There's nerves here. There is a mental problem in the way that Falcons is dealing with that game. They are taking themselves very seriously. G2, on the other hand, they're having fun. They're clutching big scenarios like this. Look at them, smiling, yelling, and it's big moves again and again and again. And even that round 6, after the clutch, look at this. This was initially a 4v5 on round 6, and then Stompin gets a 4K.
And we're talking about 10 of the best players inside of Wild Siege right now. Inside of this server, every single one of them is there on merit because they are in the best team in the world. They are some of the best players in the world. Now, what's the differentiation between the two? It's usually mental, it's pressure, it's synergy, it's how much enjoyment and how they deal with the occasion. So far, it is just G2 dealing with the occasion, and Falcons seem to be absolutely succumbing to it.
And you know what's like crazy about this is if you actually like compare like the two newcomers on the side of G2 and Falcons, like they're supposed to be like the big names on there. They're supposed to be the big guys performing well.
Yep.
Look at that. I mean, there's clearly someone that's not doing his job here.
No. Now, that's rough to see that, of course, here. Shaiko having a great start to this match already, and for some rounds it felt like he was just walking in on the attack, creating big scenarios for himself.
And he's the player that G2 brought to do just that. He used to do that for this team in terms of Falcons, and I think realistically is like G2, I think one of the best things that they do is they make the plays around him. They see him going for it, and then they go for it. For the very first round, Doki he even said it in the team comms. He said, I'm baiting myself up to die because I know that you will get the kills, and that's exactly what Shaiko did all the way back in round 1.
We can measure some of the best players against each other, but we also know that these two rosters have some of the best IGLs that European stage has to offer.
Yeah, absolutely. Alemao versus Liquefact, it's something that we've always loved to see, and I think these two players have very different results. Liquefact didn't have a bad stage whatsoever, but Alemao has been on a run. The entire stage he's looked amazing.
Yeah.
Today is no different. Most importantly, pay attention to the entries here. 0 and 3 on the side of Liquefact. Alemao somehow gets 2 opening kills. There is something, again, in the statistic that creates such a huge gap between the two. I mean, Jack, Alemao has 2 times more EPS than Liquefact.
Yeah, he really does. He's been so good, and he's actually been so good the whole stage as well. And I think it comes off the back of the same question, the same ethos, is that if you look at Alemao, the rise and the resurgence of this player, because actually he probably had quite a bad last year, personally, in terms of the stats.
He was blamed by everybody. Fan.
Yeah.
Everyone was saying Alemao was the problem.
Exactly.
Everyone was pointing to his stats.
But they finally got a team that works back in terms of the individual positions, splitting off, playing together, playing in sync, and that synergy. And also they've got a team, and he referenced it in multiple interviews now, the power of the friendship, the trust that they have in each other. And it's got back to him flourishing and playing his best Siege. Whereas for Liquefact, looks very stressed, looks very serious, looks very like he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders, and maybe that's filtering down through his team. I'm not necessarily putting the blame on him, but the whole team collectively feels like that for Falcons.
And this is why I love best of threes, because it isn't over just yet for Falcons. We'll move on to our second map, and that is going to be Falcons map pick. We're going to Clubhouse. Now, there is light in this situation as well.
Yeah, there absolutely is. When you put in such a desolate performance as Falcons did on Consulate, you let it go. You just get back into it, and you know that you're going on to go on map pick. Now, why should Clubhouse work for Falcons better? Well, first and foremost, if they're trying to play off the back of each other and they're trying to communicate better, all of that will come a lot more naturally on Clubhouse because that map has been around since the start of time. It's older than Leo, and he's been playing since 2015, especially, you know? Like, he's been playing a long time. Clubhouse was back there well before you, Leo. So you know what you're doing. What that does is it takes a little bit of hesitation away, which means they should be closer together and they should be a little bit more in sync, which was their biggest problem.
I think them starting attack is a double-edged sword. What can they make of starting side? They can be proactive. They can kick off their momentum again because they will be in control of what's the game plan. However, if a couple rounds go the wrong way, that's the end, I think. Just mentally, if that side goes wrong, they will be left.
Big first few rounds.
Exactly.
Well, from what I'm hearing, this first half is going to tell us a lot about Falcons' chances inside this matchup. Let's see how it turns out.
Thank you very much, Anne. And I think it's fair to say, Tim, we were of the same opinion earlier on that this isn't a map issue, this series so far. It is a team diff issue, and we don't seem to think that a map is going to make all that much difference, especially looking that G2 won this map 7-3 against Virtus Pro, our other top team in the region right now. I struggle to see how they fall short here against Falcons, especially given Falcons are starting on the attack, and that is where they need to find some success.
Yeah, I would agree with that wholeheartedly. I think this is more about the performance that the Falcons players can bring into the map rather than the performance that the map can bring out of them. So we're going to see our bans come in. Kaid is taken away along with Bandit, so we've got the double electricity ban. I'm not a huge fan of it for Falcons. We can come back to that. Grim, Blackbeard taken away by G2, so they're looking for those disruptive operators. They're going to remove them, try and make it, I think that's aimed, you know, heavily towards Church and Arsenal as well, which is somewhere that we would see those operators, you know, in particular use. Blackbeard going down Dirt Tunnel, that sort of thing. But that double electricity ban, I look at it and I think, you know, which walls are you really speeding? I don't mind the Kaid because you've got the hatches, you know, in Church and Arsenal, and it can be a little bit tricky to get them if there's electricals on there, although the pocket EMPs are pretty good at dealing with them. I'm just looking, I think, what is it going to speed up for you massively? What should you not be able to deal with? Which walls should you not be able to clear off? And now you're going to play into Azami, you're going to play into Mirror, you're going to play into Clash. So immediately I'm asking the question of Falcons, and it's one to watch in this round. How do they deal with those three operators particularly who would be regular bans, who they had the option to take away, but instead focused on that, you know, all-out electricity ban?
Absolutely. Well, let's see how they do. I think at the attack is where you'll often see a team's weaknesses more so than on their defense. It's something we've spoken about before on previous broadcasts, Tim. Is that on the attacking side is when it really requires being coordinated as a team. You've got to show that you can clear the map in good time. You've got to problem solve on the fly. Defenders, you can place down your utility, you can play in your set positions, you're a little bit of adaptation in the round. Attack is where really teams are defined as great or just good teams. And I think here, Falcon's going to get tested very, very quickly in the first 2 or 3 rounds. Uses at least has got himself inside a strip, and they've got a nice drone inside a bar, so they know that, at least for now, it looks pretty safe and sensible to start their march on forward. But of course, be mindful of G2, who no doubt are going to have some tricks up their sleeve. One of those you just saw being a C4 up in towards Garage, but Doki finds no one.
Going to see Doki relocate just towards supporting Blue Tunnel's hold. Got the mirror window in place. Going to make it very difficult to take over Generator. And see the presence of Doom up on this hatch as well. Still got 2 fire arrows, so can support the push. Also got the smoke arrows, so could make that mirror useless as well. So Doom very, very important in his position and what he does with that utility as well over the next couple of minutes, to see whether they can get Falcons moving into blue. Elsewhere, just having a look at what's going on with Falcons. They've got Brede inside of Kitchen, so he's going to be opening Kitchen hatch. We've got Leakifact towards Central Stairs. So I like this from Falcons. They are certainly stacking up for multiple avenues of attack, which is what we always talk about on this site as being a requirement.
It is. And I used to say back in the past, admittedly when Shaiko was still on side and there were a few other players, they were so good at executing on this map. There would be 70 seconds left on the clock and they'd be dropping in through 3 different hatches at once, player running down main stairs, and they would just overwhelm their opponents time and time again. But G2 so far look pretty happy to sit in behind the Clash. They've got another C4 to play behind. They've still got a lot they can do here to hold off the aggression. The free information that comes out of Stomping will really help, but you know what helps even more? An entry. Down goes Shaiko, 5v4. This is looking great for Falcons.
Yeah, that's the Asami dealt with. That's one of those power operators that I asked how a Falcon's going to handle it. They've handled it really well. We see the Capitão utility coming in. Solotov steps around, manages to pick up Alamau. That's the Goyo gone. This is a great attack so far from Falcons. Benja steps up, finds one, can find no more as Leakafac's on his other side. Brede with the last. Falcons with a great 10-second collapse there. They've answered me as a critic at least, or other people asking those questions at least for that site. They will have benefited from the Kaid being off the board, but they still dealt with the Clash. They dealt with the mirror. They dealt with the Azami really well. They're going to have to continue doing that up on the top floor now.
I'm not entirely sure what G2 were hoping would happen in that round. Yeah, when we're 40 seconds in and every player is back on site, you're giving one of the top teams in the world, and again, Falcons made multiple grand finals in a row, 4 of them, they were absolutely brilliant. They're the kind of team that if you give them full map control and kind of go, yeah, we can win just by hunkering down. Not on that site, you ain't. There's far too many angles and far too many hatches and far too much soft flooring to worry about for you to just sit there and think that you can win against a top team like that. So if they're going to play downstairs again, I want to see them getting out of the map. They've got to be willing to challenge early on. Look at how we closed out on Consulate. They got 2 early kills onto a Deimos and a Dockerby, and they were nowhere near sight when those kills came on through. You've got to be aggressive early on. You've got to put the ropes towards Falcons a little bit and really make them fight for every bit of map control, ideally by paying with 1 or 2 lives to get there. So let's see if G2 can do a little bit more in this round.
Setting up then for Jim and Bedroom, and like you said, definitely more is needed from G2. But Falcons, as they said on the desk, really important that they get a good start here on Clubhouse, and the first few rounds especially in the bag. They've got the attack inside, it's their map choice, they have to come away with a few. It could be a real big confidence builder for them, and that is how they've started off in round 1 at least. But the top 2 floor sites, they need at least one of these sites. They need to go 2-1 on the first rotation. 3-0 even better. It has to be a minimum 2-1 though. G2 do have somebody down in the basement.
I like it.
Be Dorky. You've got, there you go, I was going to say, you've got a little scanner that can tell you where that drone is. Doesn't go and take it out himself, because I think he's trying to keep himself off the radar a little bit there. Now, Falcons...
He was worried about oil.
Yeah, Falcons really should be aware of that. They should know about his presence. And like you say, Dorky not wanting to overcommit himself and offer a line of sight to them. So it's just a little bit of cat and mouse down there.
Well, this is what I was asking for, right, at the start of this round, is can we be a bit more aggressive around the map? Can we waste time? Can we force resources out of the other side, whether it's players, utility, drones? It doesn't really matter. It's just the sheer fact that we're wasting a lot of time. And look, we're about 75 seconds in. It's not tons of time wasted, but we've still got players on the side of G2 looking to be busy out around the map. You've still got the Clash. You've still got a C4 from Benja, Shock Horror. They are trying to waste time. They are forcing Falcons to commit more utility than maybe they'd like, but maybe looking for a retake here, both on either side of the door. I'm not convinced they're 100% done, Tim. They want to challenge this still.
Just getting a little bit pushed around at the minute, G2.
It's very strange.
Just get forced out of cash there, as we see. Benja holding on inside of construction, just waiting for his opportunity for a challenge. As that wall gets open, he drops himself away. Nitro goes out. That's 3. Keep counting them. That's 3 in this game between Consulate and Clubhouse that Benja has hit with the Nitro. We spoke about his efficiency with that utility. Breeder is actually the leading Nitro killer, as you said, in the world at the minute. Benja is certainly chasing him down. However, they're completely unaware, G2, that this plant is going down. There's very little they can do. Dorky on the fight back. Can they win the Battle of Elbow from around that Clash shield? Not at the minute. Plan is successful. Falcons, they are on wobbly ground here, Des.
And they've got a smoking LML's back pocket still, so he can deny an angle from the attackers if necessary. We'll get stomping though. That's a beautiful play from Users. Zoom into another, and Doki's got it all to do. He did hit onto the walls, 1 kill on the flank, but he's got 2 more to find here. Won't get away with it. What a great call by Falcons, noticing there were 3 players off site. They knew that Doki was in basement. They knew the Clash was playing on construction door. They knew that Benja had dropped and got a C4 underneath. What do the remaining 4 players do? Hit site right now. Brilliant timing, fantastic call, great round.
Stompen's just inadvertently sold himself there on the Clash. The one thing that you have to do on a Clash, if you're trying to improve your Clash play, this is one thing that will do it immediately, and that is always think about the distance between you and the attackers. You have to maintain that distance, because otherwise it is like this. It's so easy for them to take you down and deal with you. It wasn't purposeful from Stompen. He wanted to push Elbow. He wanted to see what was going on. Unfortunately for him, Elbow was pushed at the same time, so it kind of unknowingly closed the distance between the 2 of them. That's why I say he's inadvertently sold himself there. But by giving that opportunity for them to get up close and personal, use that melee attack, initiate the shield break, they lose the Clash, they lose Stompen, and they lose the round.
That's probably why you see him calling an attack timeout. This is not how they envision this going, but that's what they've got. It's the hand they've been dealt. And I will say, a lot of it comes down to, well, in part to G2, in part to Falcons. Round 2 was a lot better than round 1 for G2. They were willing to challenge around the map. Doki was trying to be a bit of a nuisance, and their extension was also really good. But Falcons in round 1 made all the use of the map control they'd been given. In round 2, made a brilliant call when they realized 3 players were off-site. So a lot of the accolades need to be given. They deserve their flowers for how they've approached those 2 rounds. But G2 got to wake up here, else this could start looking like the reverse of Consulate, where Falcons have a brilliant attacking half.
They've certainly got the foundation for it. There's no two ways about it. We're going to see them going back down to the lower floors here, G2. And as they try to just get something going, they decide that the basement is going to be the better place for them to do it. They've got the Tubarão brought along this time rather than the Clash. Maybe just going to delay things a little bit more with the opening of those hatches. Just having a look across. Got a couple of nitros as well. An often forgotten function of the Tubarão, of course, is getting those auto canisters down. And when an operator walks over the top of them, it'll leave footprints there. So it gives you a good idea if there's somebody up above. It could be something they play for because the hatches have been left open. So, you know, it's not necessarily about keeping those closed.
I'm wondering how much time Doki and Stomp get away with here. It's not like a huge investment in the roam. 2 very much individual play in different parts of the map. Like, yes, Stomp could challenge through the softball to help out inside of stock 2. But Falcons are being, especially receptive towards that and being careful. They're reacting to what they're seeing. And I think having users on the Dockerby here, along with Doom on the shield, is a really good way of making sure they can force control of these parts of the map. Risk that Doki's got is naturally when a drone sees you when you take a gunfight, you have to move. They're going to know you're there. They're going to start punishing you. And Doki, by the skin of his teeth, gets away with this one. This is what I mean. Once they know where you are, Tim, you're dead to rights. You have to move. He's lucky to get away alive.
Yeah, G2 can't afford to be overly aggressive here. It's something, you know, they've lost out to already, losing players out on those roams, out on those extensions, and they need to make sure that they're not giving Falcons anything easy because Falcons at the minute are hitting the hard ones, let alone the easy ones. G2 do get themselves now completely back down to site, apart from Benja, who's up on that top floor. Falcons, are you aware? Do you have a plan in place? Are you ready for the possibility of a flank coming through? The drone does not look in Benja's direction, so they're going to be unaware of his presence, I think, here. This could be a real party stopper for Falcons. No, they know they're watching the window.
No, they're only slightly, though.
He's got underneath it, though.
Oh, he's got away with that one there. That's a painful one. A bit of a siege time moment, you might say as well, because the drone did nearly slip him out. But Tim, look again. They're saying, okay, then if he's going to do that, we need to go in towards site here. We're in a 4 versus 4 on site itself, but held back by the Goyo canisters. G2's throwing them down, and now Benja is above, ready to cause a bit of a headache for them. Has a C4 in hand, but he can deny that hatch being open. This is a problem now for Falcons.
Yeah, exactly. They're looking to get the drop, and even if they go down, he can attack from 2 floors. Stomper manages to get a double, and yet the inability to clear out Benja, the inability to even be aware of his presence has probably cost Falcons this round. It has been a big, big loss for them. 2 versus 5 at the minute. A lot of health missing on the side of G2, so certainly not impossible, but not looking good, looking less and less likely. In fact, as Shaiko manages to pick up Solotov. 5 versus 1 now, 7 seconds left to go. G2, they're just going to hold their positions. They know that Brede is in dirt tunnel. He's going to see if he can get himself a little bit of compensation there, but that's not going to be the case as it's a flawless round for G2. Better defense from them, and just a big mistake from Falcons, allowing Benja to slip the net up on that top floor.
Yeah, the biggest thing was, and Falcons tried the same thing as in round 2. They tried to say, players off site, hit site, go. Just force your way down through that hatch here before Benja can kill us. They did try. They just ran into Stomping head first. And the 2 that were then trying to support inside of dirt couldn't do so because of the stall coming out there. The Goyo canisters, the Izami, for example. And so what G2 have done is basically disrupt the rhythm of Falcons. It's what I was calling for after round 1. How can we slow them down? How can we break them apart? How can we stop them being able to execute as a full 5? Really well played by G2, and that tack timeout clearly doing good work for them.
I mean, we know the impact of Romalio in those tactical timeouts. We've heard it countless times from G2 themselves, and he has obviously given them a blueprint there, recognised those issues, and given them the opportunity to go through and take the round. Stompin managed to get a 3K in the round as well, which will, of course, make up for his clash issues in the second round. We're going to go then into the second half of these defences, if you want to call it that. It's going to be round 4, and G2 will be back up to the top floor. Gym and Bedroom, they lost this in round 2. Interestingly, we haven't seen them go to CCTV and Cash yet, so the rotation now is likely to be Gym and Bedroom, CCTV and Cash, and then back down to Church and Arsenal again. So arguably, if we say that they're able to hold on to Church and Arsenal again, having just done it there, that would give them at least that second round. So if they can only get one top floor successful defense, they start actually looking pretty good, Des, with the 3-3 half.
Yeah. If they can get away with it, of course. That's the big if on this one, because I imagine Falcons themselves will have something to say about it. 2-round buffer on the attack is a great start, but they feel they can build that into more, and why wouldn't they, given how those first 2 attacks went down? But as we said, it's G2 are the ones that need to shake things up. Either way, looking at the lineup on the side of Falcons, Tim, they ain't mucking about. You got a Dockerby, you got the Deimos, and you've got the Solid State. They know, I think, that G2 are trying to play this more disruptive game and are trying to keep themselves out on the map, wasting time, disrupting Falcons. A good way to control that is to bring in teleoperators, but I don't know about bringing 3 of them personally.
To Brow, just making it difficult to breach into CCTV at the minute could be a big factor later in the round. If they're able to keep that closed and keep themselves access into CCTV, then will windows become infinitely harder to play on. Jacuzzi wall does get open, so that is a point to the credit for Falcons. We can see the first of those radar scans coming in from Solid Snake as well, going to reveal Shaiko's position. Doesn't really teach Falcons too much. I think you could reasonably assume that somebody's going to be playing in and around Master Bedroom, but they now at least know for sure.
Freebie!
There's a drone hole.
That's... we've all been caught out by it at some point, but that's a bad one. Punished by Shaiko. Snake going down. One of the exact operators that should be able to tell you where someone like Shaiko is.
Shaiko's going to get that Dockerby call coming in. The question is, does he just take the damage? Yes, he does. That's going to be his phone off the board. Not going to matter as Stomper manages to find users. 5 versus 2, and G2, they just look like they've woken up, don't they, really, Des? Those first 2 rounds, they're almost unrecognisable compared to what we're seeing now. Falcons struggling to get inside of the building, struggling to find kills, struggling to really get themselves into this round. Leakerfax, super low health as well. G2 still in full control of their extension, of construction, of site itself. Falcons making very little progress on Gym and Bedroom.
Absolutely. Like you say, it feels like they're woken up a little bit. The wrath of Romalio, clearly something that G2 have showed a bit of respect to. They're playing a lot more actively. They're not sitting there and waiting to be beaten. They're playing the game far more actively and being far more aggressive in the challenge they're giving to the side of Falcons, who now look a little bit lost. And it does make me wonder, will we see a attack timeout from them potentially after this round as a way to try and recover things? Because otherwise, this could very quickly crumble away from them. A comfortable round for G2, and they bring us all even 2-2.
Stompin finding that final kill onto Leakerfax on the main stairs, and we are now likely to see from G2 CCTV, which we haven't yet seen, so Falcons are going to be going into this one a little bit blind, not going to have necessarily a previous round to play off. They will have some prep in the background. They will be aware of how G2 generally hold this, but maybe a little surprise, a little curveball can be thrown their way by G2. And given that Church and Arsenal is still on the board as a possibility for round 6, you actually start to worry a little bit for Falcons now, because they're going to an as yet unseen site in CCTV Cache, and then they're going back to Church and Arsenal, which is one of the strongest defensive sites in the game, and we saw G2 win it in round 3 at the second attempt. So I look at this and I think there's a timeline, there's a world where G2 take a 4-2 defensive half, and you've got to fancy them at that point then to get onto the attack the way that we saw them attack on Consulate, to get that done on Clubhouse.
It does make you wonder if we find ourselves going through to labs, who walks away on top. Because both teams, I'll say both teams like the map is supply. G2 basically never play it. But I would wager their performance has been generally better throughout the series. The highs have been better. Of course, the first 2 rounds of this map were a little bit like, whoopsie daisy, what the hell's going on here? The Falcons woken up. The last 2 I feel have kind of showed it was kind of more on G2, not really offering much in the fight. at that point, does the map step in? Because it becomes such a big lean towards Falcons, but I think G2 won't be all too bothered. They'll be going into a map that they know they have their permaban, because it means there's very little that Falcons have on them to go by. We'll see if we get there, of course.
Have the external wall breached immediately. That's good. Prevents the defenders from moving on in. Also increases the pressure. But we are seeing the double reinforced. You can see it on the right of your screen there between CCTV and Garage Catwalk. It is something that we have seen more and more recently. But Dorky doesn't play into it. He puts himself onto the window. Watched from that breach, and the kill comes in. So a little bit of support for Garage Catwalk now has been lost. Benja does take down Breeder. 4C4s for him so far in this game. Leakerfact takes down Shaco. 4 versus 3, and this is looking good for Falcons. They've got themselves control over Catwalk. They've got themselves the Sense utility deployed. They've got themselves a kill onto Stompin now. 4 versus 2, and you've got to back Falcons for the win from here.
Surely. We already seen them bottle something like this back on map 1, but with the shield on side, with all the control they've got. Surely not, although there's a start. The shield can get the cross Tim. They can look to get the plant down here. There shouldn't be a bother. Has Benja got a C4 in back pocket? No, he does not. Alamal's going to get underneath that. Like, boys, we've got the tools to get this job done, but we're making it look so hard right now. Off towards Alamal is on red. Gets one for himself. Benja does lose out his fight, though. Surely this is theirs for the close now. Leakerfact, the one with the shield on side. Solotov waiting for his man. Alam asking questions. Won that 1v2 back on Consulate. Surely not again, Tim.
You wouldn't expect it, would you? But with Alam out at the minute and the way he's been playing, you just really don't know. Plant is going down. Leakerfact is going to secure it. The cover was in place, but Alamau manages to hit the first. He's got to deal with a Monty, though.
Dear.
We know that this is one of the most difficult 1v1s in all of Siege. Can Alamau create a situation where he can get that shield break? He can't get away. It's going to be very difficult for him to find the angle. This is always the problem when trying to deal with a Monty. Alamau, he needs to somehow get him to drop the shield. Leakerfact is low health. He's not going to want to overcommit. If anybody can see this out, surely it is Leakerfact.
Ooh, we did drop it there for a second, but he's down to his last few chances. He's going to push into it, but I don't think he gets away with it now. No. Leakerfact playing it out well against one of our go-to Monty players here in EU. Just having a bit of fun with him now, but sure enough, Falcons will get their third attacking round. For a second, it looked ropey, but the crucial part is they're back in the lead.
Yeah, Alamau unlucky that it was a Monty that he was left up against there. If you put him in the 1v2 and he finds the first, you'd back him to get the second, but not when it is that big shieldy boy that's going to put up the metal wall in between them. So 3-2 Falcons. There is still an opportunity to Falcons to come away seriously on top of this half, but they've got to do it down in Church and Arsenal.
And isn't that a little bit of a thinker? They played it out pretty well previously, but that's where the scrap will come in, I think, is now how do Falcons respond to what they saw coming out of G2. And if they can get away with a 4-2 half, then wow, it will feel a lot like Consulate. Yes, it was 5-1 back there for G2 on the attack, but it turns out both teams are just very, very good, it seems. It's flicking things on when they go on the attacking side of their own map pick. Both have been great so far.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
This could be, you feel, a little bit make or break for G2. I fancy if Falcons get this attack, G2 then are staring down the barrel of kind of overtime at best, I would say personally. I think, you know, a 4-2 attacking half would be good for them, and then they get themselves that opportunity of a few extra rounds. 5-1 on the attack. They attacked very well on console, but I think it is going to be a lot to ask against Falcons on Clubhouse. So this is a really, I don't often call it as soon as round 6, but I think this one is actually really pivotal. If G2 can get this one, they give themselves the opportunity then to be able to win this in regulation time.
It will certainly again set things up for a very, very interesting third map if we get there, but got to play through the rest of this one first and foremost. Once again, jumping across onto playing the Monty because, again, why fix what ain't broken? It's done so well for you in the previous round to help you get map control, to be able to bully the players of G2 around. Don't try and change away from it. The crucial part is pretty much everyone on G2 here is dug back on side of site already, outside of Benja and Stompin, who are ready to drop through the hatch, but Got a little bit aggressive here. Got themselves inside this first floor, and they know towards change. There is a player waiting. There's now 3 of them, Tim, up on this first floor. So it feels like Falcons have assumed it has been cleared and then found out, oh, actually, it's not cleared. However, look underneath them. Leakafak has got himself downstairs. A couple of players have done just that. They're going to make use of the Ying to make sure these players upstairs can't contribute, and they're just going to hit site.
It's not going to work very well, though, as Stompin and Shaiko managed to get one apiece. Shaiko with another. And in the blink of an eye, it is a 1 versus 5 for Jumin. What I said could be a pivotal round. G2 look like they will probably come away with the win unless it is a 1v5 ace clutch. It will not be. Shaiko manages to get himself another. It is flawless for G2 in round 6. And there you feel, give themselves a little bit of an advantage with a 3-3 half.
Okay. What I'm slightly wary of is it time for a Pistoki? I mean, I'm guessing it is, so I guess while he does that, Tim, we can go to the studio and see what they think. I'll go for a piss as well, guys. What do you think?
Thank you. Good luck. Have fun with that one. No, but this is why we like best of threes here, right? The better team gets tested, the resilience get tested as well, and that's what we're seeing with Sparks from the side of Falcons.
Yeah, I think we saw a couple of examples of Falcons finally live up to the expectations that we had. Clearly, it has worked. The reset mental between the two maps. Let's take a look at this round, for example. They read that it's double reinforced on Catwalk. They send the Sense to cover top red and Cash. Monty is solo challenging Jaeger in Rafters. And look at Hibana using the smoke here to go through the window on Rafters. And they're 2v1ing the player stuck inside of Rafters. That's Glass, actually, who will sin here. And we'll get the pick onto Shaiko. They set up that 4v3. Eventually, they get the plan down. It's just that, okay, finally we have strategically something that is sound.
Yeah.
And they're doing it all together.
Yep.
They've picked the right operators and are reacting to the setup in front of them.
Yep.
And they're all doing it like cohesively at the right timing.
Yep.
So like all of the missing steps that we had, right? The fundamentals that we know Falcons are supposed to be like one of the best teams in fundamentals in the world. That's it. We're starting to see it alive.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what you kind of want to see. That being said, they did only get a 3-3 split. I thought G2 were very good at prodding and poking
They're
and
on attack.
reacting well. So, yeah.
I think overall they're on attack. So I think that it's decent, right? Clubhouse, like they're going to go on the easier side. They're going to go on defense. I think they can be happy. At least I see a chance here.
I think it's a big improvement from map 1,
Yeah,
is what I
exactly.
will say. I don't think they'll be fully thrilled with the fact it was 3-3. Obviously, that rush went wrong in the end in the very final round. But the reactions have been good, and that's one thing that they've got to take into this game. And I think that's what the coach will be telling them. I think that's what Julia will be telling them during this 2-minute halftime now, is that, hey, guys, forget about Consulate. It's been a great first half. We've got something to build upon, and now they will go on to their attacks.
And the main thing is you're disrupting the momentum on the side of G2 who are taking everything lightheartedly, who are having fun, who are on control demolishing them. Oh, suddenly it's getting a bit harder than they expected. And so how are they going to react? Are they going to keep up the theme of just laughing it off? Or are they going to start to take it seriously, and are the nerves starting to kick off, you know?
Well, it wouldn't be a clubhouse if we get the most default basic bans on planet Earth, as we're seeing Breach and Isle, Breaches as well. Anything else that we're hoping to see? I mean, this is also kind of along what we expected.
Leave the Monty open.
Yeah, leaves the Monty open. I think for G2, get rid of the Bandit Cade. It makes a lot of sense. Just get the walls for free. It will allow them to take the gaps, because that's what G2 are going to hunt. They're going to try and get as many walls open as they can and then find the gaps. So get rid of both those breaches. Of course, it's the same old things. You get rid of the breach deniers, you're playing into a lot of utility in the end. I wonder whether the Clash could come and play. I feel like that could be very, very good against G2 on this map.
Smart move.
Yeah, and we also saw how annoying a Monty really can be in that first half here in this matchup. Will this be a G2 2-0, or is Falcons going to bounce back?
Well, that is the big question, Anne, isn't it? We're going to find out in the next 6 rounds whether or not this is going to be a 2-0 or if it will be a bit of a bounce back and we go into something a bit more interesting on Nighthaven Labs. Touching on the bans real quickly, the same bans what we saw actually in G2's game against Virtus Pro. They banned away the Kaid and the Bandit. They had the Ace banned away against them, but it was the Monty that you heard the desk kind of questioning and saying, oh, that's open, maybe they play the Clash here. The Capitao is because in 4 of those rounds where G2 attacked against Virtus Pro, they did run the Capitao, Tim. So I think we're looking at it and saying, well, they used it an awful lot to clear out a lot of the map last time they were here. Let's just get it out of their hands and we'll find a different way to try and deal with the shields instead.
Leakapack, Users and Doom are all going to be out on the roam at the minute. They need to be aware here because G2 are going directly towards site Alamax, straight down Dirt Tunnel with the Blackbeard. I'm not sure where everybody... G2, so everybody else is kind of out. There's nobody backing Alamau here. He's on his own inside of Dirt, so it's not a rush. He's not going to try and push directly into site. They've got Goyo canisters to play against. that's that dealt with. But G2, they can't ignore those 3 on the top floor forever.
I like it from Brede as well. Drop another one down and then retreat even further in. And the rest are trying to push it upstairs, Tim. And they've lost 2 players trying to do it. This is the problem that G2 had back in that first half, was they weren't playing the map. They weren't giving Falcons problems to solve. But Falcons, well, they've just made a whole host of problems here in round 1.
Perfect start from Falcons. Doom and Leak Effect both getting the job done. It was always a hard commit to the roam. Going to try and take the battle with the player on catwalk, but we know how difficult that one is. Just having a look over that keeper barricade, and right now that double electricity ban, I've already spoken about it, is going to leave G2 with a lot of utility to play into. The Ella, the Azami, the possibility that Doom could be pretty much anywhere around the map. He's down in the basement at the minute, but they haven't even got this top floor clearance complete. I don't think they're aware. No, they're not. They don't know that Leak Effect's there. Shaco taken down 5 versus 1. It was flawless G2 last round. It's flawless Falcons this round.
Well, doesn't that certainly set this up to be a very interesting second half? Yes, only just slightly in the lead, but the performance like that in round 1, they've shown that they can deal with G2's attacks, that they can get out there and play the map. And Tim, we said coming in, we don't feel the map is going to make a difference here. It's down to a team thing. It just goes to show, as always, what the hell do we know realistically? It changes like the wind between a map. We said maybe a chat between the games would help out, but we were a bit worried about whether or not we see them fight back. That's exactly what they've come out to Clubhouse doing.
Yeah, look, this is the fact when you play at a pro level of something like Siege. There's actually, in the grand scheme of things, very little in between these 2 teams. You know, one team may be playing better for a few weeks than another, but, you know, is there a vast difference between the players on Falcons and the players on G2? No, there's wildly skillful players on either side, and that can fluctuate within, as you say, a match, a map even itself, and you can get these passages of play where a team will just grab a couple of rounds. And it's an important point, because teams have got to recognise when they find themselves in that little bit of patch, that micro kind of bubble of form, even within one map, that they make sure that they do grab those 2 or 3 rounds. I would say on the back of that, round 7 from Falcons, it was, you know, very, very good from them. It was very efficient. They now need to run with that and think, right, is there an opportunity to get another 2 here and find ourselves very quickly 6-3 and looking at closing this one out and getting to labs? You've got to be able to take advantage of those moments. That's what the best teams do really well.
And again, there's more problems that are put before them, but so far, so well handled. As Alamar gets that entry onto the mirror, takes the C4 offline at that as well. And given they've got all the information coming in from Benja, they should know that this is the nice thing about sites like this. It's also the same for Cash TC. You can see so much because you're on the same floor, you're outside the building, you can feed your team so much information, especially when there isn't a mute on the other side. Just got to be careful here about Doom. Of course, won't know about him, doesn't see him inside a garage. This is what I mean. Look, you can see where things have been set up, where players are holding, gets challenged from inside a garage and now has to back away. Otherwise, G2 are coming for his neck.
Yeah, they're well aware of his position now. Benja will know exactly where those shots come from. The information continues to be fed in, but Shaco can do nothing with it. Solotov takes down the Blackbeard as well. That is just a complete reversal of fortunes for Falcons. It looked like it was going to be a tough half for them. Doom manages to pop up elsewhere in the map and find a kill onto Dorky, and just like that, inside of 10 seconds, Falcons have been able to get themselves a couple of kills and find themselves now 4 versus 2 rather than 4 versus 5. Brilliant stuff from them. They will not be rattled by this G2 side, and look, 5-3 on the scoreboard at the end of this round would be absolute perfection for them.
Yeah, like just how they're playing everything has been great. And the thing is, G2 are trying the right things. Yeah, making use of the snake, getting the read onto the player inside of construction, calling on Shaiko out of Lion Scan as well to step in and punish that player, and he still walks away with the kill with no response from the other side. That's even with Falcons losing the entry, let's not forget. Nice kill for Stomping, granted, but still 3 more to find, and Solisov, he ain't going to give him a chance, Tim. Not even a sniff. Brede for the close. Another one going the way of Falcons, Tim, and they're on their way towards a map win.
Stomper needed the second kill onto users inside of construction there. If he gets that and it goes back to 2v2, maybe we're looking at a slightly different outcome on that round, but ultimately it was not to be. Falcons, they are dialed in at the minute on Clubhouse. This is one of those, it feels like sometimes rare days where we see teams really dominating their own map picks. You know, more often than not, it's almost like they go the other way. It's, you know, you're winning the other team's map, but that's not going to be the case here as Falcons get themselves a second successful defense, 5-3 now, and that is a little micro win for them. I was talking about these kind of macro bubbles of form. That is a little micro win for them. That quarter of the game, their first 3-round defensive rotation, they've won it 2-1 minimum. It might be 3-0 if they can hold on to CCTV and Cash. So G2, it's essential for them in this round 9 that they get this one done. I said how important round 6 was. G2 were able to win it. They haven't got dividends out of the back of it. They need to get round 9 now because 6-3 and 5-4 are such considerably different score lines if you are in G2's shoes.
It is. And Tim, we've had a bit of fun with this in ranked recently when I look at it. I'm seeing the Maestro on side and not tons to deal with it on the other side. You might look at frag grenades and say, well, that's something that's going to help. Sure. I'm more just concerned here that all the information will be sat in Use's back pocket off the back of those cameras, and there won't be a whole lot that G2 can do necessarily to surprise them. And we spoke about it already, like G2 rely on that overwhelming nature of their games sometimes to flood in and punish teams who, the number of times they shot players in the back, for example, or this kind of kill is certainly not going to help either. Not too sure about that one. Leaking back again falls down as the entry death for his team, but I just worry that with all that information now, Falcons are going to have a lot of fun this round.
I love that opener, and I'll very quickly get this in. It is something you can take away to your own ranked games. It may not be something that you do. You'll see it at the higher levels, and what's happened there is one player has shot open the barricade while another one waits, because naturally players assume that the barricade is being opened by the person who's going to be aggressive on that barricade. By having it open for you, you are immediately ready to attack, and that will often catch defenders on the back foot, and that's what's happened there. They don't expect, because the bullets are coming in from a different direction, and it's that angle that's being watched onto them. Immediate death, really well played, so try that. Get yourself lined up, get a teammate to open the barricade for you, and bang, hit them hard and fast, and you will often get some success. Tube, he's not going to... Oh! I was going to say not going to find success. It's going to be Solotov who manages to get a double up on the catwalk, and that might just keep Falcons in this round 3 versus 3.
Well, sometimes it takes a hero, Tim, and he might have been that guy, but finally shut down by Alamau, shooting back into another. It's a 2v2 where it feels like there's a good chance here that Falcons might just hold on. That's a lot of time and tussle being spent here. We come down to the last 70. Not like G2 are exactly starved on time. They're going to try and make it happen. Brede from one side. Can the cover come through? Is forced to pull off for a second, but there we go. Comes in from the backside now. Alamau's got it all to do in a 1v2.
Yeah, it was a really big gamble that. You've got a Maestro bubble there that's going to be feeding intel. You've got a minute left on the clock. You don't necessarily need to take that, but Alamau now finds himself in the reverse of the position he was in earlier. This time, he's the shield in the 1v1. He's got 40 seconds left on the clock. Brede doesn't have any utility, so he's going to have to fight this. And with a shotgun and an SMG against the Blackbeard, this one could be tough. He's going to have plenty of intel from that Maestro bubble. And Alamau just keeps playing with the diffuser here, but you just wonder, is there a chance for him to just go for the kill? Get the shield up in Brede's face.
Oh, did you know he does? And now that he knows that he's sat on the door. No nades to even roll at Brede to try and force him back here. Couldn't win it out against Leakerfac. Can he win it out against Brede? Playing the dancing game, he's pulled away, and Brede still gets him anyway. It ain't quite the clutch day for Alamau. That's 2 1v1s that he's now missed out on. And Falcons go up to map point.
Yeah, really big moment for Brede. If you want anybody in a clutch situation, even a 1v1 against the shield, it's going to be that man right there, Brede. I don't know if Alamau could have maybe tried a little bit more movement, get himself into top red, maybe just mix things up, try and close that distance to avoid that just staggering damage that comes out of that SAS shotgun. But he was on cam the whole time. You picked up on it at the beginning of the round as G2, I can only assume, didn't pick up on the Maestro during that prep phase, during that drone phase, and so they didn't have the utility to deal with it. They didn't have a Brava, for example, to steal those cams away. Big missed opportunity from Doki, by the way, up on catwalk, and G2 just left short-handed at the end.
It's unfortunate, but that is how the rounds boil down sometimes. And you can see how much it means to them as well here, showing that they have got that fight in them. This ain't over yet. And they could still yet extend that streak of not losing to G2 in best of series. Again, Labs is going to be such a fascinating map because on paper, it's a brilliant map for Falcons. For G2, it's not. It's their least preferred map. They've lost the last 2 times they've played on it, for example. I'm a little nervous for them going there. And again, it's them all now have to pick themselves up in the break and figure out how do we get through that final map.
Falcons only need to be
5 seconds
right
to insertion.
once. Church and Arsenal G2 didn't really get anywhere near this last time. Let's see if they learn their lesson, which was clear top floor, because they didn't last time around and Falcons punished them heavily. Just looking at the lineup for Falcons, certainly not as heavy a presence. They've got Leak of Fact this time on main stairs and they've got Doom out in garage, but nobody on top floor, so it might just afford G2 a little bit of extra space. I don't hate this from Falcons. They're trying something considerably different. You know, no top floor presence this time. Play behind the Clash instead. The Snake is going to clear out that top floor super quickly, so G2 will be aware this is going to have plenty of time in the round. Question is now, do they have the utility to deal with the Clash? It seems to be a common theme for them. Didn't have the utility they needed to deal with the Maestro. Now, I'm looking at it and I'm wondering, where do they deal with that Clash? They've got the 5 nades left on side. That's going to be the focus to try and deal with that operator.
All right, well, same as before, it's pressure going in towards Dirt. To be fair, Brede played this out so well last... Oh, please make sure it's open. Last time round, quite a lot of time was wasted in here because while Alamau got up real close, Brede always puts his Goyo canister on the left here of where Alamau is. He steps on forward, he eats a little bit of damage, gets forced backwards, and while the fire is burning out, he typically puts down another Goyo canister. But I do note he doesn't have a second one with him here. This is where I imagine they've got another idea to try and deal with him instead. He's taking a lot of damage there, Brede, too, and trying to contest. Could be enough here that he can get a bit of damage onto Alamau with that impact stat in back pocket, though. Either way, Alamau can start putting some pressure in. They've still got a deal, though, Tim, like we saw last time with players upstairs, and it's Solotov, the one that's looking to be a bit of a bother.
Just like Benja managed to slip the net for G2 when they were on the defense, he got himself up onto top floor and it was unknown. It looks like Solotov has managed to do the same thing. G2 may well have a drone up there that will provide a little bit of intel. Brede, last little bit of health is taken away from him. Doom onto Shaiko. We're going to see Doki down as well. Looks like Falcons could be on the roll here towards this one. Stompen takes down users as Doom got himself another. Solotov does appear in the map. G2, not a clue. Stompen taken out, and it is now 3 versus 1. Alamau with it all to do, and he's got his worst nightmare up against him. It's a Clash that can activate the shield break, and it's Falcons winning Clubhouse just as quickly as G2 were able to win Consulate.
Well, that pushes them up to like an 8-1 record now outside of their overtime loss to FaZe. What a return to form for Falcons, Tim. I'm excited to see how Labs goes. Let's see what happens after a short break.
Do you see how much gap they have?
Pick up the pace. Ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the goal. Breaking it right to the goal. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Trigger the action. We want the action. Lights, camera. Give me the action. We want the action.
This is exactly the response we needed to see from Falcons on their defenses here against G2. They were always one step ahead.
I love the mental reset that we just saw, by the way. Going onto the map, completely different. Look at the defense side, by the way. How beautiful they isolate this well in 1v1. How many of those do you see, by the way? How many of those do you see being won by Falcons? Because on the side of G2, it's only one by one by one. Look at that, dropping the hatch, pushing on wall, trying to lurk around that window. Like, if you look about it, all G2 is trying to do, look, that's a 1v1 by the way again. And look on the Steps player, that's another 2v1 on the side of Falcons. Falcons were amazing at isolating the gunfights against G2, and this is the biggest weakness in that game plan, Jack. They're trying to play split.
Yeah, I think so. And this is fundamentally when we went back to the map beta and I said, why would Falcons maybe want to go to Clubhouse? And it's because the map Clubhouse shouldn't really work for G2. G2 wants to play split. How many times did we see Alamount last alive on a shield? Because his team had died in other areas across the map around him. And that's exactly what happens. Is it's the big kind of weakness of playing split is that when people play into it and they play split against you, when they've got those power positions and you've got to attack into some kind of utility, you've got to walk up the catwalk stairs as we saw Doki on the glass, or you've got to jump in a window, you've got to walk through a bridge, or you've got to walk into a tight angle against a defender that's ready for it and holding that. It's really, really, really hard to play split, and I think that's where G2 got it wrong.
Two things to notice from that map, sorry, by the way. That's it. The pressure has shifted from one side to the other. When Joom struggled on Consulate and Shaiko was the leader, Joom is the leader on Clubhouse and Shaiko is struggling. I just love that story, the rivalry building between the two recent pickups on the side of these two big teams. Two rivals facing each other and living up to expectations. Most importantly, it's not only the game plan on the side of Falcons playing against that split, they also brought the clash here in that last round to try and basically stop Blackbird from pushing in. Alema on his shield, almost completely blocked by this strategy from the side of Falcons.
It's almost like you guys were saying that you're expecting a clash Ben in that half there as well.
Well, maybe, yeah, inside that half they didn't go for it, but maybe into the next map they might go for it. I think for G2 they've got a real inflection point now because they will be going on to Nighthaven Labs. It is the final map of this series. They've not played it in terms of as this roster. Falcons have only played it once at Salt Lake and lost it. So I think realistically G2 have a point of, do they want to double up behind the shield and go sweep over, or do they want to play more split? If they want to play more split, the bans have to reflect that. They need to be taking out these armor. They need to be taking out the clash, taking out those powerful operators that Falcons could play against them.
I do think that Nighthaven Labs suits G2 split takes really well. You think of the top floor, you get the IT breach, you get connector breach, and then you have 4 different scenarios, 4 different entry points. IT, garage, fish, and then connector side and electrical. So, and that's just top floor, but if you look at the floor storage, you have to attack up top anyway. And if you look at basement, you can attack from kitchen, you can attack from cargo, you can attack from animus and the bomb site. So if you just think about it, the split theory from G2 in general should suit that playstyle. The main thing to me, Jack, is can we make sure that this shield is going to be useful inside of Alemao?
Okay, so from what I'm hearing is for G2 fans, there's hope out there because the split takes will work better on Nighthaven Labs. Guess what? They are starting out on the attack as well on our final map. Time to send it back to Ace and Des.
Colour me utterly shocked, Tim, that they're starting on the attacking side. We've already spoken about it today, about how G2 love going there. But I think both teams would make the same argument because both have looked fantastic on the attacking side. Defense is where it's fair to say there has been work to do.
Yeah, it's been tough. But look, you can't have teams doing really well on the attack without defense being tough, I think is, something else that we need to acknowledge, because the better that the teams are playing on that side, the harder it's going to be to face off against them. And that's what we've seen. Whether that will change up or not on this map, we will see. Time will tell. And I have the bans coming in. Thermite, unusual ban, but I think we'll probably see double hard breach on the back of that. I'd be surprised if not. From Falcons, just looking to slow down the breaching as G2 look to speed it up. We've got a real sort of juxtaposition of bans there. Yeah, double hard breach, and then G2 with the bandit ban looking to speed it up, but go with the mirror as well. Super powerful. We don't really need to talk too much about mirror. I'm interested in where Falcons it's going to start defense up on the top floor. I've spoken about top floors recently in general, and about how it feels like it limits you a little bit as a defender. It restricts you a little bit because it removes that element of a roam game or any serious extensions from side. If you look at the last map, we had Church and Arsenal. We saw great success for Falcons with that top floor roam, getting themselves kills up there, making it difficult for G2. When you play a top floor side, that becomes a lot less possible, because if you play out in the map, teams will largely just ignore you because they know that the defenders have a little bit of a struggle in really impacting onto a site from below. Yes, they might have the odd nitro knocking about, but other than that, it's not like you've got a Buck or a Deimos underneath that's going to do real damage from down there. So generally, you'll just be ignored. So top floor defenses, you will notice, tend to be very heavily focused just around the floor in question. And we'll see whether that causes any problems for Falcons here in round 1.
Hi, Shoko. I think you wanted to know that people are reading him and, saying hello to him. Say hello to Shoko.
Hello, Shako. It's also worth remembering that the winner of this map qualifies to EWC.
It is. This is the one that decides it all. I was looking back at the last time they played this map, and for Falcons it was 2 months ago. G2 it was 5. I mean, that's just, okay, horrible. That's a rank moment, isn't it? Someone's spraying softball and I'm dead. Brilliant. It happens. This is one of them that I look at, though, again, on the ban side of things. When when Falcons last played this map, they found themselves on the receiving end of different bans. There's things shaped up. They had the Bandit and the Kaid away, and then they played Mirror for the first 2 rounds. And fair enough then, Enterprise were like, yeah, we'll take that off them pretty quickly. I'm really surprised they haven't jumped onto it in the first round here to make use of it, given they played it across top floor and then on the first floor when we were playing that game before. So a little bit of work to do there, I think, and maybe a bit of surprise to come out in the next couple of rounds if the Mirror isn't banned. Sorry, the Mirror is being banned away. The Kaid, though, I'm surprised it's being brought along probably more often. I think when the bans are saving out here and they've got it being played in this round at the very least, it's good, but maybe we'll see a little bit of transformation of that as the rounds go by. I do expect it will be the 3rd ban that comes out.
Continued problems to get this wall open for G2, but they will get the job done now as the Maverick have burnt the reinforcement off and the Ash charge clears it out. Leakafak has been backed up as well. He was playing inside of Connector, but he's been backed up only as far as Electrical, where he actually manages to take Shako down with a headshot. So great work from Leakafak, being that he is under half health and has the TCSG. 4 versus 4, 1 minute 20 left on the clock, but here comes that problem, possibly, that I spoke about for Falcons. There's still quite a lot of time left, and they are now completely contained within sight because they're a top floor, so they don't have that roam to be cleared. They don't have those extensions to be dealt with. G2 have cleared that early utility and now are knocking at the door.
They've got a good surround on, but no real big power push coming in any given direction here. They need to kind of coalesce and get control of Catwalk as a group. Got themselves inside of IT, for example. It's Alamar stepping his way forward, but even this looks a little bit precarious. They see everything that he's doing off the back of that bulletproof camera being in front of him. Doki's the one now trying to make a move. He's got to get a kill from somewhere, Tim, and sure enough gets one. Did they know about the second on Aqua? I'm sure he will, and sure enough sees the player lying down. This could be him being pinned down here. This is looking great for G2.
Just taking a little bit of damage from that Toxic Babe there. Does back him up. Users, I like this change in location. Getting close to that breach so that he can put the shotgun into action. But as it is, he flips to the SMG and takes down Doki. TCSG gonna do the work. No, it's not. The F2 sings and takes down Leakafak. 2 versus 1. 8 seconds left to go. Benja down. Users with a double to hold on. Falcons take round 1. It was hard fought, but they got the job done.
That's more of what we've seen from users throughout the stage as well. A good few clutches to his name, many a multi-kill being stats up. He's really turned into the solid, reliable backline player for this team. I know Breedy's had a bit of a struggled stage at points, and in that first map that we saw here, didn't always have the best performance either, 1 and 6 at a time, but users just remains consistent. Big final 1v2 from him. We kind of alluded to it. I think G2 had a bit too much to do there. Bit too much control being taken, trying to get every angle pushing in. So once they lost a player from one spot, that was suddenly then a black hole, an exposed spot that G2 then had to try and fill in other ways. So a really good round from Falcons, and I love the fact they went aggressive into 2 versus 3. Tried their very, very best to cut down players on G2, so it was never going to be a 3v2 round, and they got away with just that. Brilliant stuff.
Round 2 will be coming along right now, and we're going to have top floor presence coming out of Falcons because they are in control and storage rather than going down to basement. So it looks like a slow trickle down towards that basement side for them, as I imagine that will probably be their 3rd choice. Just looking at the lineup that they've got, the Thorn continues to be present. We know how powerful she is. She did see a slight nerf recently in the refinement balancing, the limp effect. So if you're unaware, if you get hit by a razor bloom, you will limp for a period of time, much like you would do if you got caught in a frostbite and freed yourself. That went down from 15 seconds to 10 seconds. So slight nerf there for Thorn. Nothing too major in all honesty. She still has deployable shield or barbed wire, great secondary utility, and the Razor Blooms themselves are very, very effective. So Doom continuing to bring Thorn along. The Denari being picked up for the second round in a row as well. We've seen on the top floor, it's kind of, we'll call it, its architecture up on that top floor is just really well suited to the trip connectors and just being able to keep people out of connectors. Solotov manages to take down Shaco. That's the Deimos off the board with the verticality available onto this side. That's a big start.
It is, and again, taking an instant operator offline, always a crucial one. You mentioned about the vertical, it also becomes a big part of it too. Just means that Leaky is now somewhat uncontested, because typically you'd see a track go on towards a Pulse and make sure that they don't have the spot to sit below and just very freely collect information, toss C4s upwards, so on and so forth. So, a real good crucial first find to get, and a second one follows an Alamau, making a third as Shum just casually switches over to the secondary to CZ Rings, gets rid of Benja. It's a bit of a car crash round for G2, Tim, and suddenly we're starting to see that attacking isn't quite the built-up strength that it was looking like. This is the first time we've seen a team start on that attacking side and struggle.
Doom now sitting at 21 and 15 overall for the series, really starting to build some serious pace as Solotov manages to take down Doki. 1 versus 4. It's all up to Stompen, but we know what this man is capable of. We've seen him do it before. Will we see him do it again? He's just watching that storage window. He knows there's a chance that one of them here, given the man advantage for Falcons, decides to take a peek, take a fight, but they've got a really good read on where he's coming from as the Toxic Babe canister goes out. Stompen's cough will give his location away as well as a few HP.
And there's Leak back with a scanner, who knows exactly where he is as well. There's not much you can do here. Have like a bit of an ego fight over the gun, and Solotov is the one who comes out on top. I wonder if we see a tap timeout coming early here for G2, because that's 2 rounds in a row. Granted, the first one was pretty close, but 2 rounds that have gone the way of the Falcons, and that is not a fantastic start for G2.
Yeah, we've seen the tactical timeouts for G2 be particularly effective so far today. As you say, it may well be that we have one called in here to try and just put the brakes on, because things are going wrong, and they're going wrong quickly. And if they don't get a handle on it, Falcons could run away with this one before G2 even know what's happening. We are on course for having a best of 3 between these two. All 3 maps over in just about 2 hours. If you take it, you know, if you look at just pure playing time, take out the bits of, you know, the broadcast in between, we'll be at about 1 hour 50, 2 hours that this could finish in. And that is absolutely rapid.
All right, we're going to roll on, and we're going to see if they can turn it around. Otherwise, I tell you what, Tim, I didn't have it on my bingo card that we could be staring down the barrel of a G2 lower bracket run. And I imagine in a way, and it's no slight towards Falcons, if you are Fnatic sat there waiting to see who you're playing against, I imagine you probably want to play against Falcons. Only because they're a little bit of a slower, more structured team. They're therefore more easy to predict. You can devise plans against them and not just get run over like G2 do against so many other teams. I mean, that's certainly a start.
What was that about predictable, Des?
Yep, I mean, that's the second in a row where Shaiko has just been deleted far too easy on the Deimos of all operators as well. At least here G2 have got the Dokkaebi and they've got the Snake on side, but that can't keep happening.
Now, G2 have just switched off a little bit. This is, you know, they're not performing to the same level as they were on Consulate, not having any idea that Users was in a position ready to run out there, just, you know, basically strafing out into it, giving him the opportunity, and it's one of the easiest kills he's going to get all day. And Shaiko's got to be sat there kicking himself, because, like you say, that is some serious utility lost. With the Dokkaebi on side as well, it is a real combo of operators that you can use together. Snake on top of it all. You know, you could have made things so oppressive for Falcons, but with Alamau and the Snake now taken out as well, you've basically lost your cutting edge.
Well, at least something. One coming back for them. Still a 3 versus 4. They've got to recover somehow, though, and given you've lost 2 of those 3 Intel operators, this is not going to look pretty from here on out. I doubt Benja really gets a chance to even make use of the verticals unless we see the remaining players and Falcons completely fall back. But looking at them now, all 3 floors have been spread across by all of them. They control the inside of labs right now. G2 barely have a foot in. It ain't looking pretty. I know I keep on saying it, but it really ain't.
defense is the better side of Labs for Falcons, at least if we look historically. The last 3 times they've played it, 62% defensive win rate, only 52% on the attack. But what does that tell you? They can expect 3 rounds on the attack if we go by the numbers, which means if they can get themselves a 4-2 split here, they would hope that it would be enough to get them over the line. But as we've said, on any given game day, we never know what teams are going to do. It's a little bit too easy. Solotov just gives himself away. Doki picks up 3 day as well. We've just got a switcheroo. As I say, you never know on any given game day what teams are going to do.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What? So they win a 3 versus 4 without losing a single player. I'm sorry. That is a little bit of a bottle by Falcons. You should not be losing in that position, but arguably being punished for being too spread around the map, and G2 managing to isolate a couple of kills, punish players by themselves. There's no trade to secure. Falcons would be kicking themselves for letting that one slip.
Definitely. There was a 3-0 on the cards there. That was absolutely possible for them. I'd like to, as a round, I'll go back and watch again later from all perspectives and try and see exactly what has gone wrong there for Falcons. How have G2 been able to catch them out? I think a lack of intel is part of it. Can be difficult on the defense. Of course, you don't have the drones. You don't necessarily have the means by which, if those default cameras have been taken out, to you know, get that information. But just the way that Solotov ran, gave himself away, here it is, you know, just completely unaware of Benja's position on that window, and then no real reaction to it. Users just caught, stood in the middle of garage. Yeah, Falcons just switched off for a little bit there.
Well, it's been G2 that switched off the first 2 rounds, and now it's Falcons' turn, I guess, to come things in reverse.
Bomb located by attackers.
I don't know what to say, really. Will that 1 round prove to be definitive later? It could well be. G2 have definitely got to shake themselves up, though, because it hasn't been the cleanest, as we said. Let's see how they do now that we enter that second quarter, where we'll play through the same 3-site rotation, starting up here with the top floor, Tim.
Wall reinforced.
Very good defense from Falcons last time around, but it came down to a 1v1 at the end. But ultimately, sorry, 1v2 for users. But yeah, Falcons, they'd just taken enough away from G2 by that point, you felt. They'd left them in a position where they just had to kind of push through that connector breach, and it was an easy mop-up for users at the end of it. So G2 want to see them stretch Falcons a little bit further this time, keep themselves, if they'd have had, you know, one other person left alive, or even one person in a different location, so they weren't pushing from that same side, I think they'd have won that first round. So G2 need to make sure, A, they've got a plan to deal with these trip connectors, because they held them at bay for ages last time, and also that they maintain positions on opposite sides of the map to stretch the defense.
That's what they did a little bit before, then they found themselves being punished before eventually they came together inside of Electric and had the frozen off, so things down at least a little bit. But again, last time they were very spread. They had like Doki coming up catwalk, Alamal through IT. We had one coming in through meeting. I think it was Benja. It was just a little bit all over the place, and that's okay. It's a fine way to attack in towards this. But I feel they're the ones who've got to change a bit here, because they've already shown that that attack doesn't work out too effectively for them. So we will see. Granted, it did come quite close last time around, down to the 1 versus 2, which we saw users come out on top of against Benja and Alamal. Maybe G2 do think, actually, you know what? It was all right last time. We haven't got to change too much. Just do it again, and we'll come out on top this time. We'll see.
You know the definition of insanity. Doing the same thing and expecting different results. User's going to peek around this corner. He's just going to dump out the toxic babe canister, slow things up. There's not really anybody pushing onto that warehouse door. Instead, the push was coming from underneath, but June was fully aware. Takes down Doki, gives Falcons another entry. 3 out of 4 now have gone in favour of Falcons. How about this? G2 are just walking on into sight. Benja manages to get a double. He has been such a shining light for G2 in this series so far. Shaiko is able to get it going on the back, while Benji got another, making it 3 in the round, and it is up to June, moving his way back in. 1 versus 4. He's had a hell of a game so far, but surely this is going to be a step too far in round 4.
Well, plan's gone down, and this feels a bit unrecoverable for June. Benja's in a gap, Tim, and he has punished them for it. I didn't quite see if there was someone inside IT door there, making sure that he was clear to jump in. No one would be able to swing on towards it without dying, for example, but I can only imagine there wasn't. Otherwise, they probably would have seen one of the 2 players that was sat on bomb chassis. Either way, brilliant opportunity spotting. It's what G2 do well. It's what Falcons have also done at points throughout this series. And it's going to hand them around here. And despite it not looking that way for 2 rounds, Tim, it'll bring us up to 2 apiece.
Ju manages to get one. Shaiko closes it out with the trade, and G2, as you say, hold on to the plant and level things out 2-2. And you've got to say that G2, I think, are the better off for that scoreline. The way that things have gone so far, it feels like Falcons have been in the driving seat. They've been the one controlling the tempo, but G2 somehow have managed to hold on to their coattails and keep themselves in this one. And it's largely on the back of Benja, to be honest. He's 6-2. I think he may be 8-2 after that round, at 9-2 actually, because it was triple in the round. So he's having an absolutely phenomenal map. He's playing lights out at the minute, and it is really keeping his team in this one.
Like I say, there's no real control there, I suppose. More the Grim Bees and anything else, giving him a little bit of info, a little bit of cover. But in for a 3. And sometimes it relies on the hero play. You heard the desk at the very start of the show and our pre-show speaking about the rookies and how things have been going across the players like Smith, for example, how well they've been playing. But I think Benja, although obviously not really a rookie, has obviously returned after a long time for playing with SSG over in NA. And many, I think, looked at him when he came back over and was like, does this really make sense? He's been here once. We've already seen it not work out once. It's why he left. Why is he coming back? And I think it comes down to the fact that he's built up so much experience in NA. It's not that he wasn't a good player before. He absolutely was. But you're seeing a real refinement to his play as the stage has gone on, I think.
I'd agree, and I think that comes from, just time with the team and fitting into that role, and the team understanding each other better, and putting Benja in positions to win, and that is what he loves to do and what he continues to do so far. As I said, 9-2 inside of this map, 23-15 overall for the series. I think we were on a count of 4 successful Nitro kills for Benja as well. And I often talk about utility and how mastering that utility is an important part of mastering an operator. Something else, for you to learn at home is if you're going to commit into an operator, say you're going to commit into that Valkyrie, you better get good with your Nitros. You better be able to judge that throw distance. You better be able to find those enemies up above you, because that is how you become truly great on an operator, is being able to squeeze every little bit of value out of them. And that's something that Benja has done fantastically well so far today. We see him doing it now with the Twitch drone, raining around. He knows exactly where all those default cams are. He knows exactly where the util is that he's playing for. Takes out as much as he can, and then he's great with the F2 as well. So he's really working on every element of those operators.
Well, at least forced his diamond back and probably take out a keeper on the way through, but that's why the smoke comes out in response. Good cover from Muses to make sure his teammate is safe, at least for now. Stomping working his way through on the snake downstairs at the same time. Probably trying to find someone playing underneath with the C4. I'm looking in towards June there, and of course in towards Leaky Pat, both trying to give cover to those upstairs and provide information. So if he can get in there and get rid of 1 or 2 of those, that is going to be mega for Stomping.
Just looking to get Alam out in through the window on the blitz, but I was just going to say he's being held up there by the trip connector for the time being. Throws it in the utility to clear that out, and that gives him access into electrical. At least Soliton radar scan will give the exact position away for Stomp, and he doesn't necessarily want to get too aggressive here because he's going to be ahead of his team if he does. They are not yet ready to start pushing on in and taking control of site. He's concerned about the corridor out behind him, knows that that's clear now, and he's likely to just try and hold his position until they get into the spots they need to be in above, and that is a big start for G2.
Kind of baited Solotov into towards the swing, and Shaiko has woken up to him. It was a slow start for him, but he's hit 3 in the round, and that is one way to behead the beast that is Falcons. A 4 versus 2, making a 5v1 technically because Benja's on his arse, and sure enough, it's a flawless round, Tim. G2 really waking up across these last 3.
Yeah, it looked like Falcons. They came in, they had the first 2 rounds, and they were dominant. They were well on top of things. And I thought, wow, I looked at G2's history on Nighthaven Labs. They're 0-2. They've lost it to Black Dragons and Shopify Rebellion, both at 6 Invitational. We haven't seen them play it since. So I thought, right, okay, Falcons go 2-0. G2 might just actually struggle to get this one done. We were talking about the possibility of having G2 in the lower bracket. But then, as I said, each game in itself is these little kind of micro bubbles of momentum, and G2 have found theirs right now, and they are milking every bit of value that they can out of it. 3 rounds in a row. If they can take a 4-2 half and move on to the defense, you've got to say that it is then advantage G2.
Who had a 4-2 G2 half on their bingo card after seeing Falcons go up 2-0? Not me.
Not me.
Absolutely not. Really thought we'd see Falcons run away with that half and it'd be a very tough challenge for G2 to claw it back, but they've shown real resilience after round 2 and have only got better as the rounds have gone by. This could prove to be a bit of a car crash for Falcons if G2 do manage to snatch away this last round. It is down in the basement. And imagine once again, we're going to see a lot of cover across all of the map. Last time they did this round, they did kind of get sliced up by G2 and punished for being so spread, even though it was a 4v3 for Falcons. So I do want to see Falcons being really careful here about just how much of the map they tried to control. There is a lot of labs that you've got to control, and G2 may just say, forget about that, isolate players, go direct towards site. Lots of trouble potentially Falcons could face.
Straight away on the back of that breach. I like that aggression coming out from G2, just taking ground as soon as it is available to them. Soliton Radar says that he is clear to move forward, will do so. Gets caught out by that FNAT though. A little bit of danger there for Benja, but no damage done. He knows that there's somebody inside here and peeks it perfectly. Taking down Brede, 5 versus 4. G2, I'm wondering where's Doki. Is there an opportunity to get this diffuser down? Maybe not, as Solotov clears outside, but Stompen finds Doom, 4 versus 3.
Got to, he's on the window, and sure enough, just deletes him. Nothing that he can do about it. Alamal removed. A strong map earlier, 0-5 on this one. Not super ideal, but it's a 3v3 inside the round with 2 minutes still to play, Tim. G2 have come at breakneck speed. They've kind of got away with a surprise attack. And maybe now Falcons are going to start stabilizing at least a little bit. They still don't have site control, though.
The decision to be made for G2 here, there's only Solotov inside a site at the minute. He's actually in EXO, so he's not directly inside. If they can get the kill onto him, the rest are inside of storage. As it is, G2 wait for them to try and get back to site and take them out as they do, but there's not really, you can't defend the whole site from storage, and G2, I just wonder if Benja had managed to keep himself alive, that diffuser could definitely be down by now, but 2 versus 2, and the twists and turns continue in round 6.
He's got that's a shot from Shaiko. Said he was struggling. He must have heard me because now he's up to 7-3 after starting out 0-3. One more to go. Has to track on towards Juices, and Nade's going to force him out, and Shaiko just makes it look easy. What a weird back-to-front round, because it ended with G2 having the vertical control after it was the reverse about 30 seconds prior, and then Shaiko just does his thing at the end. But well played by Benja. He really opened that one up for the team.
Yeah, I love the bounce back from G2 there. 4 rounds in a row, phenomenal stuff.
Well, let's see what our studio think about that one. And boys, what'd you make of it?
From G2 there, but at the start of it though, we know that G2 were going to do these split takes, these attacks there, and there was one essential thing going wrong with them at the start of these very first few rounds.
Yeah, I think so. And this game's been such a good tactical arm wrestle between these two teams, and it starts off with Falcons actually playing really well. The first thing that they abuse is going to be entry kills onto Shaiko. They get 3 of them, and then here's what they do. Look at this. They abuse the fact that G2 will go split. One's catwalk, one's IT, one's walking in from connector. What do? They smoke the catwalk. They then get aggressive from the catwalk, and look at the Denari traps up on the connector side. So they get the kill catwalk, relieve that pressure, go condense, go tight to each other, and then these 2 players from G2, they have to walk in through the Denari traps late on time, and basically this was just Falcons abusing the fact that they could have all of the utility available to them. They win, and they get out the clutch.
And now let's take a look at the response from G2. And in my opinion, it has to do with the bans. If you think all the way back on Consulate, what happened? The bans on Consulate were Dokaibi and Solid Snake. Here, what do Falcons do? They ban hard breachers. But that's not an issue for G2. Look at that last round. Look at that lineup. Look at what G2 has been bringing. Dokaibi, Lion, Green, Deimos, every crowd control operator that are basically broken right now in the meta, that helps them play in split, trying to isolate the gunfight. Benja right now is the main stakeholder of that, but Shaiko as well on the demos. The 2 of them, extremely deadly, Jack, especially in the entry department.
It got so much better once they started getting rid of the shields, in all honesty. Once they started unifying behind like that lineup that you just said, the Dokkaebi, the Lion,
that 1v1 by
the Grim, the Deimos, yeah. And once you start playing to finding the gaps and using all of the operators available to you to find the gaps, that's when G2 started having success. Like I said, it was an absolute arm wrestle. G2 were finding it hard right at the very start because Falcons were playing for that split, and then G2 really abused the operators available.
If you think attack or defense favored, who comes out winning this first half in your opinion?
I don't think any side is favored, exactly because of what Jack has just said, in the sense that it's a back and forth. It's a arm wrestle.
take that.
It's a tactical arm wrestle, and that's what is obvious to me. Is that I don't think it's attacker or defender sided. I think that whoever figures out who can counter the other better is really going to be winning, because it's basically back and forth between the two of them.
So there's no clear winner of the first half then?
G2 is the winner. Obviously, they're 4-2. They found the perfect solution. Falcons, they haven't problem solved the crowd control operators.
The only reason that I would also say G2 is the winner is purely the scoreboard pressure. We're in map 3. G2 now only need 4 rounds. Falcons, unless we go to overtime, we're going to need 5 out of the next 6 rounds to get it done in regulation.
And generally, the momentum has carried on in all of the previous maps.
Ooh, I like it. The excitement is rising, though. It's only a few more rounds until we find out our very first qualified team to EWC.
Thank you very much, guys. We saw Monty being a bit of a frustration point for them back on Club Tim, so I'm not wholly surprised to see it taken away here.
I mean, it's always, you know, you're always going to get value out of it, aren't you, if you take a Monty ban, because especially with you know, sorry, not on the other way around, especially with Brede on the other side, you know that he's going to love to play an operator like that. We've seen it already causing problems. It was actually Leakefak on Clubhouse who had a great Monty round, and so yeah, I think it just removes that element of frustration, especially if you're trying to hold somewhere like Catwalk. It's not too dissimilar from Catwalk on Clubhouse, and using those shields to bully positions like that can be really, really powerful. Something like the Blackbeard, while still good, is not always as effective as the Monty in that position.
All right, let's see how the second half goes, because I have a feeling, Tim, we are not in for a straight and narrow close for one of these two teams. I think it is going to be a bit of a bloodbath, a barn burner, as we call it when a map tends to go all the way. Overtime would not shock me. Again, that reminder of what they're playing for, in case you're tuning in here and aren't sure. It is that spot at EWC. The loser does get a second chance in our lower bracket, where if they win down there, they also qualify. But fair to say, Tim, you want it done here and now.
You do. You don't want to be messing about with it. You don't want it dragging on. I think this is a particularly important round. Forget about round 9. I'm going in on round 7 this time. If G2 get this on a 5-2 up, you start looking at it thinking this defensive machine is then just going to continue rolling. As it is, IT getting opened up. Or not, because we see the mirror window opened up, allowed to stay on the board because of the Tubarão and Bandit bans. So you were hoping to get the walls open quicker, were you? Well, it hasn't worked, because the mirror that you didn't ban away has been used to prevent that wall being opened up.
Dodged away from the C4s, used nades to force a little bit of space. Having where the spot they're into now is not a bad position to be in at all. And as the pressure starts to come out, and knock that away and try and destroy the top part. Might well get away with it. Nope. That has gone off Tim, and now that means a great line of sight all the way through sight. Round pillar itself coming in from this side. That's a lot of pressure, but no one right now working on towards IT. They're very much focused on trying to push in from Connector and over towards Aqua, and that's all they've really got to work with.
Leakefak's the one to watch at the minute. He's over on that Aqua side, just sat on the roof at the minute, and as they get a man advantage, there's every possibility that he's going to drop down, throw himself into the action, and could cause a real problem. But as he comes in, Benjamin misses his opportunity, does it? Continues working with the shotgun, can't find the man, and loses his life as well. Kill after kill comes in for Falcons, and the net is closing. It's all up to that man. Shaiko gets one, can't find a second. It's going to be Falcons taking a very important round 7 to bring themselves back within 1 round.
All right. Like I say, I get a feeling this game ain't going to be clear-cut. It's not going to be a straight run to the finish for G2. It's going to be a barn burner. And that's the start of 1. The thing is, you saw how the first half went. It took a couple of rounds to really see G2 acclimate and figure out how things were going. Yes, we've now seen Falcons come out starting strong. It could yet be the same case again for G2 is the key thing I'll stress. So I want to see how the first 3 rounds go. We'll then have a good idea as to which way this game is starting to lean. If one of the teams is on 6 by the end of round 9, well, it can only really be G2 to be fair, but if they get themselves up to 6 across the next couple, I do then feel very, very nervous for Falcons. But if they can keep themselves in lockstep, win this next round, whoever wins round 9, don't think it's really going to matter all that much. It needs to be a Falcons round win here, though, as we go to control and storage for round number 8.
Attackers have discovered the location.
So top floor is going to be the battleground once again. Falcons taking over it phenomenally well last time around. It was the site, and there's absolutely nothing G2 could do to hold on. If anything, it's going to be more difficult this time around, because they're going to have less utility, because although not a ton of utilities expended on this site, there will still be some in and around the site, which gives them effectively less to hold on to that top floor, less to play behind. We can see there things like like the Razor Blooms being deployed on that mid-level rather than all up on the top floor. So G2, how can you do this better? Which gunfights can you win? Deployable shield is going to go down towards Aqua just to give them a little bit of protection from that side at least. But straight away again, Falcons looking to play with a little bit of confidence that last round might have just bought them.
Yeah, just a little bit at least anyway. But then beyond the 2 shields as well now going to be a bit of a frustration point. So we spoke about it a bit back on Club. Do we see a second shield ban come through in round 9? Very likely, especially if we see the Blitz and the Blackbeard continuing to be a real frustration point for G2 as we step through these next couple of rounds. Got the IT floor being ripped up here. Often a crucial one, not to always have to play inside of the IT itself, but getting that floor opened up means it's not safe for the defenders to sit happily underneath it and look to try and deny a plant. Just by virtue of it being open, it's what we call phantom pressure. You know, there might not be someone at that open window or that open doorway, but there could be, and so you always have to pay respect to it. It's a similar thing with the vertical.
Yeah, just start softening up that pillar plant spot as well, because you know now that there's nobody going to play up above. We've got users on the Thatcher. I was just going to say that to me screams that they are going to look to go in for the plant inside a pillar, and that's why the Thatcher is there looking to catch out any nitros that might be thrown in. It's a good way of dealing with the planter in that position, but for the time being, Falcons just take a backward step and decide that there is more utility to be dealt with. That is a heavy use of utility there. We know how valuable those Grimby canisters are, and one just given away there to deal with the trip connector. Breeder is in, manages to get up in the face of Stomp and finds one. Can he get another? Yes, he can. Doki taken down. It was important timing from Breeder, but he got it just right. Make it 3. He is cleaning house with the shield right now. This could be a blitz Aces.
Ghost points out he was 0 and 6 before this, by the way, but has come out with some real heroics and got his team at 4K in the round, and all but guarantees that this one is theirs for the taking. Here he goes again. He wants the ace, Tim, and sure enough, what he wants, he gets. That's pre-day for you. 5 in the round, and Falcons pull square.
I'm telling you now, it's not often that we see an ace from a shield operator as well. All of those hit with the pistol. Beautiful stuff from Breeder, and that gets Falcons nice and level. 4-4, and G2, they had 4 rounds in a row from round 3 to round 6 on the attack. Looks like they can't defend for love nor money at the minute, Des.
It's worrying, isn't it? Yeah, again, I want to wait and see how the next one goes, because that'll be the tiebreaker. Who moves in the lead? The Falcons win 3 attacks in a row. Oh, Spaghetti-O. It will not be pretty for G2. If they can win this next one and show that actually there's still some fight, then good heavens, this could honestly be going either way. But I wouldn't be surprised, like I said, if we see one of those shields being taken away from them after the next round.
I would expect so, but I've said this before, haven't I? What good does it do you? What good does it do you at this point? You've not committed to it fully. And if you're going to go for the shield span and you want that easier second half of your defense, you've got to commit to it fully. Because if they do take away the Blitz, they'll play the Blackbeard. If they take away the Blackbeard, they'll play the Blitz. And so there is still going to be an option. G2, I think, need to get comfortable with the fact that they are going to be dealing with shields one way or another in at least some of the remaining rounds here. We do see June pick away from the Blackbeard this time, goes on to the Deimos instead. So it's going to be more of the kind of heavy intel lineup. The Dockerby, the Deimos, the serious disruption coming out of Falcons.
All right, let's see what Falcons bring to this round then. For G2, as we sort of said, there is a bit of recovery work needed. The clash may well be a bit of a helping hand for them. Can keep the shield somewhat suppressed, which is why on the Falcon side, during that prep phase, they've taken away from shields entirely and said, look, forget about it. We don't want to play that into the clash. We'll have to find a different way to help deal with that, which is why I partly think Solotov's gone towards Nomad. Now, normally would be used to pushing towards Catwalk. That's not ideal, Doki. Just a couple of shots through the floor and he's got a freebie.
A really nice angle found by Doom, though. They're not always easy, especially at range and especially on such an angle. A lot of the Deimos kills that we see vertically will be sort of directly above or directly below, so really nice from him. Stomper needs to make sure he's cautious and conscious of that distance that he is putting between him and the attackers this time around. He doesn't have a shield to deal with, as you've said. Falcons picked away from that, but if he allows them, we saw it on Clubhouse, to get too close, that's when the clash is easily dealt with. Just looking at the options that Falcons have at the minute to deal with that. The air jabs, there's 2 of them left, so if Solotov does keep at least one of those in pocket, he will be able to assist in dealing with the clash currently positioned inside of Electrical, but this is another way of dealing with it, and it's no surprise to see Stomper moving back with 1 on Electrical Window and 1 on Connector Breach. It leaves him exposing his back to somebody, and he needs to be careful of that.
Salamar waiting for here. Maybe waiting a little bit too long, you might argue. He's waiting at the bottom with the C4 in hand, so it just screams that they're looking to make use of him. But I think in a 5 versus 3, his options may be starting to run very thin on just how much you can get away with. Can't really afford to spend too much time on the downstairs will be the main concern, I suspect. And as you've seen, there's a call on towards Shaiko, there's a track on towards Stomping. The pair of them not having a great time here. And get yourself posted up Stomping on the exact spot where you just pulled out that 1 versus 2 earlier. That'll protect one angle, but you're still got to be respectful of the Deimos.
Only 1 nade left to deal with the clash, and that is currently underneath. Capitao bolts are going to prevent him playing his shield for the time being at least, and the kill will come in. 1 versus 5 now. Shaiko has been in this position before. He didn't win it last time. Can he pull it out of the bag this time? Taken out by a track from Deimos, and that is going to be Falcons now taking the lead. 5-4, 3 rounds in a row. G2 on the ropes, taking body blows and in serious trouble.
Yeah, at this point, I'm now concerned. We've had those 3 rounds. Will a single ban drastically alter this? I don't think so. They've got a lot of work they need to be doing, and a single ban won't turn it around. Falcons are looking red hot on the attack of Labs. I'm a bit worried for G2, Tim, that this might not be the straight shoot for EWC they were hoping for. Falcons will make it there, which feels somewhat like the narrative demands it. Falcons as an organization, always one of the best represented at EWC. It'd be strange not to see them there. But G2 will go straight into attack timeout as well. Need a little bit of extra time here to collect their thoughts, as well as the operator ban to try and turn this around.
No surprises that Romalio decides now is the time. I do prefer kind of an earlier tactical timeout to a late one, and I'd still class this as early enough. You're not facing match point. That's what I don't like, the tactical timeouts necessarily, where you're facing match point, especially if you've got, if it's 6-5, that's not the end of the world. The coach comes in, give you a very clear blueprint for round 12 and gets you to overtime. Absolutely fine. I think when it's like 6-3, 6-4, you've left it a little bit too late, because you can't necessarily give a clear blueprint for multiple rounds in that way. So I like this from Romalio, just giving himself time to affect things in the game before they reach that kind of point of no return. But right now, Falcons on the attack just look like a different beast. They are in that pocket of form, and they just need to keep it rolling. It's been absolutely brilliant. G2 did take away the blitz, which you suggested may be the case. They're still going to have the Blackbeard to face if Falcons want to bring a shield along. Doom has already picked it up. As I say, I think a lack of commitment to the shield ban sometimes can hurt you. Granted, it means they don't have to deal with Monty or Blitz, so that's a good thing. But it is not going to remove the problem, at least not in totality.
All right, time to turn it around, G2. As I said, I thought we might see the Blitz come on through. We've seen this again from them before as well. It's the thing against Falcons is you'll ban away the Monty and the Blitz. I think because you're more worried about how hard they lean one way or the other. We've seen how effective Breed is with both of those operators. A Blackbeard, you know they're going to play it. We've seen Yusuf play it a whole bunch before. Doom, of course, has seen play it a few times today as well. Although it's still annoying, I would argue it's not as oppressive as a Blitz. Blitz will get right up in your face and really stress you out and cause you problems. A Blackbeard somewhat prefers more to be, I guess, a nuisance in the room until he drops his shield down, at which time you can quite easily challenge him. A Blitz can flash you for free. And so I think there's more of a willingness to play against a Blackbeard, as annoying as he still is.
Breach is going to be coming on through. That's going to be garage opened up at least, which is going to reduce the rotation opportunities. It is a defense of basement this time around for G2. We're going to see now straight away towards... Needs to be cautious here. The wall, Animus wall has been left soft. There's nobody actually in there to be... I was going to say it gives you the option to shoot anything off the wall. If there's a Selma gets applied to that soft wall, you just shoot it off. But there's not going to be anybody in there to do that. So I think we're going to see both Animus and double wall opened up without too much of a problem now that the work has been done by Solotov on the Twitch.
That's only the one, of course, as well. I mean, main breach execute doesn't really look to be the game plan, given the line of operators they've got. It's much more instead leaning in towards getting vertical control, forcing roamers back. That's why you have things like the Dockerby and the Ram on side. If we were looking towards site, I would expect to see like a Glaz being brought along, to be honest with you. So yes, it's in a spot where they're looking and thinking about it. But I think it's more off the back of the verticals being opened up. So we'll keep an eye on Usage, really. He's the one to watch out for and where those Ram gadgets go down. And equally, who then plays on the vertical. Here we go.
That is going to be opened up from rooftop, as we have seen. That is unfortunate. The throw is bad. And repeat, the throw is bad on the Boogie drone, but the kill is not. The Solitov manages to pick up the entry onto Shaiko. That's going to be every attacking entry going in favour of Falcons, by the way, in this second half. That is now 4 in a row. G2 just unable to win any kind of micro part of this game. Benja managing to pick up Leak Effect. That's the trade, but takes a bunch of damage, as has Alamau as well. So 4 versus 3 as June manages to finish the kill onto the Kaid, and that's going to be Falcons now starting to take a little bit of ground. But are they aware of Dorky up on the top floor roaming around?
Well, last time they were aware of someone being off roaming, Tim, they just said, let's just smash in towards site and not worry about it. But here we go. There's the punish. And that is the danger of a shield. It just soaks away attention for long enough for you to get a freebie. Solitov hits 3 in the round, a 4v1. Stomping left all alone. It feels to me, Tim, like Falcons will be going up 6-4 and are no doubt on their way to wrapping things up here on Labs.
Yeah, we've had a real swing in terms of this game. Plant is going down. That's going to be the round over as Stu manages to finish Shumpin with a shield smash. But we said at the beginning, and I stand by this, you know, it didn't look like on console that the map choice was the defining factor. G2 were just playing really well as a team. They were working together, they were creating crossfires, they were moving as one, and they were winning all of their gunfights. It came down more to those players that were in the map rather than the map that the players were on. And I feel like we've seen that slowly shift as this one has gone on. And right now we're finding ourselves, don't get me wrong, Falcons are playing very well, but we're finding ourselves on a map where it is clear that the team far more comfortable on this map, Falcons in this case, are the ones that are just winning round after round now. G2, they look lost at sea.
They do, don't they? They just look completely unable to deal with the attacks coming out of Falcons right now. And it's strange because it does hark back to a little bit what we saw on Club. A lot of it is coming down to Falcons showing a little bit more beans than maybe we've been used to historically. And I think a lot of that is being enabled by the shields. You know, yes, back on Club, things like the Monty was a bit of a frustration point, but it was slow and it was composed. At least you had no idea it was coming. Here with the Blackbeard, it's a similar thing. You know that it's coming, but it's up in your face, distracting you and pulling attention. All it requires is a second player to follow in the shield and get kills. It's exactly what G2 are doing back on map 1 with shields as well. So both teams kind of going like for like in some of the play styles they've employed, but both look pretty unable to deal with the other's attacking capabilities.
Could be the final prep phase for G2 if they are not able to stop the freight train that is Falcons from rolling on over the top of the momentum would suggest. And that's the likely outcome here. Garage wall is going to be open, so that's going to stop the rotation. Storage and control is the site of choice for G2 to try and hold on here. They lost this back in round 8. It was, like all the others, fairly comfortable for Falcons. Let's see if G2 can just win the first minute of this, the first minute and a half, by getting the entry kill. The last 4 have gone against them. Give yourselves a chance.
I just worry that they've really struggled on the entry this half as well. We were speaking about it a little bit, but every single entry has gone the way of Falcons. Stomping, falling foul twice, Doki another, Shaiko another. It's not just one player that's been falling foul, as I kind of pointed out, 3 separate ones. However, redeeming himself a little bit here is Shaiko, who was the victim on the entry in the previous round. Maybe starts to give his team a bit of a fighting chance.
Yep, great start for G2. That's what we were asking for. Now use that man advantage. You can keep yourself up on that top floor for longer. You don't need to start giving space up. You don't need to start worrying about getting yourself back in towards site. You've just bought yourself a little bit of freedom with that entry kill. Double down, find another. Don't allow Falcons to pin you back to get a kill and to level things up. 1 minute 20 left on the clock. Falcons now in control of the top floor for the most part. Shaiko is still on catwalk. Falcons are going to move on a little bit, try to get themselves downstairs and start establishing towards site, I think, in a moment.
Ooh. Well, not like this.
Exactly like this.
You've had the entry and Leak Effect just walked up and taken 2 scouts for free. The man's had 2 kills with the prime out. Benja now also going low. A shield in his face. That'll get finished off too. G2, they've been punished out in the roam, Tim. And what could have been a chance for them to hold on is now falling by the wayside. 4v2, but only 40 seconds to play.
G2 can only blame themselves here. They've had the opportunity to win this round. They had the man advantage, the entry. They were able to start burning that clock down a little bit, but Falcons, yet again, as they have done consistently throughout Nighthaven Labs, have found a way, have found an answer, have found it difficult, or have at least found a way to make life difficult for G2. Razor Bloom goes off, just going to push the shield back a little bit, but
easy.
It's going to be Doki downed. 3 versus 1. Plant going down. It's all up to that man Shaiko against his old teammates. Can he do anything to keep G2 in it? With a Blackbeard in his face, it looks like probably not. He's able to find that kill, goes outside, gets one, can't get the third. Users just rescuing Falcons from what looked like a tough spot and gets the map done. They will qualify first from EML into the EWC.
I really saw that being the highlight clip of the year for Shaiko, but it just didn't quite work out. A few deflected faces or dragged down faces, but that's the way it's got to be sometimes. Congrats to Falcons. Let's go over to the desk and see what they thought of that series.
Sora, they will fly all the way to EWC. They are our first team qualified to the Esports World Cup. What a momentum switch in that second half. 5 rounds in a row, but it was almost their old teammate Shaiko ruining the party. What a round there.
We're still recovering. The heart rate's coming down from that final round. I thought he was going to get a generational clutch to see G2 back into that. But you said it at the half round. You said who's really got the advantage? And G2 had the scoreboard pressure. But Falcons came out on their attacks. Bride, you see him get the ace here. They had energy, they had togetherness, they were playing for the same thing at the same time, and it was just so in tune. 5 rounds in a row to send them to EWC, especially after the way that Matt won. That is a phenomenal turnaround, Leo.
They beat G2 at their own game. Look at this. Look at Solid Snake on the last round. Look at the Blackbeard isolating the kills. Look at the Blitz ace from Bride. Look at all of these rounds where they play the crowd control operators. Paired with a shield.
Wow.
That incredible jump out from Shaiko, who almost carried the G2's dreams, almost made it alive. A really good team performance on the side of Falcons. Once again, Joom stepping up, Yuzus as well. Solotov, the entries. I think we just looked at it. Falcons trying to play G2's game and executing it better. Look at the momentum on their side. As soon as the side switch, 5 rounds in a row on the side of Falcons.
And I think the whole game, but especially that Nighthaven Labs, it really was a tactical arm wrestle. And it really, it really was the IGLs figuring things out. And it was just a night and day switch. As soon as Falcons got into the attack, like you said, they played G2 at their own game.
Incredible result, though. We can have a look at the map summaries, the series summaries rather, in total, because let's be honest, map 1, a 7-2 for G2. That was a complete switch momentum from Falcons. It takes a good team in a best of 3 to come around and kind of defy their own enemies in this case.
And that's exactly the point, and I think it was actually League Effect we spoke to who talked about best of 1s and why there can be a little bit of struggle, there can be a little bit of a coin flip, and you see that a best of 3, yes, you lose your opponent's map pick, you're always expected to win your map pick, and then ultimately it goes out onto the decider. Falcons definitely carried the momentum in because they won map 2 in such a convincing fashion into map 3, and they believed in themselves. And I think they just had the time to figure out what had gone wrong inside of map 1, the energy, the communication, and then they just carried it all the way through.
I love the fact that both Joom and Shaiko are the best rated on each of their rosters. The 2 newcomers going crazy head-to-head in kills. 31 kills for both of them. Double digits on average on every single map in that BO3. It was a beautiful game, I feel like. I felt like it was answer upon answer in terms of tactical play. I love the reactions for Falcons. I love the resurgence after the first loss. I also love the resurgence on the side of G2 after losing Clubhouse to come in and have a really strong first side on Nighthaven Labs. Lacked a little bit of reactions. I think they tried to spread too much in the defense side and they were really getting caught off guard. Struggled really hard against the shields and the crowd control operators. But overall, Falcons, the better one here.
Yeah, I think so. And I think that, that's the beautiful thing. You've got to maybe question a little bit what G2 were doing in the map bans as well. The Clubhouse, like I said, allowing it through. I get that they wanted to ban away the border and the bank that they've not been so hot on, but they allowed the Clubhouse through, which Falcons are phenomenal on. They've only lost it to, what was it, FaZe Clan? Yeah. And actually G2, it doesn't necessarily suit their style. And actually, Nighthaven can play out very similarly to Clubhouse as well. So two maps that aren't necessarily the G2's favourite instead in terms of style. They ended up playing both of them.
Yeah, we have an interview very soon with the winners. Before that, we can have a look at our bracket and see where that puts our teams. Because Falcons is now the first team to qualify themselves to Esports World Cup. But that means G2 drop down to the low bracket and they have to face Fnatic.
This will be a tough opponent for Fnatic, I think. Despite all of the good momentum that this team has had, they've made their way into playoffs. It's the first time in 2 years that Fnatic lands there, and they're going to play against, I think, one of the worst teams you could possibly play against, in terms of chances to trying to make it to EWC.
And it'll only be 7 days on from when they played each other inside the league stage, of course. They played each other on the very final play day, where Fnatic had it all to play for and G2 didn't have really much to play for. G2 still ended up coming out on top of that game then. So I think, yeah, Fnatic are definitely going to be up against it, because G2 right now, having had this game in their hands as well, having had full control of map 1, they were in reasonable control on Nighthaven Labs as well, letting that slip. They're going to have a fire in their bellies coming into tomorrow.
They will, yeah. It's the first time we see G2 lose a game as well, right? They were undefeated in the whole group stage. Sometimes teams talk about wanting to lose that game in groups before the important ones come around. Is this, like, threatening anything for G2?
It's definitely threatening something, because they had 2 bullets and they've lost 1. So they've lost their life, and thanks to that flawless run in the stage, they had it. They were allowed to lose that one match. And honestly, they can be disappointed that Falcons played that bad in the stage, because the realistic thing is they played Falcons because Falcons were the false seed. Had it been different, it would have been a very different story. Maybe if they played VP or Geeky, it would have been simpler.
The only reason they even played Falcons was because they won against Fnatic in the game that ultimately didn't matter. But yeah, no, I think that's the benefit of finishing in the top 4, that you get that upper bracket game, that you do have that life and you do get to play in theory against a weaker opponent should you lose that first game. And I think for G2 it's all about the reaction now. We've seen them be really dominant inside of EML.
Yep.
We've seen them be dominant in this matchup, but they kind of let it slip. I think they were maybe a little bit naive, maybe just banging heads against the wall a little bit too much, especially on those defenses in Nighthaven, and they need to figure that out for tomorrow.
Yeah, they were dominant in that first map even, as well as we saw in the series here. And then as well, like the storyline we talked about is the 2 players switching, now having to go up against each other. It's incredible to get to witness that here in a best of 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just so happy also about Falcons making it here. I think that for that organization, for the players, for them to be able to face a French crowd, so many different reasons why they wanted to be there.
Yeah, we get to ask them about it as well now. Finally, we have our interview. We get to talk to Leakefek and we get to congratulate you as the first team from EML to qualify to Esports World Cup. Leakefek, I want to ask you about the player comps. We heard infinite passion there. Where you get opening kills with Bride's ace as well. Do you feel like this is what you needed to turn the momentum around?
It's clearly this. Also, like, I think best of 3 as well helps, because we just rolled the first map and it didn't affect us because we have a good mental and we just need the time to go in the game. And then after, when we are in the game, like, we play so good, we play so good together. The only problem is the defense for now, but we'll have time to fix it for Esports World Cup.
Leakefek, I want to talk to you about this game and how much it meant emotionally for you guys, because it was the first time for you played the BO3 against Shaiko, first and foremost, and he went crazy against you guys. Evan did that last round. That was crazy from him. And then there's that, of course, there's the fact that from Falcons, making EWC is super important. There is a bit of that delusion from last year. I think you want some kind of revenge, right, going into EWC. For all of these reasons, did you feel like there was a lot of emotional involvement on your part to win this match?
Playing Shaiko firstly was the second time in my career, because I was always playing with Shaiko. So against him, it's something new for me. But it's not like about taking a revenge against Shaiko, you know. It's like just if he's not in the team anymore, it's because like we had to make a change, and now we just try to find ourselves. The emotion, like with Shaiko being a game, I'm happy because he's still on the top level, still on top team, he's still a friend. But I'm not mad, or I don't want to beat him so hard, you know. Like he's just another opponent now, and a friend outside of the game.
Leakefek, just very quickly on the way that you approach the game against G2. Obviously, it's quite well documented how split they will often play. You know, Ben just kind of lurking in somewhere. You've got Alamau on a shield. I'm talking particularly Clubhouse, but also Nighthaven when he was on the defenses. Was you playing into that specifically to try and identify any weaknesses in that approach from them?
On our side, the way we approach, we just said like obviously on labs we didn't know how they played. On club we had some info. On console we played them last time, so we knew what they were doing. But it's hard. It's hard, especially when they are in attack, because they are good individually. You have to make pressure on them so they don't take too much space. But if you do too much, you die instantly.
Yeah.
So yeah, like it's really hard. And that's why, like, we, after the timeout even on Consulate, after losing 5-1 defense, we were like, okay, guys, we can still win the attack. We know we are strong. So, you know, the way they played right now are really good. I feel like they remember me a bit of a phase, you know, like they have their own way. They don't care what you do. They just do their game and who's better in the game, basically.
It seems that the new meta with like Solid Snake on Benja, Demos on Shaiko, Doka AB sometimes played by one of the other guys, Doki, like honestly, like the meta is made for them. I saw you guys ban Solid Snake and Demos early on Consulate. Did you regret not doing it on Night Heaven Labs?
Not really, because the map is different. I think it's all about like how you want to play. If you want to play more close to each other and like trying to like less space to enter the building, because if you leave Termites, for example, yeah, maybe they don't have Doka, maybe they don't have Snake, they just open everything, push up with Monty. You know, like there is so much things to do in attack right now. Even if you ban Snake and Doka, Benja will lurk with Twitch. Alema will be on Monty. Shaiko will be on Nomads. You know, like there is no point sometimes, just depending on the map, I think.
All right, well, thank you so much for all the words and the explanation of all of your emotions and everything throughout this whole game. Once again, a big congratulations on punching your ticket to EWC, and good luck with the remainder of this bracket.
Thank you, and also buy the Falcon skin if you want to qualify for Esports World Cup as well. Next year, maybe.
Ooh, okay, good one. Thank you so much for your time, Leakeffect. Thank you for the big shout out at the end there as well. Always good to hear from him, and so much talking about this whole game in general, the emotions that came to play with it as well. And as I was thinking, you know, this is a big improvement for them, because if you compare this bracket to kickoff bracket, it's a world of difference.
Yeah, I think the experience is showing us that they're maturing, Jack.
Yeah. I think so. I think, you know, not even just kickoff bracket, the league stage as well.
Yeah.
It's probably the last 3-4 months for this team have been the most turbulent it's kind of ever been. But then to come through when it matters, that shows of a team. It shows signs of a team that's maturing and a team that can handle the occasion well, which isn't something actually we've always been able to say for this team.
I think the easiest way to put it is that we've seen the floor of Falcons.
Yeah.
We've not seen the ceiling yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's something we'll keep our eyes peeled for in the future, maybe in the remainder of this bracket as well. We ticked off one of our 2 boxes this evening. We qualified 1 team to the Esports World Cup, but we have to yet qualify 1 more team that is either going to be GK or Virtus Pro after the break.
Pick up the pace, ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the goal, breaking it right to the goal. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Trigger the action. We want the action. Lights, camera. Give me the action. We want the action.
The EML playoffs isn't the only competition going on inside our region. In fact, we have the Central Combine going on right now, one of our official Tier 2 tournaments, and teams are battling it out to make it to the live final. And that is one of my favorite things about the Combine, actually. They always have a live final, and this time around, we will be going back to the Ubisoft office in Düsseldorf. Very exciting stuff to really make sure you get a full highlight of the action. You know, meet the players, meet pro players, meet the talents, meet cosplayers, community members, and what are you doing on your phone? I'm talking about the Combine. Hello?
I just bought a ticket. I just bought a ticket. I just went to the website. I bought a ticket. I'm going to be there, and I cannot wait.
Very exciting.
So one more reasons to go there. You can take a selfie with Jack.
Yeah.
Maybe.
He can teach you the game. It's a pretty good. It's a pretty good reason.
Maybe.
Yeah.
No, but for other reasons, obviously, you know, it's RT2 scene is the grassroots that makes EML strong. EML has struggled in recent international events. We need a strong tier 2. We need a strong grassroots, and we've seen so many rookies start in this EML season. One of them, Rorik, going absolutely crazy, and was partly revealed thanks to Combine.
Yeah, he was a big part of that Combine win last year. I think, you know, realistically, we've got so many teams that will give rookies a chance. We've got teams from Tier 2 that make the step up into Tier 1 through having played in tournaments such as Combine. So I think, you know, perfect place. Go and support it. And it's also going to be a great day, LAN event as well.
Yeah.
Let's put it this way. It was less than 1 year ago. Rorik was on that stage winning Combine. He's now one BO3 away from making EWC.
Yeah, it's a big thing, of course, for that organization, especially as they now have a chance to not only win just the Combine, but also punch themselves a ticket to EWC. They'll have to do it against Virtus Pro, though. This is going to be a great matchup between these two organizations. As you already mentioned, for GK, there's a chance for many, well, rookies essentially, but also for players to qualify to an event this big for the first time. Whereas on the side of Virtus Pro, when we look at this organization, or more so the core of that roster, is the last time we saw them really have great success on the international stage.
Yeah, great success. I just said it in my head. At EWC, that was Virtus Pro, the old roster, the last time. The famously known drums moment, and that was Joystick, and that was obviously Shepard on the side of VP with the old roster, making it all the way to top 4. It was such an important one. I think it's the last time that we saw that old roster really come to success near a grand final. On the other side, as you can see, it was also Genji, it was also Sky's and Nako's first ever international tournaments. For both of them, it was, I guess, a result that was kind of disappointing. On one side, VP, they made it to top 4, but after that, they went down the drain and ended up one of the worst team in EML. On the side of Nako and Sky's, it was such a heartbreak moment for Genji. And now all 5 are basically back on the same roster with a revamped ambition going into WC.
It was kind of the tournament that ended up in it being this VP, you know, this time, like you say, the old guard, the last time really we saw them on the main stage, and now Nako Sky's their first ever event. But after that, they learned. You know, it didn't go too well for them last year, but they joined VP this year. They learned, they've now played a major, and they're one game away from EWC.
And I want to highlight one player in particular on that roster. We've seen Nako, for example, have great success with this new iteration of the roster, not only just on the shields, and even when the shields are not available, he still knows how to cook up a masterclass with Virtus Pro.
Absolutely. I think they've been called one of the biggest crutches of the shields, right? VP, they've basically abused it as much as possible. Many people have said that they were not able to attack without a shield. Let me prove you otherwise. Let's take a look at them attacking on lair, playing against the first team that qualified to WC. They're playing against Falcons here, top floor on lair. Let's pay attention to the defense. We see 2 players, Azami and Mira, on the top floor behind that desk. On the other side, we see Clash and Ela on the top main. Let's pay attention to the comms.
Do everything.
Smoke my side door and deep.
Flash once.
Okay, you ready, guys? Let's smoke side door. I smoke side door.
We open the mirror.
Smoke here, Naka. Smoke here. Smoke here. And go.
Ela dead.
Next one.
Beautiful play. You hear smoking the door, smoke Mira. We've got green bees and candelas on the Mira on top main. That creates movement, and the punishment is quite clear. It's the opening kill. The first thing is done. They've got the opening kill. The second thing is now, let's try and problem solve. Azami here, preventing them to execute behind the desk. The Ying that was bottom main stairs is now running all the way downstairs. She creates pressure on the Azami with a shotgun, and Azami cannot play there anymore. Beautiful. Second problem solved. Third problem they have to solve is this clash here with Lekefac. And I want you to pay attention to the lineup here, because they've got Kali, and Kali can shoot at the Clash, pressure her, so Clash is scared when Nako and Kali starts to push her. And at the same time, if they push Clash away, that means that Skies can get aggressive and punish anyone basically picking him onto the bomb site. As Clash goes away, Skies, he gets aggressive, gets a first pick, and will get even more aggressive and even get a second one here. Beautiful play. As you can see, his teammates are already back preparing the execute. Now pay attention once again to the utility. They're sending Candelas onto Liquefact, so the Clash is basically useless. She's being pushed away. And then pay attention here to Bride, who's supposed to deny the plant. He's being flashed away at the doorway so they can plant at the same time. Beautiful play. At this point, they've planted, and I want you to pay attention to the last end of the round. Look at this positioning. Neko can deny the plant from top main. Skies can deny the plant from ups. At the same time, Kali is all the way down, and she can deny the plant from bridge. It's a triple-way crossfire. At every single point in this round, we see team play, cohesion, utility usage, VP. They're just on another level when it comes to that.
I genuinely think they are one of the best teams in the world at just fundamental team play. Fundamental Rainbow Six Siege, the right operators, the right positions, the right people in the right roles at the right time, and all in sync. I genuinely think there's no team better in EML. Certainly some teams in World Siege can match them. You think of your Phases, maybe your Dark Zeros of the world, but they're up there. They've maybe got a little bit of a limit when it comes to playing the top teams in terms of fragging FPS ability, but I think they can reach that as well.
So what I'm hearing is that this is going to be a very tough hill to climb for GK, and they're probably feeling the pressure as well, maybe even so because of their esports, head of esports, going on social media and talking about how big this is for them, right? Big MENA organization. Many of that teams made it already to the EWC, and he kind of expects this roster as well to be punching their ticket.
Yeah, the manager wants them to make it to EWC. Obviously, the club partnership program is super important for GK, and last year they were only 3 spots away from being the top 20 team, 24th team. They would have earned $100,000 of cash prize for this. Obviously, it's very important for him. He already expects them to make it, so the pressure is definitely there for the team.
And I think if we take a look at how their group stage went, they really had some destitute performances right at the very start. They were not looking like a team that was particularly hot. They lost their first 2 games quite convincingly. They then lost going up against VP, and then finally they lost, or they won against Heretics, but in overtime. It was looking pretty awful. Then what happens, Leo, is super weak hits, and wow, brand new GK. They're playing together, they're playing for the Lurks, they're playing with, you know, Grubby on the shields, causing absolute carnage. The Lurks coming in off the back of it from Yoga, from Sarks as well, and Ask looks like he's really settled in, and they go from strength to strength. The team EPS from week 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 was just increasing, you know, 10 points every single time.
Put simply, they figure out their identity. That's the biggest problem when you import a player like Ask from Brazil, when you import another player, Yoga, from North America, when you import another player from Poland, Grubby, another IGL. So that's 3 different IGLs that you've basically brought onto your roster.
Yep.
And that means that you have many cooks in the kitchen, and they need to figure out their playstyle. They've done so. What's the consequence, Jack? A 6-win streak to make it to playoffs.
All right, I want to see where the series will take us to. I'm just excited to see best of 3s today, as the best team will get tested. But, ooh, Virtus Pro pick on Lair. You just showed us a clip of Lair.
They literally destroyed Falcons on that map. Obviously,
they destroy everybody on that map.
Exactly. I'm not surprised to see them picking it. It's their best map, one of their best map, actually, Jack. So, obviously, that one makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think so. You're always going to pick into it. All GK were not good at it. Obviously, this is a new team, so we don't necessarily know how they will play. Then we're going to see the Chalet as well. And GK pick into it because it's a strong map for them. It suits their playstyle. You can have all sorts of initiator operators. You can play all of the current meta ops so well inside of that map. And it's also a map that VP traditionally don't like. And also new VP over, you know, a medium term also haven't been too hot at, to be fair.
Yeah, they got destroyed by G2 and Falcons at Salt Lake City on the map, if I recall, on Chalet. So obviously they would have had to rebuild a little bit that map before going into this match.
My very hot prediction is GK going to have to get it done in 2, though, because I think if we get to Fortress, I don't see VP losing that.
Oof, okay, well, it's just a best of 3 that stands between these 2 teams and qualifications to the Esports World Cup. We'll send it back to Ace and Des for GK and Virtus Pro.
Thank you very much, guys. Indeed, second series of the day, and I think I echo the comments there towards the end, Tim. GK need to get this done in 2, otherwise Virtus Pro take it.
Yeah, I'd agree with Sin G2 and Virtus Pro, both very, very good when it comes to Fortress. I don't think anybody in the world would want to play them there if they could avoid it at the minute. So yeah, GK looking for a strong start coming out here on Lair, but it's not going to be easy because guess what? Virtus Pro great on Lair as well. They are turning into one of those teams, and what a swing it's been for them. They used to, map pool was the problem for Virtus Pro last year, and it is now getting to a point whereby there are very few places that you can take them that they struggle with, but Chalet is one, so that's something for GK at least.
both teams have very much played into the same approach in the map ban, which is banning away their own weaknesses, their own permabans, and acknowledging the other side will probably pick away their 7th least preferred map. In this case, that's exactly what has happened. And I think it's going to be a very interesting showdown. You know, GK 0-2 on Lair. When you look at Chalet, it's 0-3 for Virtus Pro. So we're going to have to see something special coming out on the opposite picks map, I think, in order to see something turn around. We'll see how things shape up now. We've got our bans over and done with. I think it's fair to say many today expect to see VP coming out on top. They've been phenomenal this stage. I guess the upside is, you obviously saw Al Conti saying can't wait to see more of the teams from GK making it to EWC. There is also that game against Rebels coming up if they do get themselves knocked down to that lower bracket, where I think it's fair to say I'd favour either of these two teams to make it through.
Let's get into it then. Bans have come in. Double electric ban for Virtus Pro, looking to speed up that breaching. We've talked about it a lot. GK on the defense, they will take away 2 of the shields, so it looks like the commitment is coming in for them to get rid of those shields. We'd expect to see maybe Blitz as that 3rd ban. We'll see after round 3, but for now, Monty and Blackbeard taken away. No I was going to say no shield presence, and then I looked down and Naqor is right there on the Blitz. So yeah, something Virtus Pro will use for the first 3 rounds whilst available, at least, I think.
Absolutely. Dan's kicking it off on the Carly now. I joked about this the other day, actually. I saw Virtus Pro put something out on social media in reference to other jokes that have been floating around, basically saying, oh, that's it, you know, the top liked thing is what we'll do each play day. You guys can choose the strat. And I put a tweet out basically saying, right, Dan, play Carly only. Pasha, scream after every single round win. Rorik, don't play ranked on play days. As he said in his interview a few weeks ago, he realised that the key to a good performance for him is to not play ranked before he gets into comp, which is very interesting. But there's various things about it, and the fact that we've got Dan jumping onto Carly immediately in round 1, I'm somewhat optimistic.
Let's see how he uses the sniper scope. It is going to be initially taking out that barricade and just looking to take away the keeper barricades, pressure into Ops. So that's going to be Virtus Pro looking to get themselves on in there to begin with. Main stairs is not going to be a possibility for them. We see the Grim Bees coming in, I would guess from bathroom window into that position for now. But yeah, Ops is, I think, going to be gained very, very soon by Virtus Pro. They're moving really quickly here.
They are for now. We've got pressure on towards Rocket, understandably. C4 at the ready. Rory doing what he can, and he wins out with that shotgun. Can't directly push on forward because of the barbed wire in front of him, but he's got done what he needs to. And now if he needs to, he can go back to being a bit of a nuisance from below. Traps galore. Yeah, shotguns coming out, you name it. But Sark's downstairs is unchecked and takes away the thermite.
Just going to be moving through Naqor on that blitz, looking to pressure into sight. Virtus Pro doing some really good work in terms of the utility here. GK keeping themselves level for man count at least, but once they lose these couple of keeper barricades inside of sight, if Virtus Pro are able to clear those out, then they could be in some real trouble. Rorik underneath is going to be looking to deal with part of that problem as well, I would imagine. And you can see he is now starting to open up the floor behind, so they don't necessarily need to take the keeper barricade itself. You just take the area that this army would be able to play on.
Like you say, so it's time to bounce up here. They need to get a pick, they need to get something moving. They've managed to just get themselves into the side draws, and Impact comes over, double on towards Naqor, goes low, and Dan taken down by Sarks. That is such a critical kill, because really, he was the air quotes long-range protective for the rest of his team. Rorik, though, steps up, finds one more for himself, switching over to that Vendetta to do a bit of work. And I tell you what, Tim, I can tell you, I've been playing ranked today. He's 2-0 to start.
Sometimes, as you say, maybe just gets him in the wrong mindset. Naqor is going to try and put that diffuser down. He doesn't get away with it, though, because the cover isn't there. Pasha gets the kill late, but with 12 seconds left to go, it could cause a problem. Pasha, low health. Grube, full health, and looking to move through side. Just gets snagged on the rotate, and that is going to allow the diffuser to go down. But 2 kills to be found. This is very, very possible for GK. Manages to get one. Pasha has to hold on, and Grube has the HP advantage, but not any longer as Pasha manages to land a couple of bullets and gets the critical one into the head of Grube, and that is going to be round 1 going to Virtus Pro.
I was a little bit nervy towards the end there. I was really nervous for a time. They'd actually managed to get inside site and get that diffuser down, given they had 3 players staring at them, especially once we've seen Dan fall down the Carly. I thought, wow, they've lost a lot of capability here, but they hold on firm and play excellently in towards getting the diffuser down. MVP of the round for me, I spoke about him twice in this exact same spot, getting 2 kills, Rorik. Even with starts off towards the side, getting that 3v4, Rorik still kept his attention focused on what was going on upstairs, making use of the shotgun, making use of the Vendetta, doing a lot in terms of pressure, and ultimately being the one that gets the diffuser down as well. But the hero of the moment, of course, with Pasha with that closing kill and a 3K.
Let's go, guys.
See what it means to them there straight away on round 1. The shouts, the screams, the celebrations coming through for Virtus Pro. They have looked phenomenal so far this stage. Only loss coming to G2, and you'd have to back them to be the favourites here to get themselves through to EWC at first try. But we would have said the same, I think, for G2 coming into that first matchup, and Falcons showing, I won't say that anything is possible. You know, Falcons were always capable of getting the win there, but it's definitely been a bit more of a roller coaster ride for them in stage 1. And as it is, they are the first, although the lowest placed upper bracket team, they were the first ones to qualify to the Esports World Cup. So let's see if GK can follow in their footsteps. Round 2 is going to be Virtus Pro on the attack for a little while longer yet. Rorik is the one I'm looking at on that glass. Needs to be dealt with. Always a tough one. No Warden on side for GK, so they're going to have to find another way of coping with the pressure that will come from those smokes being deployed.
Yeah, and Rene got to worry about some more of that pressure from Sarks. He was the one downstairs previously, got himself a couple of kills, one with the C4, being a little bit troublesome. This time around doing the same, but on the reverse angle, so playing it from above. We've already spoken a lot today around what we saw in our previous series, a lot of Solus, a lot of the Pulse, just feeding information to players that are on different floors and letting them know exactly where they need to be reacting and what they're doing. Leak it back, especially on Consulate, doing a lot of work with that Pulse to keep his team informed as to where the push is coming from G2 at all times. So they can either choose to ignore him, or try and hunt him down and kill him, but even that in itself might not be the easiest thing to do. At least got the right idea. Do they ignore? Tell you what, I was going to say, if they ignore that for too long, you might step out, and Pasha taking a lick of damage as he does so.
GK certainly setting themselves up in this round a little bit better than last time, I think. Slightly more secure from their point of view and not taking that early damage, losing that map control too early, whereas Ops last time, for example, in round 1, was taken off them very, very quickly. So I like this. They are standing firm, and Yoga manages to get himself the opening kill. Nitro onto the blitz, and you couldn't really ask for better. Maybe the glass, but the shield being off the board is going to be brilliant for them.
Absolutely. Not a comfortable spot to be in. And this is like almost, I don't want to point back to old VP, it's like a habit thing, because this is such a different team now with the 3 different members they have on side, but it used to be that problem of it was a bit of a one-track mind at times, and they would get sideswiped by teams that were looking to constantly give them bother. I don't want to see them fall into that in this round and sort of get a little bit too focused on the objective. Be willing to go and challenge those that are around the map, and sure enough, they've got a down on towards Starks. It's not a kill, but at least it's enough to ease a bit of pressure for now as Groovy also falls. It's looking much better.
Rorik just going to be holding the angles from the hatches. Like you say, Sark's almost certainly uncollectible at this point, as GK have to focus on the threat at hand. Dan about to bring the diffuser into position to put it down, and will begin to do so. GK have to fight forward here, manage to find the angle. I'm not sure that they're aware of the position just on the opposite side from Rorik there, but he manages to get a huge double. The rest comes in, and Virtus Pro just collapse beautifully there. For a second, you thought that that might just all go wrong for them as Dan took the blast from the shotgun, but they get the job done. Beautiful stuff.
Rorik was just zooming, wasn't he? Ring around the roses there. 1 second you're challenging him head on, the next is behind you and shooting you in the back. Like, what? Absolutely crazy. But it gets in the second round for sure. Even though it was a better start, I thought, from the other side, you know, especially with the Solars looking to give a little bit of challenge, cause a little bit of bother. Certainly wasn't a bad start from GK, but Virtus Pro, once they got moving, just a little bit too hard to slow down, I'm afraid. Up 2-0 then. We'll see if they can finally, GK this is, get themselves on the board in round 3.
I think it's likely to be, if he gets that first shot there onto Rorik, maybe the round goes a little bit differently, but Rorik just played ring around the roses with him, got round the opposite side and closed it out. And yeah, Virtus Pro, they're going to be very difficult, like you say, to stop once they get started. So GK, I think, need to be finding round 3 here, otherwise it could be a very slippery slope on layer.
10 seconds left before
like you said, the real problem is because we're saying for GK, they really need to get this done in 2. They don't want to go to Virtus at Pro's Fortress. It's going to be very, very tough because they're now 2 rounds down. They're getting pushed around on lair. They could be confident for Chalet all they want, but there's every chance that Chalet's not going to be enough.
Yeah. That's why I sort of said it has to be a 2-0 or bust. See how it rolls forward. For now, in this round, I'm looking towards what feels like a very classically VP lineup. Or pointing towards the fact they've got the Thatcher, they've got the Glaz on side, and also have the Sens of Nako here. That is a lot of power for hitting a go-to site with. No doubt with the Thatcher on side, it's a guarantee they can get this wall opened up and then start piling in the pressure. That is, of course, assuming they go for default wall, but I don't know why you bring a Thermite and a Thatcher if you weren't trying to make use of that. So it's meant to be down there relatively soon, if not right now. There we go.
Yep, wall is going to be breached, so that's at least step 1. But if we have a look at that top floor, we've got 4 of GK up there. Yupa, Yoga, Sox, and Ask, all tasked with holding onto it. Groovy will be the sole occupant of the site as it stands. We've seen this bomb before. We know how it goes. Virtus Pro will try and create some space inside a site using those Sense light screens, particularly also the smokes that have been brought along not only by Pasha but by Skaz as well. That is a huge loss of utility though. Grube with a massive kill from inside a site. Virtus Pro might struggle to clear top floor out now that they're short of numbers as well. GK, it's early, but could well have won themselves around with that opening kill onto the Sense.
Well, you say that as he peeks around here and Pasha gets one more. You really kind of need the Sense to execute here into this doorway to protect yourself from the above, and even then it's quite risky. I've seen many teams just try and make it happen, and then someone above's like, oh yeah, easy free kill, no problem. So I think Virtus Pro have got themselves a challenge here, either rotate and trying to get the other site instead, which is what they're now trying to do, or you send someone top upstairs to try and challenge on towards these guys up here, but given there are 2 or 3 of them, you're asking for a world of hurt.
Thatcher will be deployed. Toxic Babe canister finishes off Pasha. That's going to be the glass off the board. 4 versus 3 now, 50 seconds left to go. Skaz cannot find the space as of yet to put the diffuser down.
I like this.
I always love the tactical plays when you're looking at, looking for Soulish, using it like that. Stop that scanner being used. Gonna try to put the plant down. Is it enough though, Des? Is it enough?
He's got an impact. Oh, just in time they open the floor, but get rid of Skies as well. They tried a really smart game here, Virtus Pro, but GK, they went back to the old-fashioned way of just using good old explosives to open the floor up instead. Gonna stick it here, though. Now, surely, Ask is gonna say they must have eyes on him. Yoga's got himself a couple of kills down through the floor. 2 comes across for down, but Yog is there for the swing, makes it a 4K in the round. A great round to hold on for GK. Virtus Pro with some cute ideas, just didn't quite come to fruition.
Yeah, I like. So the idea of dealing with the Soulless in the way that they did, I don't think was a bad idea at all. The problem is that you've still got a shotgun up there, and so it's like going from kind of digital to analog, isn't it? Like you've got your digital solution, which is Soulless. Use the scanner, see exactly where the plant's going down, and pinpoint it. But if that fails, you've still got the redundancy of your shotguns up there. So you just start blasting the floor open. We've got a rough idea of where you are, so we're just going to blast it open until we get a view onto you. It's not just a complete solution, and I think that's what Virtus Pro were seeing it as. Let's use the Thatcher. We'll block out the Soulless' scanner. We get the diffuser down, no problem. But they hadn't thought about that shotgun being up there and just the possibility of, denying without the scanner. And so, yeah, look, Virtus Pro are the latest in a long line of teams to suffer when trying to put a plant down on that site without getting top floor control. It's as simple as that.
And I can imagine this is only going to get harder to deal with as well, because things like the glass being taken away, it just means you'll be playing more tricky setups on the site itself that won't be so easy to brute force your way with. Drop down a bunch of smokes, have the glass pop off. That's no longer really an option. And even then, Ask now running around onto the Warden at the same time. They've always got options to deal with whatever it feels Virtus Pro might throw at them. I do wonder if maybe here we start to see a bit of a bounce back from the side of GK, because after them first 2 rounds, it did look very decisively as a big lean in towards Virtus Pro. And maybe now we start to see a bit of a confidence build, the same as we saw between G2 and Falcons. Once Falcons got a couple of rounds on side, that's when we saw G2 really start to grow in confidence during one of those maps. So don't write anyone off just yet, but I think this is far from over for GK.
Loading new mag.
Bathroom window immediately open there, which makes main stairs that little bit trickier to hold on to. We saw the Grim Bees being fired in there earlier, and then the pressure mounted to bottom main stairs, and they weren't able to keep a hold of it. Virtus Pro, Pasha does have Grim, so I think we will see kind of a similar there. This time, they are going to deal with the barbed wire. It was a little bit of a sticking point for them last time around. We saw the player down. They had to use a nade, Rorick, to get in there and finalise that kill because they couldn't push forward because of the barbed wire. That won't be the case this time. And relying once again, Nequo should enjoy the use of the blitz, given that it has now been left on the board. The glass being taken away, we expected to maybe see the commitment to the shields, but they've allowed Nequo to continue. It's 0-3, so I think they're looking at that and thinking, do you know what? It's just not had too big an impact on us.
High risk, high reward, isn't it, as well, playing the shield, especially a blitz. You want to be up in people's faces and being aggressive. If you haven't thrown everything out, you don't know where potential angles are watching you from, or if the player in front of you has a way to deal with you, well, you'll find yourself being 0-4 if it carries on at this pace. What he is good for, though, of course, is taking some early ground control. They've got rid of Ops here inside 90 seconds or so. Still work to do with. They're also clearing out main, as you just saw a second ago. The fire and rocket stairs burning on through as Jupa's Goyo canisters slowly shoot their way out. It's really not a drastic change what we saw last time round for Virtus Pro, to be fair. They're thinking again, what if it ain't broke, why fix it?
And the thing is, it is such a simple attack. Get control of Ops, open the wall into mask rather than doing the external, which is what they're going to do now. And that opens up your plant spot. This will force them having to open the external to force the Azami away. That's going to push Ruby back behind desk now. So it's all up to the Tachanka to try and keep them out of this. They need a little bit of patience here, Virtus Pro, because it's about time to get Skies rotated around. You can't try that one. It's a Warden. Need to be careful because the diffuser is in the hands of Nequo. Rorick does manage to find Ask. 5 versus 4. But that's diffuser down as Yoga manages to find Nequo.
Oh, Starks really wants something here, but won't quite find it. That's unfortunate. Sees the man above him, but just misses the cross. No, the timing is so unfortunate. But it's a 4v3 now upstairs in Virtus Pro. Last 20. Pasha almost being finished off, but no. Remains standing for now. That diffuser has to go down somewhere, though, Tim.
Problem is, they've got somebody underneath with shotgun. He doesn't know exactly where it's going down. Yoga manages to pick up the kill onto Skies, but the diffuser will be successfully planted. The Tachanka prioritizing kills over plant denial might just be costly in this round as Rorick manages to find one whilst escaping for the post plant. It is going to now be 2 versus 3. Yoga low health on the Tachanka as well. TCSG just trying to fight a distance here for Yupo. He's aware of 1 in Ops, but there were 2. Pasha manages to find his kill. 1 versus 3. The Tachanka steps out. Pasha says, thank you very much. Picks up another round, and Virtus Pro looking pretty comfortable at 3-1.
They are, yeah. Like, again, just a really good attack and not a whole lot changed from last time. On both sides, arguably. You know, again, we had Starks playing on the downstairs, hunted down by Rorick in the end, same as he was back in the very first round. Yeah, main stairs control, getting yourself in towards Ops, getting control of Mez, opening up that wall. Arguably, the biggest difference was this play you've just seen on screen there, and we had the Blitz trying to stab them into towards the back and disrupt them. But otherwise, Virtus Pro made exactly the same style of attack work as last time around. So GK struggling there to adapt a little bit. Or maybe it's just really hard to deal with Virtus Pro Team because, again, they're one of our best European teams.
They're just, yeah, they're really hard to keep contained. We know this. So going back down to basement, it's going to be the site that we saw back in round 2. Virtus Pro got the win down here. There's only that third choice site of bunks and briefing that GK have been able to hold on to successfully. And I think Virtus Pro will probably learn their lesson when they attack that site again and make sure that they prioritise that top floor control. I hope they do at least anyway, because that's where GK won it from and where they will win it from again if given the opportunity. But let's stick to the current site. Round 5, basement. I think again we will see some vertical presence from Virtus Pro, although saying that, not too much. They've got the hard breach, the secondary hard breaches, which will be able to take out the hatches. We saw them play the hatches last time, but with Rorick on the Ying rather than the Glaz this time, with Glaz now being panned out, that would suggest that we're maybe going to have a slightly more horizontal push, try and get themselves in alongside site and dump a few candelas in there to create the space.
Yeah, for those maybe here that are not 100% sure what you mean, yeah, Snake, obviously, as we know, fantastic operator, but the gadget only works laterally. He can't see operators above or below him. So if he's the only intel operator coming into a side, it normally screams they want to do something laterally focused rather than vertical. Of course, leaning towards not having things like a ram on side or a buck or a sledge and whatever else. Maybe it is trying to keep it quite nice and narrow, though, Tim, at some point. So where we've seen teams do things typically is be like a warehouse side push with a shield leading the charge in and going forwards from there. But I can't really see Naquo being that guy. Like right now, he's got a drone I can see inside barrels and inside lockers, which says to me he does want to push it on that warehouse side and start his pushing from there. So keep an eye on that. He's got himself in barrels towards the top for now. But that's where the pressure starts to build up. If he can work his way in laterally and start causing bother for everyone else, the Ying above dumping those Candelas for, boy, you've also got Skies on the Snake alongside you. And suddenly this starts to look a really good attack coming together.
It's interesting because GK have got nobody in sight at the minute, by the way. So they've got Starks up on top floor, and then they've got 4, or they had 4 in and around weapon and armory, where Aska's now dropped back onto site. Virtus.pro, I think, are aware of this, so are continuing with their push forward towards the site itself, rather than playing into that top floor clearance. Again, it's similar to the approach that we saw when they were on the third choice site. It didn't work out for them that time, so they need to be cautious here. We're going to have a second member of GK dropping themselves back to site, make that 3, so they're now starting to stack up. Here comes the Virtus.pro utility. 3 versus 1, a minute left to go. Need to follow in these Candelas. It should have been an easy kill, but it's a trade. Groovy somehow predicts the movement and gets the kill down onto Yoga, though. 4 versus 3. Ask manages to level it up with the trade. Leaves us now in a 3 versus 2. This is just back for back for back, kill for kill between these two, and we find ourselves 2 versus 1 effectively as Dan is down. Can he be recovered? The nade goes in to create the space. Back to 2 versus 2.
I was about to say, get your gadget out. You can see everything. Sees how deep they are. At least one of them anyway. And must know that the second is deeper yet still. Look how much utility you could potentially collect here as well. But now sees the man. Can't quite find the head, though. Damaging towards the other side. A nade that should now make him move across. Waiting for the swing, but not being gifted it. Steps into a Malusi. They know that he's inside now. Sure enough, sees the head. Gets the 1, but it's down to a 1v1 with 10 seconds to play. Diffuse now being recovered. We'll try and stick this while more of a bait coming out through. But can he see anything? Not even using his gadget here. Instead, going to try and stick this diffuser. But Yupa, he's played the mind game well. GK get round 5.
That is a really big round for GK because I feel like the third choice site of Bunks and Briefing has actually been their best defensive site so far. That was the easiest win for them. It felt like Virtus.pro were the furthest from accomplishing something on that site. So now, in a 3-2 with Bunks and Briefing yet to come, you look at this and think, actually, a 3-3 is very possible here for GK. And what a start that is for them. It really gets them into this one. We've said that the preference for GK has to be winning this in 2 maps. They don't want to play Virtus.pro on Fortress. They are phenomenal on that map. So you look at Lair as being a real pivotal point of this game because we do expect GK to take their map pick on Chalet. It is a map that Virtus.pro have struggled with in the recent past. So 3-3 half, massive start for GK.
All right. Now this is going to be interesting from here. To be able to battle back the way that they have on a map that, again, when you look at the numbers, it does not look like a good map for them to come to. Not given Virtus.pro's record on it, 5-2, one that they love. GK not winning this map at any time over the last 6 months. You probably look at it very understandably and say, sure, this should be a Virtus.pro rollover. But I think a 3-3 split on Lair, given it's been quite attacker-leaning, actually. When I say attacker-leaning, I don't mean it's been like a greater than 50% attacker win rate. Just amongst our pool of 9 maps, it is one of our more attacker-leaning maps that we have. Therefore, I can just say it's a attacker-leaning map. I think you probably still favour yourself as Virtus.pro looking at this in. Okay, if we can get a 4-2, then cool. If it ends 3-3, I feel a little bit nervous, and the GK may actually be able to fight their way back in.
That's going to be what GK are banking on. I have absolutely no doubt. Naquo continues. He's going to round out the half, playing Blitz consistently throughout, apart from that one round where he played Sense and it did not work out. This time, they're going to bring the Blitz. So that would suggest to me top floor clearance. They're recognising that they want that top floor control. Get the Blitz in there, get up in their faces. That's what we can see. Straight into Ops. Pasha manages to take down Yupo. That is a great start here. They cannot lose this shield though. Nitro ripped and ready. Sarks is just waiting to hear that noise. It goes over. Naquo avoids it. That's big. The track is going to force Sarks a little bit deeper here, and Virtus.pro will continue edging forward. Love what I'm seeing from them.
Yeah, much more composed, it feels so far. Rorik again just pulling off the sort of play that he's done so many times, especially for this side throughout the game. And now in a position where surely with a half a round still to play, they feel they can get a couple more collapses in, get rid of these other players, and then worry about the vertical play itself. And sure enough, he's hunting, but Yaga's already dropped the hatch.
Changing max.
Yeah, it's certainly just getting a little bit away from them here, but GK finding at least a little bit of a footing to push back from Dan and Naquo. Both a little bit low on health, need to be cautious, but site access should be possible for Virtus.pro if they start working in that direction later in the round. Skies does get taken down. That's the snake off the board. Not going to help them when it comes to intel and being aware of those flanks. I like the way that Sarks is playing this. He's not overcommitting, still full health, takes his challenge, drops away. He's looking at the clock. He knows that there's less than a minute left to go. He knows that he can just play this game of cat and mouse, try and burn away more seconds and give them something to build on.
This is the key difference, right? It's a total flip where they, surely not. I was about to say, you can't get away with that. As soon as you stepped over that barbed wire, you have to know what's coming. It's an easy kill for Rorik. Granted, if he was a bit deeper on that top floor, maybe he doesn't get away with it. But here we go. Naquo's in. No smokes which to stop him either. Pulls off for a second as they hear him, and he gets the tag that he needs. Pasha finds his man. They've got the vertical, but it's about 10 seconds to go here. Starts to get challenged at the same time. Down to almost nothing. All Naquo's got to do is step to the side and find a new angle. Doesn't even need it as Dan finds the kill that he needs to collect. A 4-2 for Virtus.pro on their map pick.
Yeah, I think Virtus.pro pretty happy with the way that has gone to begin with. 4 attacks, not a bad thing on layer. So now they're looking at being able to win this based on the 2 first choice sites. So whether that's probably basement and top floor. If they can just get, they don't even have to lock them down every time.
Studio, let's go.
Thank you very much, guys. I know you love talking about this game, but we'll take it from here for you. Shock and horror. You bent some shields against Virtus.pro, and somehow they still find their way to maneuver around it. And also, you took the blitz.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the thing is they can play so many things. It's pick your point.
They can, yeah.
You bend 2 shields, they can still play the blitz, and they've done so, right? And so instead of Ying shotgun in those main stairs, it's Deimos shotgun this time, and it achieves the same objective. He can still play vertically. The blitz is still able to plant, and as you can see, the Grim from Pasha still on the bathroom side, always being so annoying. And that's something that recurrently we've seen, right? When Rorik is not then playing the Ying or the Deimos, he's on what? He's on glass. And then we see another Deimos, and then we see another Blitz. And when it's not Deimos, it's Solid Snake. They're abusing all of the operators that remove strong positions, Jack, and they're just so good at this game.
Yeah, they really are. They have the right people in the right roles, and their team playing synergy is honestly second to none. It's so impressive. And I think, realistically, two of the guys at the forefront of it, you just mentioned it there, Leo, was Rorik and Pasha. And why are they at the forefront of it? Because, like you say, when they're not playing the Deimos, they're playing the Ying. When they're not playing the Ying, they're playing the Glass. They're playing the current meta so well. And when the attack's got so many options, and you've got such a good shield player, you target the shield player, that's great. But then you allow all of the other things through. If you target the other things through, Naquo would have been running rampant on the shields today.
And they're playing the backstab position or the key position in most of these rounds in attack. Rorik is the one dedicated to below and main stairs. So he's the one that's going to get the people moving on site and removing the desk. He's the one that's going to get people moving on top main and bathroom. Pasha is always playing bathroom and display, and when it's on the basement, one of them is backstabbing storage very often, and the other is on the vert. So they're all playing critical positions and achieving super important kills to get man advantage.
Rorik's so impressive, isn't he? Like, think of it, like he was sent so long genuinely in tier 2, and he was always there. He was always known about as a talent, and he's made the step up into tier 1 today, and he just looks at home. He looks so natural inside this roster, and he's having such big impacts. Let's remind you of the stakes of this game, by the way. This is playing for a spot at EWC. You know, this is playing for a spot at probably one of the biggest tournaments in the entire Siege calendar year, to then go on to their goal, which will be to win it and then to make the 6th Invitational as well. And he just looks unfazed, looks absolutely unflappable. And remember, he's doing that in his rookie year as well.
He was our best rookie so far of the group stage. It was about time that Rorik got his call up to tier 1. And now, with that, he can help his team win out this first map in an oh-so-important best-of-3 series to qualify to EWC.
Okie dokie. As it stands then, Tim, Virtus Pro are in the driving seat, but for how long will be the big question on everyone's minds. Because GK did show a little bit of battle throughout, but now the side switched. Well, that classic saying comes to mind. There are two halves to a game of Siege, and maybe, just maybe, GK has got some beans to show us here on the attack of Lair.
Absolutely possible, but I've got to, personally, I look at this and I fully expect Virtus Pro to come out and lock this down. Now, I'm not saying necessarily 7-2, but I would expect them to come out and get this one done, you know, fairly comfortably. Get the first couple of rounds, your top floor, your basement, and then leave yourself in a position of just needing one additional, or at least get 2 out of the first 3. So you kind of 6-2, 6-3, and then you go on to close it out from there. That's what I'm fully expecting from Virtus Pro. GK, absolutely possible that they could upset that, you know, that they could come in and have something to say about it. But right now, anything less than that would be a little bit of a failure on Virtus Pro's part.
It sure would, given the quality we've seen from them so far today and all. Yeah. But let's see how things settle as we get into the half. First scan coming out from Yog. In this case, then it would be aggression coming out from Virtus Pro. Not really the team that I'd expect to do that too much. So we have seen, again, a very much reborn Virtus Pro over the last 6 months, where aggression is a part of their game plan. But given the lineup they've got here with a Warden, of course, with the Chanker and the Smoke, that's a lot of utility which you can sit behind here. And the C4 certainly not going to hurt anyone either as well. Rorik getting rid of Sarks. And once again, Tim, he's on a bit of a field day. And we've got to find out in the interview after this series if he has been playing ranked today. So I can almost guarantee you the answer will be no.
It's just, I'm sure it's a very, even at the level Rorik will be playing at, it's just a very different mindset. I'm sure, you know, you probably just gets into that rank and maybe over challenges a little bit in pro and gets punished for it, where he'd get away with it in ranked. But he's certainly getting away with absolutely everything so far today. Sark's taken down by the Nitro, leaves them without the Twitch. That is going to mean things like the FNATs might just be a little bit more secure if they weren't already dealt with. Nade will down Dan. He had nowhere to go. It was well played by GK. They've created a situation where it was difficult for him to move. Come the Shamika canisters though, and they're going to do a little bit of chip damage to Ask, who is now just below half health on the Blackbeard.
That's it. And that's a nice one. But I tell you what, he's a demon with shotguns today.
He's demon with everything.
The man. Just give him a knife, maybe it'll be a balanced fight that way. Might well find himself the next. Indeed he does. Rorik, another massive round. He is the demon of Lair, Tim. And they ain't taking it away from him. 5-2.
I think you could take all his guns off him and he'd still find a way. Unbelievable double kill there from, you know, how often do we see that where it's one on the shotgun, flip to the secondary, hit it with the SMG, not just hitting a headshot, but a headshot on a Blackbeard, by the way, even tougher. Just Rorik, I can't say enough positive about him at the minute. Absolutely brilliant stuff.
There's so much so to him that it shocks GK into attack timeout after just 1 round of the half being played. What's that all about? We always say if you see a 1 round attack timeout after we've gone past the half, something is going drastically wrong inside of the camp. And it's not like the strat didn't work. No, because you've got to play to 2 more different sites before you can worry about strats being corrected anyway. It's a communication issue. It's players not getting on maybe the way they should be, not trusting each other. Whatever it is, clearly the game plan is not being met on the GK side, and that means they've had to step in early here and try and get a handle on things.
Moving into round 8, then we'll see whether that has any impact or not. I think the best thing that GK can try to do at the minute is disrupt this Virtus Pro side on the defense. That's going to be a really important factor for them. Virtus Pro, in that last round, were able to basically play the positions that they wanted to play. As soon as Rorik gets that Nitro, nobody tries to move him after that point. And when they do, they go one at a time. They give him the opportunity for the shotgun on the close range and then the SMG on the long range, and there's just no real disruption for him there. You know, where's the nades coming in to displace him? We saw it come beautifully onto Dan, by the way, who, you know, that's what they need more of, creating those lose-lose situations, forcing Virtus Pro to get on their toes and move around and move out of that first choice power position and get into a more difficult spot. That's what I want to see from GK here. Just looking across the utility that they've got, they don't have a massive amount amount with which to do that. Or, you know, a couple of nades in there and your Capito firebolts. They're going to be your main elements that are going to help you get people moving around. Maybe a bit of verticality as well with the ram and the sledge. Force them. It's a little bit difficult on basement of lair, but I feel like you can get plenty of verticals, but there's always kind of a door frame to hide behind. There's always a little side room to stand in. And so it's a real tough one, I think, to gain vertical superiority and use it effectively.
It's like attacking like Coastline back in the day, or I guess Cafe more in the modern day. It just forces players off-site is the main thing, and can sometimes lead them into the waiting arms of lurkers that will be on the attacking side, waiting to strike as players are forced out of position. But it is different to what we saw back in that first half, where we didn't really bother with verticals at all. This is very much no, every floorboard needs to disappear with both the ram and the sledge on side. Echo, the one looking to cause a bit of bother, really just hanging around the top of that staircase. A very popular position to play in. Looking to waste time with Goyo, canisters with smokes. Loads he can sit in behind here, and like I say, this is where that sticking point will come. Does he get both of those in one? Yes, he does. Both fire canisters removed.
Nice use of the nade, very efficient, taking out that protection that Naquo has got up at the top of there. He's going to hold his position, at least for the time being, but he's not going to overcommit to it, I don't think. Who else will get this round started?
Man.
Rorick manages to step out with the TCSG, takes down Uport, and that is the Capito utility gone. So when I talked about disruption, they have just lost a huge amount of that potential disruption that they could have used. Bullets do rain down toward, not one of them.
Not a single one.
That is so unlucky for GK.
Bounce that requires a bit of a cruel mistress, it turns out. He'll get absolutely nothing. And this is again where the threat of that vertical comes in. It forces players to move around more than anything else, and hopefully into the waiting arms of one or two on your side. But the smoke comes out. That is the last one. So this is where things are a bit more free now. GK will be able to start piling the pressure on. Oh, he's so dead. He's so dead.
This is it. Naquo knows that he's got absolutely nowhere to go. The best he can hope is getting one. Doesn't even manage that. Gets taken out by Yoga. The fight continues from deep as Dan did manage to evacuate, get himself to safety, and he can play this half wall now. Look at the time. 35 seconds left to go. Things are getting a little bit nail-biting for GK here. They've got some of the verticality that they wanted. They've got a little bit of space to put the diffuser down, but they've got to get in through filtration to be able to do that, or alternatively look to drop the hatch, but they need to control filtration. They can't leave Dan in the position he's in. That's a big kill as Groovy manages to pick him up. 15 seconds left to go. Diffuser not going down as Skies will take out Ask, and that is the diffuser down in no man's land. Damage being done now. Groovy down, starts find Skies. The diffuser is recovered. It's going to start going down. 2 seconds left to go. It's going to be a Virtus Pro round as they have to come off. The bullets rain into the planter, and that's going to be Virtus Pro going 6-2.
Honestly, the amount of time they've wasted there, like, I know he's died in the end, but the smoke of Naquo, like, chewed through 2 minutes playing behind those Goyo canisters and the 3 smokes that he had in pocket, and it just meant there was a little bit too much left to be done for GK, unfortunately. Didn't have as much vertical control as maybe they wanted. They were so focused on punishing Naquo that once they cleared out that spot, they had everything still to do with the site itself. You saw, 10 seconds on the clock, we're still breaking through barbed wire, for example. It was just never going to end well for them. So a really good setup there coming out from Virtus Pro to run that clock down. And now GK, unfortunately, are in quite a tough spot. We did say if they were going to win this series, it had to be a 2-0. It already looks like they might be starting things out down a single map here.
Look, it's not impossible. It's not impossible, but they better be ready. They better be ready, is what I will say, if they're going to end up playing Fortress against Virtus Pro. Who knows, maybe Virtus Pro shows something a little different on Chalet, and that's where the difficulty really kicks in for GK. But, Fortress, you've got to hope that they've got a game plan there and that they've done the study, they've been watching the tape. The problem with Virtus Pro is even when you know what they're going to do at the minute, it's very difficult to stop them doing it. So, as I suggested at the beginning, 2 out of the first 3 rounds so far have gone to Virtus Pro. This is going to be the 3rd of those 3. It's possible that they win it here and now. It's a 3rd choice site, so GK, I think, have a real opportunity to get in here, get themselves an attack on the board, take it to 6-3, and then maybe build a little confidence going into those top and bottom floor sites again in the second half of their attacks. But Virtus Pro, you just wouldn't put it past them. The GK need top floor control. It's as simple as that.
I'm reloading.
They will probably tell you yes, but would also make the same remark that we did about Virtus Pro back in their attacking half when they had this sort of lineup coming out. It's again, very lateral. You've got the snake on side, which is going to help you clear top floor. Then you can worry about executing with it off the back of the shield going through. Again, you can see the game plan coming together for what it is. But to do that first, you've got to make sure they're moving these players that are currently hanging around upstairs. Otherwise, you've got no chance in hell of getting that diffuser down on site.
Blackbeard can be, of course, very useful in support of the Snake as well. Snake feeds the intel, Blackbeard goes in and gets aggressive and starts moving those defenders around. GK need to make sure they don't give away the opener. Every time so far on the attack, they have suffered the loss of that entry kill. They need to give themselves as good a chance as they can. Neko finds himself not here again. It's exactly like last round when he was on the smoke. The nades start raining in. There's nowhere for him to go. Beautiful from GK. A lot of utility, but it gets the job done and creates the space that they need to start moving forward.
It gets the job done, Tim, but look at the time. Over half a round has been wasted. All their nades have been expended. They've had to use almost everything to be able to get this top floor control, which means you then start getting somewhat limited in terms of what you can actually do on the site itself. Granted, they don't need to do loads on site. Sarks is waiting for the backstab here. Does the kill come first for Pasha, though? He's in towards one on the shield, and Yoga wins out on that one. That's a great little play. Rorik gets one back, but there's a trade there. Much better from GK, Tim. They got a 4v2. Surely not being able to lose this position is all but guaranteed, right?
Yeah, really nice play from Yoga on the Blackbeard there. Just timed it perfectly, using that audio, knew when he was going to be approached, and just kind of almost pre-fired the shield bash and got the job done. Little vertical angle coming out there, but no damage done to Yoga on the Blackbeard. 30 seconds left to go. It's the one thing GK need to be careful of. This round is theirs. Make no mistake about it. But if they leave it too late to drop into sight and start putting the diffuser down, they could find themselves in a position where they have to take unnecessary risks. Ask manages to find Skies, all up to Dan. 1v4, certainly capable, but not like that. Groovy finds his man through the soft wall, and GK take that round that we expected. Third choice site is theirs. 6-3.
I'd be very, if you got Scrooby there and he's alone upstairs with 15 seconds on the clock, everyone else trying to make a plant happen, and you're on the Solus, suddenly you start thinking, oh my god, they've really lost the round. But no, really good for Groovy to get that closing kill to make sure that he knew his flank was exposed. There'll be a potential push coming in from Dan. At least give themselves another chance, and most importantly, Tim, the chance to ban away another operator. We'll probably see the snake get taken away. In fact, no, going to go in towards the Glaz, which does somewhat surprise me. We've seen quite a lot of snake, and honestly thought we might see that taken away.
It's pick your poison, realistically, isn't it? When you've still got the snake, you've still got the Dokubi, you've still got, you know, all these kind of power operators up on the board. So which one do you want to face off against the least? They've decided in this case that Snake is not the worst enemy that they are having to go up against at the moment. I think given the way that Virtus.pro played, you know, round 7 and round 8 when they got the win up here on top floor and down in basement, it's maybe not had the biggest impact. So especially for top floor, I think if you're looking to win this here and now, look at the damage that Rorik did with the Glaz to start with, you know, in the first half of things. And Virtus.pro know if they can take that sort of power away, because you want to get the Glaz just stood on site door, playing through smoke. She can't play the desk anymore. It forces the defenders deeper, and they can start getting that room to put the diffuser down. Virtus.pro have just completely removed that now, and I think it's actually quite a smart move.
Absolutely. I mean, if it's impeding you and you feel you can go a bit faster without it being in your way, why not? It makes total sense to me. Again, my eyes are kind of like drawn towards questionable, slightly eyebrows slightly raised at the ban of the Glaz. I think although it's been something Virtus.pro have shown, is it like an absolute must or like a key part of their comp that starts to fall apart if they don't run it? Maybe not. I guess the one thing it does free up though is you to not have to play Warden on the other side here, so they can of course then make use of that slot for other operators coming out. In fact, I'm walking back to front here a little bit. Taking away that Glaz on the other side means that Virtus.pro can afford not to play it, sorry. They can instead lean towards much more turtleized setups, and looking at this lineup again, we saw this a little bit earlier on. The Smoke and the Chanka, the Goyo on side, now the Mute as well. Like, oh my god, how much more do you want to try and slow the opposite team down by, Tim? It's going to be a headache.
And given that we've seen GK struggling with time so far, it makes absolutely perfect sense. Virtus.pro reading into that. The breach is not going to be walkable, but the line of sight is damaging enough on its own. It's that phantom pressure. It's that risk that somebody could wander up. You can't play too aggressively now in towards that plant spot. You're going to have to play from a little bit deeper behind Desk. This is good from GK so far. They've got the hole in Mask Wall. They've got the hole now in Ops, so they can start looking through directly into sight. The next job is getting the the wall in front of you opened up so that they can go in there and think about getting a plant down on the ground. They're a little way away from actually accomplishing that, but for now they can at least get the breach open, prepped and ready, and then it's about starting to push around these players inside of sight.
Absolutely. Can they achieve the same impact that we saw though from Virtus Pro, and Rorik was playing on the vertical more than anything? That's really where my eyes fall towards Juper and what he can do to start piling a little bit of pressure on. But now at least impeded on the main stairs. Here we go though with their shotgun on the Deimos again, trying to move his way forward, but another smoke comes over from the sky. Just to waste a bit more time, Tim. They're very happy playing it out this way. We're down to the last 60. We've still got all but one of the Shumikers available. The final smoke is now coming out. There's a Goyo canister or still 2 around, and Skies has got rid of Juper. This is the dream territory for Virtus Pro.
Just the pre-fire coming across there was actually beautiful to take down Rorik, but damage is done elsewhere. Skies will be punished, but not until the damage was done. He got a double kill in the round. Look at Starks' health as well, super low. So GK, with 30 seconds left to go, they're going to have to start rushing towards site here. It's not something they want to do with such low HP, but Pasha is finding himself in the same predicament at the minute now. Low health. He looks to make that challenge onto Bathroom. 20 seconds left to go. You got to move, GK. Nade comes in, forces Pasha out of position. Yoga gets the kill. 15 seconds left. But the problem is you've not dealt with the core of sight yet. And Neko is full health with LMG in hand. He finds the first. Will he close out the second? Yes, he will. Virtus Pro, they lock down there and take themselves the first map in our best of 3.
Fair to say what many expected when we saw that map coming up in our map veto. Chalet being that next one will be a really interesting challenge, given Virtus Pro have not won it in 2026. Well, maybe it can change. We sure hope that it does for GK, Tim. They've got to fight their way back in. Back with you after a short break.
Nice.
Pick up the pace. Ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the goal. Breaking it right to the goal. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Give me the action. We want the action. Lights, camera. Give me the action. We want the action.
Virtus.pro have shown us excellence before on Lair, and they do so here once again. And there's one player, their star player, that they can thank for this performance, Rorik the Rookie.
Well, there was a huge question, and there was a huge question looming today because we showed Rookie Watch. We put it right at the very start of the pre-show, and we said, actually, there's only a few rookies that are even going to play inside this playoffs. Rorik was the 4th best rated player in EML coming into this stage. And the question that we said, or that we were essentially posing is, can he continue that form into playoffs? And the answer to that is an unequivocal yes, because he was by far and away the most valuable player for Virtus.pro inside of this map today.
Rorik the Rookie, the absolute rookie. He's still there, he's still the best, and he's still the best in the BO3.
We might rename these stairs after him, to be honest, because on attack and defense, he just absolutely owns the rocket stairs.
Rorik the Rocket.
Rorik the Rocket.
The rocket stairs? No, it doesn't work. Carry on, Leo.
Imagine he played Riora there. Rorik the Rookie playing Riora on the rocket stairs. Amazing players. Whether it is on Deimos, whether it is on Ying, whether it is on Warden, whether it is whatever, so long as he's on these main stairs, he's unkillable. Honestly, such a big player in the most important moment, in the most important positions. Rorik always delivers 16 kills in the first map to qualify his team to EWC. Now only one map away from making his first S-tier event. That is massive for Rorik.
I wish he dropped that when he played ranked with me yesterday. I will say. But no, he was warming up. He was playing a lot of Deimos in ranked yesterday. He's playing it today. And I think showing his operator versatility, because coming into this, he played a lot of hard breach operators, particularly for this VP side. Today he was on the Deimos shotgun, flexed around on a lot of the initiator operators as well. And yeah, he's just proved his worth over and over again.
Now, we're speaking a lot about Rorik, but the reason why he had to prove so much and is also because I think that GK played really well. I know it shows the 7-3, but in my opinion, many of these rounds were much, much closer than the scoreline shows. I think that GK never gave up. They could have went back. I think a comeback was possible. In many of these rounds, the first few steps, they managed to get the opening kills. The vibes are still high. As you can see, Grub is dancing. I like this GK. I like the fact that they're not taking this too seriously. They know they've got one life. They can afford to lose against VP. They will still have 1v03 to play. And I think we can see it.
And I think they know that they were on their opponent's map pick, which is a map that isn't necessarily strong for the side of GK. We didn't see him do well on it in kickoff. Obviously, changes since then. We've not seen them do well on again. And now they will get to go into their map pick, which is much more suited to their style in terms of that Chalet. Think about how Chalet plays out. It's a big L. It's not particularly a big map, and it's got big cutoff areas where you can then use the Solid Snake, you can use the Deimos, you can use the Lion, you can use all of those to then isolate areas of the map and then collapse in terms of FPS. Lair doesn't necessarily suit itself to that style of gameplay, but Chalet really does.
Think of the strong positions on Lair. Think of holding basement and trying to problem solve filtration. Okay, try to problem solve filtration. They spent 2 minutes on Echo when they were trying to attack filtration on basement. Think about main stairs, for example, and rocket stairs. How they could not problem solve rocket and Rorik there. 2 rounds, 2 different rounds on top floor. They could not problem solve this. Now think of the strong position on Chalet. Fireplace. Okay, bathroom, solarium. All of these positions, they're much easier to problem solve on Chalet. And that, to me, is the biggest difference from there to Chalet.
They're easier to problem solve, but they're also very quick. It's such a small map that you can rotate away from needing to problem solve them and just hit site or hit somewhere else directly within seconds. You can't necessarily do that on Lair. So that's why this map should suit GK better.
So I like what you're mentioning about the vibes as well on the side of GK. They seem to be high still, and there's a chance of great resemblance of how their group stage went as well, which started poor, and then they managed to come back. Can they replicate that here in this important best of 3 for qualification to EWC?
Well, it is the biggest question on everyone's minds, and can they or can't they? There's only one way to find out, Tim, and that's by taking us to map 2 in Chalet. Now, as you've heard the Dev speak about, if there's any chance here, realistically, GK need to be able to speed up their attacks a little bit. As you heard Leo talking about towards the end, they spent a lot of time chasing players like Nako throughout the map in multiple rounds, and it really hurt them. The blessing being, Chalet is a much smaller map. It's a map they haven't yet lost so far in 2026, and it's a map that Virtus.pro have not won in 2026. So, let's see if they can get it done. We'll leave that fear of Fortress until we get to it. For now, we'll focus on whether or not GK can get this one over the line.
Bans will come on through a castle ban, which is a slightly unusual one, and a Sami, so 2 architects taken away by GK just to give them a little bit more freedom. It's kind of the antithesis to that Bandit Kaid ban that we often see, this time taking away some of the problems that might slow them down. So I love that with, you know, as you said, Leo's spoken about that. What are the issues that are going to slow us down? What are the issues that are going to take time? They're still going to have to deal with the trap operators, but at least it means they're not going to be dealing with those kind of power positions being held down by Castle and Azami, or at least by the Castle barricades. So yeah, I think that's a good choice coming in from GK there to not have to deal with that sort of stuff. Virtus.pro, on the flip side, they don't want to deal with the Monte, and they're going to take the Snake away as well.
All right. I like it in terms of bans. I think, again, leaning in towards shields, never going to be a problem. The Snake's certainly an interesting one because I think it just means that you're going to see a hell of a lot of Deimos being forced. And we saw Deimos for an awful lot of the last map. We also saw an awful lot of Snake coming out too. So both are good bans. But I think because of the verticality of this map, I would probably have leaned towards targeting towards a Deimos, but also appreciate that a Snake is probably a bit of an easier ban for most teams these days. And the other side, as you say, Tim, both of our architects being taken away except the mirror, but it's not being ran at least here in round 1.
Touchdown will already be racing around, looking to zap, zap, zap all of those electronics that it can find. Razor Blooms, I think, will be a particular target along with the electricals. They're going to be a focus. And if they can take away any of those magnet systems from Wamai as well, I'm sure that that will be well appreciated. We know there's a Razor Bloom just inside this window because we've just seen it put in there. And Little dash across there does keep Sarks away from any danger. Only just. He manages to get himself out of the way.
But now, they'll be back, I'm sure. We'll be looking to ask questions more laterally as well, all the way through to the back end of Kitchen. Right sort of idea. It's because you'll see players skulking around down there looking to cause a spot of bother, but that is a really unfortunate siege timing moment. Sarks looks away for the track and Skies gets the drop on him, gets a freebie.
Great team play. Great team play there. I think, you know, the comm is there, the track is in. He's going to be focused on me, and Skies uses that to maximum effect. Takes a bunch of damage along the way, but shouldn't be the end of the world. Naquo's going to take the damage from the Dockerby call there, eat the 14, lose the use of the phone. Don't forget that part as well. Won't be able to go on cams because no longer has a phone to access them. And still 5 versus 4, 1 minute 20 we are now coming down towards, and Virtus.pro still very much active around the map here, and that problem of time is going to creep up on GK again pretty soon.
They know, but is Pasha going to get them what they want? Will he give him a free kill? He's just a bit too quick. Snaps out of existence as soon as he appears, but Nako gets put chewed down here. Now Pasha's still downstairs in the basement though. Of course, he is 2 floors away from where the action is actually going on, so it'd be a shock if he can get away with a kill or 2 here. As Yog gets one, Dan gets one elsewhere. It is back and forth between the two, but right now it's Virtus.pro coming out on top.
2 versus 2 as Yoga manages to get the trade onto Rorik, though. Dan low health as well, so this is not all plain sailing for Virtus.pro. GK certainly have an advantage in terms of HP. Just looking to see if they can find the man behind desk, looking to chop and change their angles, keep him guessing. He has managed to move up close to this wall. Dan gets aggressive with the pistol and manages to find the kill, and that leaves it all up to Yoga on the Twitch. We've seen some big moments from him so far this stage. He's going to drop a smoke and see if he can get away with putting this diffuser on the ground. I think he might just, you know, I don't think Virtus.pro were really aware or in a position to do anything about it, but Dan manages to get the kill, gets the job done, and that's going to be round 1 going to Virtus.pro.
Great round from Dan as well. Yeah, a little bit scrappy, and I was with you, Tim. We got to about 1 minute and 15 left. I was like, guys, we've barely moved. We're still sat around lobby. We've got meds control, but not really an awful lot else working with us right now. And sure enough, as they finally get themselves moving forward, they start getting pushed into pace a little bit, especially when it comes down to that closing 2 versus 2, which is really well played by the Virtus.pro players. I think Ask was a little bit too nervous on the door, though. Peeked it a few too many times, gave himself up. There's an easy one for Dan to collect on the other side of things. Round 1 going the way of Virtus.pro then. Not bad at all.
Yeah, good start from them, and I think again, you know, we're looking towards the clock, something to definitely keep our eyes on as this one continues through, because it wasn't, you know, the defining factor in that last round. Virtus.pro got a good couple of kills, particularly that opener onto Deimos. It was good decisive action by Skies, but yeah, definitely that clock ticking down towards the end did leave them in a position to be concerned, I think. So we'll be getting into round 2 just as soon as we can do. And Virtus.pro are going to be continuing on the defense. 1-0 it stands.
Absolutely. If nothing else, what did go right for them that round was they did get good control early on as a team on that south side of the map. It's one thing I will praise them on, the punish on towards Nako, for example. They were effective at getting that part of the map done. A little bit unfortunate on their initial attempt to take over of the library side. You know, the drop that came through the hatch, it was a nice little cute play coming out from Skies. But it was really after that where the struggle started. So if the early round starts well, cool. How do you then translate it into a strong, solid mid-round by getting good map control in good time? Virtus.pro, unsurprisingly, are starting themselves up on the top floor to waste a good chunk of time up here. Very classic setup that you see upstairs. They'll, of course, be looking to hold the verticals above sites itself, at which time you'll then see GK, once they've got control of that top floor, then thinking about their execute. But something tells me, Tim, with a mirror on side, they are not looking to make this easy for the attackers.
No, exactly. And this is the point that we're at, you know, with the bans. You take away the castle, you take away the Azami, 2 of the big architects are in the game, and you leave Mirror on the board. So you're going to have to play into that instead. And this is the problem that GK face at the minute. And I think, you know, part of the speeding up, yes, can come from the operators that you take away and prevent being played against you, but it also needs to come from you as a team, going in there, getting aggressive, finding kills and finding space, and then continuing to move. I think it's about having that completeness of plan in mind, so there isn't these pauses between phases. Right, we've got in, we've got established, what's the next step, start drawing in. You know, it's got to be bang straight onto it. For the time being, we've got Nitro pre-ripped in hand. I'm not sure they're going to get too much joy at the minute because GK are not diving inside of the building. It does Wout does not find anybody, but Passion does. Takes down Grubit and second manages to find Starks. And it's, to be quite frank, it is just too easy.
They know that Pasha's belayed that spot in the previous round, that he was skulking around in the basement. But to be fair to him, he's really isolated it rather than then taking 2 poorly timed 1v1s. He's isolated out his 1 versus 1s there and got away with something particularly excellent. Just got the kills that he needs. And now really has set his team up to be able to close out this round. Pressure now coming in towards Skies. We'll have no choice but to run for the drop at some point here as well. You can see the Capitale of Uper outside is just waiting, but the reason why he's used those impacts to him is there are now no Roteros left. They've been counting, and now he's very safely tucked in here, unless he gets forced out by the Capitale. But look at who he's playing. He's on one mind. They have to challenge in Tim, and they still get away with the kill. Far too easy. It's a flawless round for Virtus Pro. Barely bothered in that second round.
Yeah, absolutely. If you remember in the last map on Lair, I spoke about disruption, didn't I, from GK? You know, how are you disrupting these defenders? How are you moving away from the positions that they want to play? And the answer here is that problem is continuing. They haven't disrupted anybody on the side of Virtus Pro. That trifecta up on the top floor was still in position. I can tell you now, if you've got your player still in the corner of Library as a defender at the end of a round, you have been unbothered throughout that round. You can see Naquo. He's still in the support position in box. There'll be a player on blue stairs as well. And, you know, it's just not enough being done to dislodge them and move them around. Rorik supporting from underneath as well. He's the one who actually gets the kill onto Ask as he comes in through there. And, yeah, GK, they quite simply have to find a way. I like some of the stuff they've been doing. I like bringing along the Roteros, clear out some of that utility. It didn't work because guess what? Virtus Pro were ready for it, and they had impact nades in pockets, guys. Just cleared out the Rotero drone. Counter after counter after counter with Virtus Pro always coming out on top.
Got to see GK really turn the heat up a little bit here. It's been challenging in the same way, again, what Leo was saying on the desk about how the pace has really been lacking for their gameplay at points. It feels the same. They lack a conviction, maybe is a strong word to use, but I'd say they're lacking conviction in the plays as a team that they're making. And I know they lost the series, but compare them back to G2's attacks earlier on today. Even Falcons, let's say, to some level of the same. Like, they commit towards the thing as a team and they move in as a unit, and they know that, okay, sometimes it might get a little bit messy, but it's worth the calculated risk that we're taking. I'm not seeing much of that from GK so far. It's a little bit too safe for my liking.
Kitchen and dining is going to be the site for attack this time. We can see that the walls there have actually been opened up and a long line of sight given. It works both ways, so the attackers will benefit from that a little bit, and it might just enable GK to speed things up here. They can at least challenge all the way through into kitchen, prevent a little bit of movement from the defenders. But what it does scream is there's going to be a huge top floor presence from Virtus Pro, which is what we can see. There's only one inside a kitchen at the minute, and that's simply because the defenders can't play inside a site because of this line of sight they've left open. They want to make it uncomfortable for the attackers to be inside of Fireplace. So Virtus Pro, top floor is what it is all about. They've got the verticals, they are ready to deny from above. GK have to clear them out. They need at least 2 kills up here before they force Virtus Pro back to site.
But now, just again, that spot of not really being too bothered. Extending the net a little bit further with a single trip mine being dropped down here as well. That's another thing to have to worry about. Yogg's the one you're looking at to get inside there. I love the use of this, by the way. It's very pretty.
I mean, it certainly puts lasers absolutely everywhere. Makes
it's like,
somewhat of an obstacle course out of it, yeah.
Is it like a yurt or something? It's beautiful. The right keeps it safe, I think, is more the point for conversation. But look, it's like seeing like a bank and there's a very, very secure object in the middle. In this case, the player is the secure object in the middle of it. Good luck getting in there.
Equo manages to find the opener, and it seems like it's starting to crumble a little bit for GK here. On Chalet, we normally expect the attackers to have a little bit of joy, but they're finding absolutely nothing right now, and the momentum sits completely with Virtus Pro. Not too much of a surprise given the stage that Virtus Pro have had. Dan taken down, but did take one along with him. 3 versus 3 as Sarks manages to find Skies, but there's a look at the clock. 30 seconds left to go again. They still don't have vertical control, and they're still not in a position to put the diffuser down.
And Nako's got a second, and there's just no response from the other side. Nako's got a third, and there's no response from the other side. I don't know, man. He's sat inside a kitchen. He's waltzed in towards dining. He's got 3 kills on his walkabout. This is where I say you need conviction to just go sometimes as a team and do things. It's almost like they're waiting too long for conditions to be perfect than to be absolutely certain what they're doing is going to work out. I'd rather see them try than peter out like we're seeing them do here.
Yeah, exactly that. Look, I think, you know, we really do need to remember who they're up against, and almost every team
I just can't buy it. Like, he's had a wander through sight, Tim. He's done whatever the hell he pleases there.
I know,
it's too easy.
I know that it is too easy at the minute, but I think, you know, that can come from the fact that mentally GK might just be a little bit beaten up at the minute, because Virtus Pro, you know, it must feel like you're playing against 6 players sometimes against this Virtus Pro, and mistakes will start to creep in, fatigue will start to creep in, and I think that's what we may be seeing a little bit of at the minute, and GK just not fully focused right now. But Virtus Pro, they've only been beaten by 1 team through the entire stage. You know, it's a huge ask to go up against them. I think that's something that maybe GK need to be reminding themselves of here in this tactical timeout. Look, you know, let's just go and play our game. This isn't our only opportunity. We go into the lower bracket, we go again if this doesn't work out. You know, this is it's almost, we've done the hard yards already, and this is our free shot. This is our free attempt to get in there.
Well, a lot can happen after a tap timeout. A lot can happen when you get into a second quarter and repeat the sites that you've already seen. And maybe, just maybe, GK can start turning this one around. A reminder again, whoever wins this series, it's looking like it's going towards Virtus Pro, make it to EWC. The loser isn't out and isn't, like, unable to make it anymore. 4 of our teams will go. But as we've seen with G2, the loser of this game drops down into the lower bracket. They face off against the Rebels. Whoever wins that game will be the one that makes it to EWC. In the same stroke, we've got G2 against Fnatic being played next as well. Next is in tomorrow to see out of those teams who makes it.
Round 4, Virtus Pro will just repeat their rotation. It's going to be back to Master and Office, same as round 1. And it's been convincing wins throughout. They've had every single entry kill so far. They had a flawless round in round 2. And right now, GK look all at sea. They need to get themselves they need to find solid land, essentially. They need to find themselves something to anchor onto so they can start to build from. And I tell you what, an entry kill would be a wonderful thing to get them going. They're going to see that there is a presence in library. Disruption is a word that I'm going to use again. Virtus Pro cannot be allowed to defend the entirety of the top floor from beginning to end. The only one disrupting anybody is Pasha. As he steps out on a run out, doesn't get killed. He's almost down. He might lose his life, but it doesn't matter because the damage has been done. Yupo's been taken out. That's the hard breach gone.
Nah, he's off towards garage, mate. He'll pop up on main stairs and he'll get another kill like he has done before. Like, he's been down here in 3 of the 4 rounds so far. He's played this exact style on the same operator, yet they are still struggling to deal with him is my main worry. Like, that group has got a hold him the whole time in case he does pop up West Main, but as we've just seen, he's off in Narnia right now. It's the other side of the map.
Going to see the track coming out onto Pasha, but again, it's all wasted time, isn't it? Because he's got himself back up to library now, so he's got a little bit of support as well, you know, from anybody over towards that side. Just having a look, actually, everybody else has moved back, but with 1:30 left to go, Pasha still existing and still surviving and getting himself back to piano. It's borderline unforgivable for GK. They can't allow that to happen. Yes, they get the kill now, but what has the cost been? What has the cost been? It's been 1:40 and a death. It's just, it's taken too long.
Don't have what I need.
Too sure about that flash. He's almost there to be able to capitalize off the back of it. Here comes Gruby with the drone in front of him as well. So a little bit of team play being demonstrated, but he's now converted into a kill. Gets a freebie through the soft wall. That's a mistake, isn't it? Maybe now getting swung in for the second. Has no idea where it's being swung from. I have no idea that Nako took position. Yog into one more. A second from the window. As Dan tried to go for the challenge, but couldn't quite get away with it. GK finally on the board.
Yeah, much better late round there from GK. I like the teamwork with the drone and Gruby going up solar stairs. Virtus Pro had absolutely no idea, to be fair to them, but it was actually the teamwork that came in beyond that. If you notice, Rorik tried to swing Master Door to challenge on into solar once Gruby had got that first kill, but there was a player on the window, so it was an easy kill. The cover was already in place. And then when the player in bathroom tries to rotate back through to piano, he gets taken down from double window where there's a player on rappel. So GK GK had at least the players in the right positions. You'll see it now. You know, had the players in the right positions to be able to cut off those rotations and those routes for the defenders to be able to move around. It worked out really well, and they get themselves their first round. That is at least something for them to build on.
For sure. I was a little bit worried at the start of it. The first 90 seconds didn't look good. They started out the same as the rest, but the recovery was excellent. Now again, can they turn it into a 5th? Can they turn it into a 6th round win? Oh, that depends how they want to play it out. Bar and Gaming going to be where we head for this one. I'm not seeing anything to suggest anything too balmy. In fact, more of the same again. We've got the Capital being swapped in. We've got the Flores coming in. Same as we saw last time around. But Skies, if you recall, wasn't moved out of the corner of Library. He just got to sit there all day long. They had a bit of a Hail Mary swing on towards him from the double window, but he still managed to get that kill and hold his position for longer. So I'm only slightly nervous here that GK are trying to do the same thing as before and expecting different results, given all that we said tonight around Sanity is trying the same thing and hope for a different outcome, blah, 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 blah. It feels like a lot of the same again.
Windows being opened straight away by GK. I like this little bit of... It feels like a little bit of extra pace from them. Already clearing utility with the Rotero drones. Pressure towards Library already. Damage being done to Virtus Pro. We're only 40 seconds into the round, so this is better from GK. It's a little bit more of an explosive start into this one. But if we remember, last time they attacked onto Game and Bar, they weren't even able to get any top floor control. Nako played in Library right to the end. Rorik was inside a storage right till the end. And so there was no disruption there. This time, they've already forced the player out of Library. Skies has been forced away. He's had to drop the hatch. So already GK feel like they're ahead of where they were last time they attacked onto this.
You say that, he has got himself back up to the Library entrance, but he's still dancing around and being a little bit of a nuisance. I can only assume they know that they've forced him away, but do they know he's now asking the question once again and waiting to step in to challenge them? That remains to be seen. With that cleared out, at least they can start to pressure in towards Mez, somewhere they couldn't really get any kind of implication on last time around. They were attacking on towards this site. Smokes coming through, a fire nut off the back of it too. And Yogda wants to fall down this time. That really shouldn't be happening. Not ideal to see him falling already as Pasha now swings out in towards Mud, gets his freebie. Even with the call coming on through, he don't care.
Sox is going to pick up Pasha. 1 minute 10 left on the clock. Sky's low health. Rorik has damage done as well. But Yoga down but not out. I'm not sure if he's going to be collected or not. It might not matter as Sox manages to pick up Dan. Effectively now 3 versus 3. Virtus Pro have one inside a piano. But again, GK keep chipping away. Sox manages to get himself another. He's going well over the last couple of rounds. Upor onto Nako. Leaves us now 1 versus 2 effectively with Yoga down, but he's going to be collected. I like this move from GK. They've got the time to do it, and they get the man on his feet. Toxic Babe canister goes out. They know that there's a drop down towards the main door, though. Rorik, he's had a big day so far. Can he continue to hold on? It's not going to take much for him to take down the Lion, but the net is tightening now as they drop into sight. There's going to be an opportunity to put this diffuser down, and I don't think there's anything the smoke can do.
Tries the round for it, but I was going to say no way he gets through the kill onto the planter and the player on the hatch. That's 2 in a row now, Tim. GK starting to warm back at just the right time. If they can get 3 rounds here, I'd feel quite optimistic about their chances in the second half.
I'd agree. I think if you can level it out, get 3 in a row, carry that momentum through to the second 6, you know, maybe you can get something going. We do talk about Chalet being an attacker-favoured map, so Virtus Pro at least have that going for them on the second half, but we know this isn't necessarily their best map in the pool. Having a look, though, over quite a big sample size, over the last 36 rounds of attack they've played on Chalet, they've got a 61% win rate on attack of Virtus Pro, and that could be a real sticking point here for GK, because even at a 3-3, statistically that would put Virtus Pro getting 4 rounds, so they've got their work cut out for them, GK, when they get onto the defense.
All right, and Virtus Pro clearly actually rattled enough by the after. They've only got 1 round to go. And you think, okay, it's not all that impactful. Fine, we'll let round 6 play out. They clearly feel they need to have 4 defenses here. They back themselves on the attacking side, but they need this last round so crucially. And they'll be kicking themselves a little bit. They've had the entry in every single round in this half, yet still they've managed to concede 2 rounds over to a 4 versus 5 GK. That probably, I imagine, is where part of this conversation is going, is, boys, we can't be letting this one slip. We need this one, and then we can see this wrapped up in 2.
Master Bedroom is going to be the final site for Virtus Pro. They did try it back in round 4. They won it in round 1. They tried it in round 4 and lost it to GK. If you remember, it was that really nice finish to the round where they had the solar push at the end. They had the do window covered. They had the solar repel, and they just had every angle covered on beautiful crossfires, GK, and were able to close it out quite easily. Virtus Pro just got picked apart, essentially. So they're going to have to do things a little bit differently. Pasha tried a run out and successfully achieved a run out in that round, managing to take down the solar side of the attack at the beginning, at least. So I don't really know what, much more Virtus Pro can do here. I was going to say lean towards traps, slow things down. They've got the smoke. They've brought the Banshees this time of the Melusi. That could help to hold down the Solar side in quite a big way, and the Razor Blooms as well. So I like what I'm seeing from Virtus Pro, but they're going to have to prove it.
Stand by to witness the punch.
Imagine Pasha feels a bit hurt being getting to run around the Solar Stone, where he's had a lot of fun with it. But as you say, leaning in towards the Melusi, don't hate it for slowing things down. Though again, speed has been the issue for GK. They've been a little bit, like I say, lacking in conviction at points, but do I think this would be the right way to try and help them here? Not 100% sure. Sark's got himself on piano windy here, tucked in nice and tight while the barricades around him were being shot out. That would have been his chance to get a freebie. Do they know that he's there? It's only Rorik. I say if it was Rorik and piano, different conversation maybe, but he's inside Master Bedroom of smoke. Could very well displace him here, but no. For now, gets to lie down and keep on holding his angle.
Just waiting for the peak to come on in. We'll have no idea how close that was to Rorik looking around the corner, but he just chose not to at the end, and it was certainly the right choice. GK need to be careful here. Nearly halfway through the round, and they're just getting caught sitting, looking through windows, waiting for that opportunity to present itself. And as they try to rush things, as they try to get things moving, it is a jump through the window. Sarks has been the shining light in the last couple of rounds. He gets taken out as the entry death. Advantage Virtus Pro.
All right. But again, Tim, we're at the halfway mark in the round, and we've not really seen a lot of movement. It's almost like GK are waiting to see if players on the side of Virtus Pro would dare challenge them. They'll swing them, they'll get a bit restless, and then maybe get a couple of kills off the back of it. Clearly that's not been effective for them in the early parts of any round that we've seen on this map, and a lot of the previous map as well. It's been this mid to late round where things start to look a little bit more positive for GK, at least from what we've seen across the last couple. Here, maybe they feel they can get something done in a 4 versus 5, but look at the difference. Virtus Pro are giving them absolutely nothing for now.
Yeah, they're playing this one much better. I feel like they were getting caught out over the last couple of rounds, always in bad crossfires, always in lose-lose situations, but like you say, just offering absolutely nothing up, and that's where the time factor comes in for GK. We're now at 35 seconds again, and it's another position where they might struggle. You felt like Pasha had made the mistake there, that he'd maybe gone for the wrong side, that Ask had outthought him and outmaneuvered him, but there was no pre-fire from Ask, and it allowed Pasha to get those shots in, take his man down. 5 versus 2 as Rorik picks up Yoga. It's a flawless round. They were left to jump in through windows, GK, and this time they didn't have the answers like they have in the last couple of rounds.
In the last couple of rounds, I think they found, again, Virtus Pro stepping into their lines of sight or looking to challenge them, and they've got away with 3 kills as a result. This round here, Virtus Pro, dead patient for the vast majority of it, right up until we got towards the last 10 to 15 seconds. And when they did do something about it, they exploded. So, nice try. But still a nice half overall coming out for Virtus Pro. Let's see what Anna and the boys thought about that one.
Yeah, well, the first half we've been treated to, especially from Virtus Pro here, and listening to the player comes from GK as they were on attack. There was a lot of chaos, a lot of panic, and the problem solving on their end seemed to be really rough.
Yeah, I think so. I think unequivocally Virtus Pro have won that half. Chalet is attacker-sided, VP get a 4-2 defensive half. How did they do it? Well, let's take a look at it. It goes round 2, and they're playing somebody in the library corner position. It starts off with Pasha getting aggressive, big double kill. Okay, GK, that's fine. You've now got a free kill. What are you going to do about it? You're going to do nothing about it. You know, they stood, looked at the window for ages. In the end, the solution was let's double jump in on the window. Absolutely get fried and die. Okay, what about the next power position? Beautiful, beautiful Denari setup inside a piano. How are you going to clear this, GK? Well, they don't. They go and hit site direct, and that's exactly what VP wanted. They had the ACOG, the long sight, they had the vertical, and they are done.
Exactly, look at the time. 20 seconds left in the end. Because like they just looked at the strat, and they could not problem solve it.
And in fairness, the half then went a little bit better. Shepard took his time out. You know, GK managed to find a couple of round wins. They started baiting out some of that aggression. Pasha was running around like a madman the first few rounds. They baited that out, and they really started to get a grasp on it. And then we saw something that we don't necessarily always see. We saw a timeout in round 5 of the half, which I think from Dark there was actually genius, because he knows how important winning the defensive half on Chalet is. He wanted a timeout for 1 round so that his team was carrying a 4-2 into this half rather than a 3-3. And then what did he do? He asked them to play passive. He asked them to wait, let GK execute, even rat. We saw Pasha go from a madman running out, running out with impacts, sprinting at people, to ratting inside the dining. Big playstyle change, and they win that round as well.
Yeah, the main thing for VP, they had the right game plan, right? Let Pasha go aggressive, let him roam freely. The 4 other players will play behind line of sight. They will play behind loads of utility. And if you force GK to have to problem solve all of this utility, as their game plan basically crumbles, because their playstyle has always been split around, find a gap. But what happens when you have to create the gap? They've never trained to create a gap. It's always there in front of them. So when there is no gap, then they don't know what to answer.
Now, I am absolutely shocked. I have never seen these bans before against Nako. Never in my life have I seen 2
back
shields.
on the blitz you go.
And he's going to go straight back on the blitz. I think what's interesting with that, and of course it was coming especially on Chalet for this map, is which shield do you want him on? They've clearly identified they prefer him on the blitz rather than Monty or Blackbeard.
The cool thing is now we're going to see the difference between the 2 teams when it comes to clearing those power position. And VP, I can tell you they're going to be good at this.
And that's the big thing. It seems like Virtus were only just a few rounds away from qualification to the Esports World Cup. GK, it's the second half, your final moment to turn the tide around.
Thank you very much, guys. All right, let's see if they can turn that tide. Virtus Pro showed the ability to adapt, admittedly only for 1 round, Tim, in the 6th third with how they played it out, as the Dash just explained. GK are going to have to show a little bit of bottle here to hold on what is typically a very attacker-sided map. And Virtus Pro, yes, they haven't won this map in 2026, and GK haven't lost it, but we know they've got some serious attacking chops on them, and I'd be nervous regardless.
Yeah, we've had a couple of maps today that have had very important round 7s, and this is certainly another one. Let's see how Virtus Pro shape up. We're going to have a bit of a presence outside straight away from GK. I think there's not really much to do outside other than try to disrupt or try to distract Virtus Pro. I think maybe a little bit of utility that's been put out there. We'll see as the round goes on. But for the time being, we've got Dan on the Glaz this time. Glaz is something that Virtus Pro have used consistently on layer until it was banned away from them. They've shown some, real ability with it, real power, and it's no surprise to see it being brought along again.
Absolutely. And leaning towards all the operators that we, again, kind of accustomed with Virtus Pro. Rorik has been an absolute demon, as we spoke about many a times already today. In fact, look at the numbers throughout the series for those who are curious on it so far. Rorik currently sits way at the top on 22 and 10. On the other side, everyone is negative or even, except for Yog, who's currently 17 to 11. By comparison, it's that 14 and 6 for Passion, 22 and 10 for Rorik. But here we go, Groovy's in, finding one for himself. The punish comes through, though, as Nako gets one back in response. That shield goes down, impact over the top, not quite doing enough damage to put him anywhere near low, as Askers now drops away.
And that's a pretty good exchange for GK there. Taking the Ying off the board is going to be a big loss of utility for Virtus Pro. When you now start looking towards an execute, you think, where are they going to go in? How are they going to create the space? They're not going to be able to do it behind those Candelas. It also limits their smokes. They've still got 2 left available after the one that Dan has just used. So Nako will need to get into position to be able to support him. The track comes out, and that's going to pick up Ask down in the basement, exactly the same as Pasha was playing the Soulless. But look at the clock, a minute left to go. Virtus Pro not really done any work towards site just yet, so need to make sure that they're getting a move on.
They do. I wonder if the same issues begin to befall them in terms of speed, but here we are asking questions. Hello? Hello? Surely Yog dies here? Yeah, no. How is Yog still alive? Guys? Are we good? Finally finished off, and Rorik gets the one downstairs. A 2 versus 1. Sarks all alone as C4 up over the top. Alley-oop, not quite finishing him off, but the bullets, they do the job. Into a 1 versus 1, and Rorik has got the track on, but look at it, Tim. He is turned tail, hiding inside a bathroom. This plank could go down in the corner here. The nice part is, of course, he's got the track on. He has the information. Out he comes, steps out towards one side. Rorik looking for him, but finding nothing. Sarks ready with the shotgun and finds him at range. GK taking the first round of this half.
Yeah, Virtus.pro have sold that round a little bit there. The failure to pick up Yogg. You know, you feel like Naquo's maybe just got to extend himself around that corner just a little fraction more. It doesn't have to be a huge amount. He's not going to put himself in any real danger. But the fact that Yogg is able to turn around, come back inside and get a kill, yes, he was always going to lose his life in that position. You can't let him take somebody with him. Big mistake there. And I think without that happening, Virtus.pro are then in, you know, a man advantage situation. They don't come down to a 1v1 at the end, and they don't give Sarks the opportunity. It was the two golden boys of the game so far up against each other, Sarks versus Rorik, and this time, surprisingly, somewhat, Rorik lost out.
Oh boy, all right. I mean, you can't win a ultim. You can't be an absolute god all day long. He's already topping the pops for his team, for the whole lobby, actually, to be fair. He's playing incredibly well. But for Sarks to be able to give his team a little bit of a shot in the arm to try and close that gap once more, that's a bit of a blessing. Otherwise, we'd be looking at a 5-2, and I think then we all begin to think the game is only going one way. As it stands, though, there is only one round between them. GK, I think, sorely need this round. Can't keep on going 1-for-1 all day long, else you will walk away as the loser. Look at this from Yogg. Cheeky little bugger as well, hoping to find someone on the spawn peak, but no one's giving him anything.
I love the attempt. I love the aggression that GK are bringing to this one. You know, let's try and get ourselves into these rounds in a positive way. Let's take the fight to Virtus.pro and let them know that every inch that they want to take is going to come at serious cost. We're going to be attacking onto Bar and Gaming. Gruby is on the Solus, or Gruby, sorry, was on the Solus this time. He was playing over Kitchen Dining side, just trying to slow down any kind of solar and master push, and he's not going to be slowing anything down as he gets taken down. As you say, too easy really for Virtus.pro. Just managed to create one of those lose-lose situations for him. Pasha does take some damage along the way on the Capitary. They really don't want to be losing that utility. Still has 2 fire arrows and 2 smoke arrows in pocket. And that would be a big loss, as well as 2 impact EMPs as well. Pasha needs to just play it safe.
Ask at least finding that maybe he hasn't been quite up there on the kills department this game. At least can give information over to his team and make out the appropriate calls on what needs to be done. Spoke a lot about Solus and Pulse already today, both filling a slightly different role, but also still similar in that it can give information over to your teammates. Now, I imagine what Ask is trying to do is now got that push coming across this top floor. He'll be able to support those that are playing upstairs in Library once the push gets so far forward. My main worry, though, Tim, is again coming back to what we spoke about a little bit in the last round, is time-wise, right? Like, Virtus.pro aren't in a bad spot here, but there is still quite a lot of work to do upstairs to force these players on the top floor away, and we're down to the last 80 seconds.
Getting onto the balcony, but need to be careful. Look at the shotgun just off to your left, waiting. It is the sentry of Sarks. And he just knows that there's going to be some pressure coming. The scanner will tell them, but not sure they're aware of just how aggressively Sarks is playing this. As soon as they step across that window, Rorik is going to get, I was going to say he's going to get absolutely blasted by that shotgun, but the sentry does choose to drop where it goes in. Just such a beautiful use of the nades. I know it's simple, but I just love it every time we get to watch a move like that.
Poor C4 from Ask as well. The splits between both players. The second one comes up, does no damage either. Daycro doing his best imitation of Neo from the Matrix and dodging around those explosives, it feels. Sarks down underneath, ready and waiting. Again, no C4s with which to work, but he's hoping to be able to support his team upstairs. Don't quite think he'll be given the chance, though. Down to the final few seconds here. Last 20 in a 5 versus 3. Can Virtus.pro get it over the line?
Just a bit concerned. Oh, I was going to say I'm a bit concerned they don't know about Sarks' presence, but as it is, they do manage to get the kill from the window. Dan closes out another flawless round. That's actually the 3rd flawless round that Virtus.pro have had during this game, by the way. And as you say, Des, 1-for-1 doesn't really suit GK. They need to start chaining rounds together as soon as they can do, because that sees them now 5-3 down. Only 2 more rounds required for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, that was a much better round overall. Although it was slower and more composed, I don't blame them. I think they were trying to deal with the X factors, the fringe elements, you might say, at the other side, and especially trying to make sure they cleared that top side systematically. It would have been so easy to swing on there and try and put pressure on, ignore the fact of droning entirely and get bitten on the backside by Sarks, who's standing at that window really aggressively. It would have made life very hard for them. So yes, it was slow and controlled, but I think with due cause there, because it has given them a round win. They're up to 5-3. Now we go into what we so often describe as such a critical round. Virtus.pro win this one, they're up 6-3. You can't see GK closing that 3-round gap. If GK can win it, There is a world where we probably go to overtime. It's unlikely to go on to win the whole thing, but at least they can keep it close. So this one for me really will be what decides which way this game goes. We find ourselves going to OT, or the Virtus.pro take a clean 2-0 and qualify for EWC, as well as a game against Falcons in the upper bracket.
I think no matter what happens in this matchup, when you look at the day as a whole, I think coming in, it would have been reasonable to expect, especially with the performances that we've seen, that Virtus.pro and G2 would have been the two to qualify to Esports World Cup. So one way or another, we are going to have a little bit of a surprise here. I think, you know, Falcons and GK being the ones to take those first two spots would be maximum surprise. So I think we're going to sit somewhere around medium surprise as an absolute minimum. Virtus.pro are looking pretty good at the minute to be, you know, at least sort of 50% of those predictions coming correct. See, the fact that library is clear gives them an opportunity to open that mezzanine wall, but just conscious of the push from underneath there. So Dan drops down to make sure that he's not going to take any damage. Rorik does take a little bit on the rappel there, so needs to be careful. And Virtus.pro, 50 seconds into the round, will now start trying to move these players who are holding on to particularly mezzanine.
Oh. When you get a freebie as the wall starts to open up, he's crouched down now, has to know the next one will go. Look at the little slither he's found himself here. Only has to crouch and he exposes his booty on one side or the other. But they need more pressure. You've got Sky set underneath here. I think he's looking to try and do some damage himself, but obviously a little bit hesitant to step inside so far. But they've got to make him move one way or another, Tim.
That's it, Grubik.
Never mind, he's dead.
I was just going to say, Grubik can just stand still. Grubik can literally stand still, and his presence is enough to prevent them from going in. But they have Virtus.pro once again found the answer and found the entry. Also worth mentioning, GK have only got one entry out of 9 rounds so far. They have been playing this almost constantly in a 4v5, and it has taken its toll. There is no two ways about it. I think they're actually doing well to have got 3 rounds in those circumstances. Missed opportunity as they went for the nade. Sarks will not know how lucky he was, and they punished as well as Pasha taken down. Sarks continues to be the thorn in their side.
Not for much longer as Skies has managed to get underneath and collects him after his march down through lobby stairs and can now rise up through blue. Happy that they've got control of this side of the map. But Tim, again, time becomes a bit of a stinger here. Yes, they've only lost 1, they've taken down 2. That's not the end of the world. But they've got 45 seconds to get full top floor control and go for a plant. This is a lot for Virtus.pro to accomplish.
Yeah, it really is. Ask does manage to find 1, and that's giving GK at least a glimmer of hope. We can see the top floor. Ask is going to have to drop away, though. Look at his health. It's so low at this point. He really can't be taking too many fights. So it is going to come down to that site defense as they start to drop away. All of them now returning down onto site. Next few gunfights are going to be particularly important. Nakor going for the plant. Ooh. There's one as we see Yoga managing to get the trade, but the plant will be successful. Gets away with it. It's all up to Dan. Do they know his location? Doesn't quite see the head of the player. As soon as they try to strafe across, Ask has got to be careful here because he's so low health.
He's got to land a miracle shot here. Won't quite do it. And now Dan can just open up the wall, has the range that he needs, sees the body, takes the shot himself. So dangerously low. Someone has got to swing him at some point, or at least force out the temporary 1 versus 1. Here's Ask, and sure enough, gets the down that he needs. I've been critical of this man today a couple of times, but a triple kill when his team most need it. Draws the rounds down to just a 1-round difference. GK aren't out of this yet.
We continue on the back and forth, and Dan, I really thought that was a winnable situation for him there. He was down to 20 seconds. He allows Ask. He's, I think, too focused on opening up the line onto the plant spot. He's too worried about the soft wall. You can spray through that later. As soon as Ask takes the peak, he's in serious trouble. That's the fight that he needed to focus on. Those were the bullets that he needed to land. Couldn't do it. And GK get themselves a good retake there. 4-5 then. But as we have said, if they can't get back-to-back rounds, they will lose this game. Virtus.pro will win it out if it just goes 1 for 1 for 1. So, GK, now's your time. You've got to double down. You've got to find at least another round in tandem to the one you've just got to bring us back to a level playing field.
Let's go, retake, boys.
Oh boy, oh boy. Well, it's making things entertaining, Tim. I was really worried we're coming towards Chalet, and I know, again, Virtus.pro haven't won this map over the last 6 months. I know that GK haven't lost it over the last 6 months. I believe it's 0-3 and then 2-0, respectively. But
they are giving us one hell of a good fight. I really thought Virtus Pro would get the chance to run away with it, but even they're seeing now in the second half that the time waits for no one. It's hurting them a little bit here in the same way that it did GK. And yes, it's counted on Ash to have a big step-up round when he's been quite poor throughout the series so far. But when it mattered most, he's gone massive. And they've still got a chance, like I say, to bring this towards overtime. I don't think they get a 7-5 win here to send us through to Fortress in regulation. I think it is going to demand overtime. We were joking a little bit on our podcast yesterday and saying, could you imagine a world where like both results go the way that we don't expect, where Falcons managed to beat G2 and we see GK manage to beat Virtus Pro? We were saying it feels unlikely and like one of them could happen, but you can't see a world where both happen. Yet something just gives me a feeling if we get to Fortress, it ain't going to be as clear-cut as many would like to think.
Yeah, it's certainly starting to look like more of a grey area, isn't it, as this one continues on and GK slowly stack up the rounds and slowly just keep clawing back at Virtus Pro, keeping them in distance at the moment. Have the Don 6 goes out, clear out the double window. It is a Master Office attack, so double window particularly important, even if it's a phantom pressure, but we saw the value of double window earlier. I like this from the Capitao early on. That's going to allow that wall to be opened up. They try to take the Selma off, can't find the charge. We hear the detonation, so the smoke does its job. Great stuff, great use of utility, and that's just made it really difficult to play inside of Master Bedroom now.
Ooh. Tuck in tight, baby. Then Toe's going to be toasty. But they probably assume that he's not here. They won't think of that he's out on the bout. They'll think he's probably inside bathroom or a step back, which gives them a little bit of room. They're still challenged on towards double window from here. Will they safely assume they can step in and more fire comes out? But again, he's able to move. That's also all the smoke coming out from Pasha Tim. Yet no one on the side of Virtus Pro has made moves off the back of it. They feel a little bit uncoordinated right now.
I can only assume that they know that the fire is not doing the job. Ask gets taken down. You've got an opportunity to spray through that floor from below. If they don't, they're going to find out pretty quick that Grube is still in position. Just the fact that the second, there you go. Just the fact that the second fire arrow went in told me that they were aware. Holding the angle onto bathroom, he knows. He's just waiting for the opportunity. As soon as he moves across, he takes the shot a little bit too soon. It tells Grube that he needs to be careful. How is he surviving for this long? He's on his belly. He's crawling like a snake. He's gonna get himself to safety. Unreal play from Grube.
What an escape artist. He has survived everything coming his way. 2 or 3 angles being contested. Fire.
And now he's back.
And now he's going back for seconds. This absolute madman. He's in a great spot, but now will he get challenged? No, looks away at the wrong time. But Skies has rolled him over into a second in the round. Almost makes it a third, but no, Yupa. Second kill on the map coming out, but he's got to win something special here. They don't get away with it in the end, Tim, but my God, Grube pulling off something like heroic there.
We did predict the problem for GK, maybe Virtus Pro just going 1-for-1 with them. We find ourselves now in a situation where that does continue. Virtus Pro go on to match and series point, and they have 2 opportunities at it. If the pattern continues, then Virtus Pro will be the second team in EML to qualify to the Esports World Cup. If GK can pull off something special, get 2 rounds in a row, we will head into overtime. You suggested that might be where we were heading, Des. We'll see after the next couple of rounds, but I've got a feeling that Virtus Pro are going to find one of them. They are just looking so good at problem solving at the minute.
They are, yeah. Again, if we could have seen GK battle that back, I would have had a little bit of optimism. Maybe they win this round, but as we've said all half, they've got to do it back to back, and they struggle to accomplish that up to this point. It's going to be a Master Office defense to potentially see the conclusion of this series, and Virtus Pro booking their ticket to Paris for the EWC. And again, that reminder about what everyone's excited about for EWC. 1, fat prize pool on the line, but most importantly, the winner gets an auto immediate qualification to SI 27. That is going to be something special, and no doubt what every team has got their eye on. Not having to worry about what happens in stage 2, how you perform at the major, potentially last chance calls. You can put your feet up and just enjoy the ride at that point, Tim, knowing full well you've got a chance to lift that hammer in February.
Yeah, I think I'm right in saying it will be the first confirmed qualification as well. So you'll be the...
I will check, but I'm pretty sure you're right.
Just double check. I think I'm right in saying that. So you'll be the first on the list, like guaranteed.
Yes, even Dark Zero aren't 100% confirmed, but they may well be if they make it to EWC.
Yeah,
based purely on points they get from the league itself.
Yeah, so I might be right. I might be wrong. We'll see. It depends how it shapes out and how Dark Zero do in the NAL playoffs, of course. So let's get back to the match at hand. Round 11, 6-4 Virtus Pro. One more round. We'll see them not only take the map, but the series, having already won on Lair 7-3. You can see at the top of your screen. They've just won on Master and Master Bedroom and Office. They are back attacking Master Bedroom and Office again. Castle Barricades being dealt with fairly summarily as we see the Gon 6 and the nades doing their jobs. That's going to be the access they need at least. 1 minute 50 left on the clock. Good quick work from Virtus Pro so far. More than aware of Gruby's position this time. This time he's going to be on the castle and just looking. He's got the super shot so he can open up the vertical angles. Nice little pre-fire. Just predicts the movement of Nequo and takes the head off the ace. Beautiful stuff.
Oh, man. Yeet some nades at the man. Make him move. Firing a nade at the same time. We saw some brilliant stuff done earlier on Lair. Like, why not do the same again? 3 nades at once, I believe it was, in towards Nequo. He had no chance of surviving.
Come on.
They're getting away with nothing. The nade, you heard it in his hand. It doesn't go anywhere. Gruby, just name the spot after him, man. Just name it. Come on.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times. I won't let you quite get away with that. Rorik does manage to find him. That's going to be 4 versus 3. But honestly, the damage is done. You've got the sense taken out. You've got the ace taken out. So no hard breach, no planting utility. You know, really bad stuff from Virtus Pro. Really poor there. Both of them just running below the peak hole that GK had opened up and Gruby taking full advantage of it. So really well played from him on the castle. Honestly, probably gets his team a win in round 11 because at least the 12. We're going to have these smoke going in. If you hop in here, you're almost gonna die. Just see him have to move away. 2 versus 4, though. It's looking good for GK as they hop in through the window. 1 taken down. There's the second.
Nice.
And we are at least going to see all 12.
Well, I'm glad they learned on the 3rd time of asking how to deal with him, Tim. It was to get below and destroy the floor underneath him, and therefore he had no option but to move and ultimately die. Just took a little bit of time for Virtus Pro to adjust to that one, I'm afraid. But either way, it's GK with a result. Still with a chance here to take us to OT, but they've got to be winning this next round. It has to get them there, and it's got to be a big performance coming out.
This is the real question now, isn't it? It's like, yep, you've got a couple of rounds, but as we've said, they keep trading rounds. They haven't had 2 in a row since they managed to get round 4 and 5 together. So it's not only about getting 2 rounds back-to-back now, it's about doing it under pressure as well, because you know that you've not achieved this as of yet, and now you've got Virtus Pro, you know, taking the entire series if you don't get it done this time. So it is a big ask here for GK, but they're going to give it everything they've got. They're in kitchen and dining. If we have a look, last time they've only defended this once. It was back in round 9. Good choice for them. It was a site that they won. It was the 2v1, if you remember. Came down to a 2v1 at the end. It was an Ask 3k on Ella. He managed to get that final kill onto Dan, and he was super low health at the time as well. So I like that they've picked a site that they've got confidence on there. They've played it once, won it once. But I do think it was quite a close round for them, and I don't think this is a guarantee.
Nothing is guaranteed, Tim. Not given what's on the line for both of them, 100%. So let's see how they start with their clear. Got Sky's working his way through the basement. Last time around, he was dancing a lot around lobby before he came his way out towards blue. And if you recall, he got that trade onto one of the players that managed to get a kill onto one of his players at top of blue. So he was able to do quite a lot of work below, but here he's gone straight up on towards the roof instead. I imagine Ass is going to be the main one they want to try and deal with here, running around on that Solus. Once again, not playing on the pulse, but feeding information to the team on who's on drones where gadgets are coming in from, where drones are rolling in from. Yeah, I think we're very used to it by now. When you see drones moving in a part of the map, normally 2 or 3 of them, you know what's going on. You know the focus is going to be on that part of the map.
Similar
Here we are again, by the way.
Yeah, similar clearance to that we saw last time. Gruby, as we've seen, has shown himself to be an absolute pro escape artist when it comes to these settings. Is he able to just keep himself in position for as long as possible? Nequo is down, and that is going to be the Dokkaebi as well. I don't think he's long for this world as he's being chased down. Starks take him out. So that is a big loss with those phone calls gone. We're not even halfway through the round yet. GK have the advantage in terms of manpower. Gruby is going to suffer a little bit of utility going up there, but it's only an absolute fraction of damage that gets done to him. And right now, I think GK are looking good in this round.
They are. And again, I was a bit nervous coming in. I thought there's no way they can win 2 back-to-back, right? But they're not... I don't want to jinx them, but they're not miles off doing it because Virtus.pro haven't got tons of map control here, let's not forget. And, of course, have lost the initial entry with their main Intel operator. They've still got Rorik, one of those scans available to him. But after that's been used, they are basically out at that point. Little cheeky love tap coming in from the shotgun on towards As to let him know we do know that you're there. Please move. But they so badly need this kill, and I don't think he wants to give them anything. Goes out, and that is the perfect timing. Asdan is stood there with a grenade in his hand, can do absolutely nothing about it. The trade is there from Pasha, expecting a swing, but there's nothing coming in from the side of GK. Can they get this done in the last 45? Tim, they've got to win a 3 versus 4.
Yeah, that trade could be a little bit too little too late, though, couldn't it? The damage may well be done. 3 versus 4. Low health for Rorik, and they're aware of the push. This is going to be a cheap kill. No! Pasha somehow overturns it. Manages to get Sarks. Now, there is a surprise. 3 versus 3. 25 seconds left to go. Still so much work to be done, though. Virtus.pro nowhere near sight. They've taken far too long fighting over Library. This is going to be just a last gasp. Just rush into sight. Groovy manages to get Skies. 10 seconds. I don't see any way that they do this now. Pasha, about 3 HP left, gets a kill. Likely to be a meaningless exit frag. 4 seconds left. Doesn't have diffuser in hand. Exit the quad. Surely doesn't get the ace. No, he won't. And we are going to overtime, Des.
Wow. I mean, if he managed to get a spray onto the soft wall and pick up the last player, then I would have lost my mind. But he doesn't get away with it. And GK, against all odds, have battled their way back through. And as Tim says, they take us into OT. I'm not sure who starts on what side here going into OT. We'll find out, of course, in just a second. But they could yet send us into Fortress, Tim. Again, on paper, it's not a map that GK are going to have the best success on against Virtus.pro. It is a map that they like, mind you. They're banning tendencies when we say that. When we say they like the map, banning tendencies, looking at do they first ban it during vetoes, i.e. it's their permaban, or do they leave it until quite late? GK leave it quite late. Although Virtus.pro are a very, very good Fortress team, I don't think GK are going to be all that bothered about going there. Looking at it on second time of asking, it could be a very, very interesting affair when we get there.
But GK, I've kept calling them the mystery team throughout the stage. We never know what we're going to get, and I'm going to say the same for them on Fortress. I expect a very good Fortress out of Virtus.pro. I think all of us do. That's why we've been talking about this requirement for a 2-0 for GK, if at all possible. They don't want to risk Fortress. But as I've said, we've consistently throughout the stage just not really known what we're going to get from them. We've not been confident at any point that, you know, there isn't a surprise coming from them, and maybe that's what they give us in map 3, and maybe it is that, you know, ultimate surprise outcome of Falcons and GK being the first 2 qualifiers, and Virtus.pro and G2 being in a position where you lose, you go home in the next round of the playoffs in that lower bracket. But for now, we continue on in overtime. It's the best of 3 rounds, effectively. GK on the defense, so that would suggest that they have the advantage. They are going to defend the top floor, Master and Office. They played there 3 times, they won it twice. And Virtus.pro have wasted far too long over these library clearances in the past.
Okay, well, both teams have struggled with the clock on Chalet. It wasn't quite the case back on map number 1, but map number 2, it has haunted them both, and you feel that the pressure might now well be on Virtus.pro, given they're on the attacking side. As Tim says, that has been their curse throughout that second half, especially those last 2 rounds when it feels like GK started to hit a groove. And dare I say, Tim, a lot of it came down to the man that was on your screen a second ago, Groovy. Whether he's playing on Mez or playing up around Solar, he has wasted so much time in multiple rounds now. Not always got kills off the back of it, but the time that he's wasted, the utility that he has drawn away from Virtus.pro has been absolutely incredible. And if they get stuck up trying to clear him again, we're in exactly the same conversation come the end of this round.
Nitro went out from Starks, did not do any damage. Too easy of a pre-fire. Dan takes a ton of damage, so does Ask, though. He does manage to dish them out in return, at least. And they still have a Nitro in hand of Yupo. So, still that explosive possibility for later in the round. Halfway through, we've lost the Deimos and we've lost the Castle. Ask half health, Dan half health. But Dan puts his 50 HP to great use. Headshot onto Sarks. 4 versus 3. Advantage Virtus.pro. Control of Library and plenty of time left on the clock.
Oh boy. Oh, and that's so crucial. A couple more kills flowing their way. That's what Virtus.pro need to see this over the line. They've got a 4v2 with 60 seconds to play. Most teams will bite your hand off for this kind of advantage at this point in time. You're down to Yupa and Yogg. Yogg has been left in so many 1vx's, and no surprise, he's won out a few of them as well. Been really clutch for this team throughout the stage at various points. Yupa arguably a little bit less so, but Yogg playing aggressively here, daring the swing to come on through. He really wants this kill, but they ain't going to give it to him just yet, Tim. It's a slither of an angle. They're trying to get rid of the barbed wire at the same time, and he doesn't want to give it away, but no, he loses out. Rorik down onto his belly like a snake. Sky's there for the close, and Virtus Pro once again up to series point with a chance of locking in EWC.
What a peek that was from Rorik on the office door. Absolutely beautiful. Just changes up his position. He knows that the shots are going to ring above his head, and he manages to find the kill on to Yogg. Yogg didn't have much of a choice in that situation. You know, you may be forgiven for looking at that, thinking, stop it, you know, you let them play into you. But look, they're in a 2v4. They've got to make a move at that point. They've got to get something going. They can't just let the pressure build onto multiple sides of them. So it was, you know, fair enough. He's got to take the challenge. But Virtus Pro, they were equal to it. So they struggled on the attack, only managing to get 2 in regulation time, but they take the first opportunity, round 13, to secure another one. They now go on to the defense. It's going to be top floor again. We've seen plenty of it in this matchup. Virtus Pro, they've already failed on 2 series point attempts. They've now got another 2.
The question is, can they get it done? Because in rounds 11 and 12, they could not. Granted, of course, we have sides. What's part of this too? Well, GK lost their previous round. They get to choose any of the 4 sites if we do go to round 15. We've criticised them a lot for being slow throughout this game on their attacking side. We said the same about Virtus Pro. GK have got to shake off that defensive rust that maybe they've picked up over the last 7 rounds, though, and show they can get this one done. It's now or never. Otherwise, they drop down for that fated game against Rebels for a second chance at making it to EWC tomorrow.
Double window is opened by GK, just having a look across the lineup. They've got Sarks on the Nomad. The air jabs last time were used on this side of the map, but it looks like this time it's going to be to protect him playing out on the double window. Previously, it was to protect the players playing on that bathroom balcony. Instead, they are just going to use the Sense light screens to create a little bit of safety for piano window and for bathroom window as well. We've seen quite a lot of action around bathroom window, just looking to pressure that spot that we saw Groovy playing in earlier as well, at sort of just above the solar stairs. So 5 versus 5, 2 minutes 10, plenty of time left on the clock, and a ping of the player underneath Pasha. It will be impact nade in hand, looking for an opportunity for a bit of verticality, but have they recognised Skies down in the basement? They will know.
They know. They know.
He doesn't know. They know.
Go on, just tease him an eyeball. Just a head, a fraction of hair, anything. And there it is, but no! Skies is finally down.
Guys.
And they must know. I don't know why he's gone back in towards that one. He was asking for a lot to be able to try and get anything out of that gunfight, but he will get finished off here, and that's the entry. However, Tim, we're halfway through the round. It's slow again.
I've no idea. Skies has hurt them there. There was no need to commit so heavily. He takes a peek, he takes a couple of shots, just disappear. Go into Snowmobile, just cause them, force them to chase you. You could burn another 30 seconds even if you lose your life. But instead, he just kept walking back into the bullets. Not very good from him at all. 1 minute 10 left to go. Dan and Pasha low health as well. And Virtus Pro, they are hanging on by a thread at the minute, to be honest. Pasha out on blue stairs. The pressure's going to mount on him very, very quickly as well. We can see the track coming in. Everything is stacking up against him. 55 seconds left to go. GK, time is going to be the factor, but they get Rorik. They're going to get Pasha real soon. I feel like we could be going to 15, but no, Dan steps out and gets Yupo 3v3. The trade is there, but 40 seconds and now time is looking okay all of a sudden. But how does Pasha win that?
Swapping.
What? Sarks flashed himself or something there? That didn't look right to me. Looking completely the wrong way, and they knew that he was on the stairs. Yogg with a wonderful shot, though. Refuses to get knocked out here. Knocked down here even. That's going in for the plant. Yogg on for a 4K if he can get this done. Pasha now rounding his way out towards top library. Diffuser is down, so a 2v1 is resumed. This is not looking pretty as Yogg gets back into his safe place. Out on balcony. And just waits for him to step across. Positions have been taken. This is looking good, and surely is theirs for the win. Tim, you can say the line again.
We're going all the way to 15, Des.
Sure we are. We did say, can you believe they can do it back to back? Well, now they've got no choice, Tim. It's do or die. Virtus Pro win this one. They're the ones through to EWC. If we can see GK pull it off, then they send us to map 3. Fortress will await.
Yeah, look, I feel like that defense was a little bit poor from Virtus Pro. Like I say, Sky's down in basement to begin with. I feel like he could have played that situation better and wasted a bit more time. They can't ignore him down there, especially if they're trying to play around balcony, which they were, trying to play around library, which they were, because he can pop up at any time. Pasha does a great job here to bring it back to a 2v2, but he's then miles away. Again, giving the opportunity on that office door. This is kind of the inverse of what I was saying earlier. In the 2v4, Yogg has to make a play. Of course he does. That's why he challenges that door. But Virtus Pro, you 2v2. Time's ticking down. You don't have to really make a play there. You know, you can wait for the player to push the door. You can take up a deeper angle. You've got other options there. And I feel like Virtus Pro overcommitted to a number of positions there. And GK, they forced the errors and took full advantage of it. They are the benefactor in that round at least. It's 7-7 now. Virtus Pro, they managed to get the attack done in round 13, and they double down and do it again. They're going to be going into dining and kitchen, and it is a site that they have not yet won on the attack.
Oh boy. Okay. I mean, it's a good way to really put the screws to them and see what they can prove. But as both teams have struggled with them, we've said it so many rounds in a row now, I'm getting sick and tired of hearing myself say it. Both have struggled with time, and I think this site is going to demand a lot of them, especially if they have to push their way in towards library. And guess who's there once again, Tim? It's Groovy. Sat there, behind a wall, this time, by the way, electrified. Previously, it hasn't been. They've got it opened up very, very easily. My only worry here by double reinforcing it off and castle barricading it off is he now can't challenge on towards that window. So he can't assist with any kind of pressure in towards library itself. Yes, he can watch front door. Yes, he can challenge the double window. But as for his actual impact in towards library, it is now non-existent.
Yeah, really, you'd need to be... The thing is, they don't necessarily need to worry about library too much. It's not a bar and gaming site. It's a kitchen dining site. So really, they're looking to hold on to office and master. So
True.
Grubby is just out here as a little bit of extra time wasting. They just want him to live his life for as long as possible. So I actually quite like this from GK, and that is just a brilliant start. Grubby managing to pick up Rorik. That's exactly what they wanted from him. GK looked like they could be cruising towards map 3 as Sarks takes down Naquo. They are having absolutely none of it. You can send the Candelas in all you want, but it is too little, too late. Pasha goes through the door. He's chasing shadows. There's nobody on library stairs for him to take a kill or even take a fight with. 2 versus 5. There's plenty of time left on the board, but I honestly don't see that Virtus Pro get this done.
Oh, you can't be missing those kind of shots either. He's whiffing the lot here, and Groovy wins it out. Might not be top of the leaderboard, Tim, but for me, the MVP of this map, he has wasted so much time and won so many rounds for his team, and they're going to end it in fine form, a flawless round to send us through to map 3.
A fantastic round 15 coming in from GK there. As you say, Groovy has wasted collectively about 25 minutes in that entire matchup. I think he's done a brilliant job of just putting himself in those difficult spots and surviving. Wonderful stuff. GK take us to Fortress.
I really can't call which way this series is going to go, but one thing is for sure, you want to stay around to find out. We'll see you in just a few minutes for map 3.
Pick up the pace. Ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the goals. Breaking it right to the goal. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Trigger the action. We want the action. Lights, camera,
Ice in the veins for GK with how many match points against them they had to fight back from. It took them all 15 rounds, but they managed to get it on in overtime.
Yeah, they did. They really did. And I think after really struggling, honestly, on their attacking half, when VP were defending, they ended up losing the half that's pro full control. They managed to kind of cause a lot of the same problems to VP that VP were causing them. You know, I'm thinking about Grubby playing on the castle again. We've seen him a couple of times on this map play the castle, just cause all kinds of problems. And he was playing inside a solar, not getting fired, causing problems. And then even then, when he was playing up on top mezzanine on the very final rounds there, finding problems, finding kills that VP, and I think fair play, because we've not really seen this from VP the whole stage, were unable to solve those problems.
Yeah, it's really weird because at the beginning of the attack split, they were able to problem solve most of this. Like you said, if it's not for Solar here, as we can see with the Grubby holding this strong position, and then the top fireplace again, it's two different examples of strong positions where clearly they are unable to problem solve this. And it's really weird when you see how complex it is on a map like Blair, for example, to do it. They do it perfectly, but on a map where it's easier on Chalet, it's maybe a map they practice less, maybe a map where the automatism is not the same. Like, look at this. Problem solving this player in fair play shouldn't be that hard. And props to Grubby, by the way, who came up with this idea of having the double reinforcement, the Kaid and the castle there. Very smart move. Once again, I just want to praise the mental resilience on the side of GK, because already on Lair, they were fighting hard, tooth and nail, even if they were down 3 match points. Here today, they showed that they can do it also on Chalet and save multiple match points.
And this is the second time that we've really seen that tested this stage. The first time was when they were on a losing streak, when they were only just scraping past Heretics. What was going to become of GK? And then the second time is, okay, we've got past all of the best of ones where they've had time to prepare, speak with the coaches, you know, turn over a new day. How do they do it inside the fixture? They lose the first map, they're coming into the second map. How do they respond? Where's the resilience? Where's it coming from? Grubby had a little bit of a crash out in the team comms, and it really sparked a fire inside of his team, and then they really came together off the back of it. And I think that's great because you can see a team inside a best of one, but it's really inside a best of three where you really see what the mettle of a team is about. And I think we saw that GK have got that. They've taken it all the way to a map 3 now.
Yeah, it's the first time we get to see an actual best of 3 with this roster, this iteration of GK as well. And it brings me back to the pre-show when we were talking about it, right? For Virtus Pro, this would be a Cinderella story, a big return to EWC. You know, EWC was the first event for many of the players on this roster here. And then for the side of GK, I mean, if their head of esports is already counting on them making it to the event, there is immense pressure on their shoulders.
I think that with the level displayed on both teams today in the match, it's quite clear that they will be the strong favorites in the game against Rebels should they lose this match. I think that also in terms of momentum, there is something particularly hard. When you're the leading team, you've won the first map, you have had, 3 match points on the side of VP, and in the end, it's straight back as a draw. It's now a BO1 to decide who's going to go to EWC.
Yeah.
When realistically, everyone felt like out of the 4 big teams in EML that were in this upper bracket, GK was supposed to be the weakest one.
Yeah.
If we look at VP and the performance throughout the stage, it was almost flawless. Same thing for G2, who was flawless. Falcons has been historically the best team. So they were on paper facing the easiest opponent. They were 1 map already ahead. They were in a position where they could close it off. For me, it's really tough to come back from there mentally. It's one of their first big hurdles.
I was about to say, it actually causes a little bit of adversity on the side of VP because this stage has pretty much been on easy mode for them. I think they've played very, very well. I think they would have beaten anybody, to be honest, this stage. But they're finally at an inflection point now where it's like, okay, where's our reaction from the side of VP? Because like you say, this was supposed to be the easy one. So they're going onto a map, they're going onto Fortress, which is a map that they absolutely love, and they will play it often. It resembles Lair, very similar. It's big, it's a very expansive map pool with a lot of choke points and a lot of defender positions to clear. So it should be a little bit more home territory for them, but momentum's a weird and wonderful thing inside a best of 3s. Very often the team that wins the second map in a best of 3 will win the third map.
It is, and we're looking at our final map in the veto here. It's going to be Fortress. Jack, not to put you on the spot, when we were in the pre-show, you said GK need to win us in 2 if they want to have a chance. Do you still feel that way, or do you think there's an opportunity now?
I do and I don't. I still feel that way, yeah. I think VP come into it as big favourites. I think they're very, very strong on the map of Fortress, and I think it plays out so similarly to Lair, like I just said. I can see them going in a world where they actually really will start probably defense, in all honesty. They're going to start defense. They're going to cause a lot of problems for GK. Think of the horse area, the bathroom area, the meeting room, all of those types of areas. It's going to be really difficult to play through, and I think it's their home ground. That being said, I will say GK looked strong on it when they played against G2. They did that off the back of playing Dokkaebi every round, particularly pre-Dokkaebi nerf as well, and a lot of those initiator operators, and then they beat to be honest, a pretty poor secret there. So yes, GK like it, but I just think it's such a home ground for VP.
Yeah, 2 different player pools, operator pools rather, on both sides. I think on the side of GK, we're going to see them abuse those core control operators. I can see them play the Solid Snake, play the Green, play the Deimos, play all of these operators that allows them to play, I would say, I would call them a baby G2 in the playstyle, because they love to split quite a lot. Yeah. Maybe they don't have the same caliber of players, but clearly they're players that can contend with them. And so I think we're going to see that playstyle on their side. On the side of VP, I think what I'd like to see is for them to be able to bring as many utility ups as possible. Those that wouldn't be banned, I'm thinking of Clash, Azami, and then trap operators. Fenrir, Denari.
I was just going to run an obnoxious lineup past you, Leo, that me and you had a little bit of experience with in the ranked arena last night, which was, what was it on this map? Clash?
Denari, Azami, Clash, Fenrir, and Melusi.
Oh, I would alter 4.
Yeah, and that's ultimately the problem we've actually seen. And I think the start side, because effectively we're into a glorified best of 1 now, right? That's what we're into. Both teams have won their map pick. We're now into a best of 1. Now the team that gets the bigger round differential gets to choose the starting side. That team is Virtus Pro, because obviously it was 7-8 on the map that they lost, and then they won the map with a bigger scoreline than that on the map that they won. So they choose the start side. They will choose defense, which means they get to actually create all of those problems for GK to solve. They get to run that lineup that you just said, and more, by the way, because, you know, there's the Fawn on top of that, the Cade, all of that type of stuff. They get to run all of that and create the problems for GK to solve. Can GK problem? That's going to be the biggest question. Can they solve those problems? If they can, I think we're in for a game. If they can't, then I do fear for them inside of this map.
And then looking at our players, we're waiting on the final players to join the lobby as well. Before we kick off this, as you mentioned, essential best of one that we're going back down to now. You mentioned the operators on the defense, but also for the attack, there's still a lot of opportunities for a lot of crowd control as well.
Yeah, that's what I meant by the different playstyle and the Baby G2 playstyle. I do think that this won't be a game that's decided by the breaches and the wall denial. As much as I think that they might be in the bans, I think it's really going to be about who plays the shields the best, who plays those crowd control operators the best. I think that GK, like I said, abuses Demo, Solid Snake, Grim quite a lot. VP does the same thing. And then, like Jack said, I'd like to see GK being able to maybe go away from that control lineup, or at least if they do so, still be able to problem solve utility in front of them. It's been a clear weak point for both of the teams on Chalet, an even bigger weak point for the side of GK on Lair. That is something that is now become a pattern on their side, and that's something that VP, after 2 maps, 100% are going to abuse.
I need to know some names as well. Which players do you feel like have the most pressure on their shoulders and maybe haven't had the greatest of map 1 and 2 and will need to lock in to help the team over the line?
For the side of VP, I think Nako, I think this is a real testing point for him because he's the IGL. He's ultimately in-game leader, but also kind of out-of-game leader now. He's the one who gets target banned as well. And he's the one who has the vision and the team has to run his strats. And I think it's important for him to set up the defenses and the attacks correctly for his team to execute on. Didn't have the best Chalet on a personal level, and the team also didn't have the best Chalet on a team level here either. So I think he's going to be really important. Let's remember, just one year ago, we were talking about him this stage qualifying to his first ever international event. So relatively, he's still inexperienced at this level.
And on the side of GK, I would say Upor and Ask. I think that Ask has been quite inconsistent in his match so far. We've seen him deliver incredible performances during the stage. He's always been kind of an inconsistent player. He has some incredible live games and then some others where he's dropping the ball hard. If there is one moment and he needs to come alive, we don't care about the last 2 maps. That map is the one that matters. And outside of Upor, he's been the most quiet player on the side of GK. I think having a great game at the end would be really nice for him.
Well, if it is any moment to step up, it is now. It is just one map that stands between these players and their qualification to EWC. Will be headed to Fortress as the final map of the series.
Thank you very much, Anne, and the guys over on the desk. Tim, it has come down to this, and at a certain point on Chalet, we didn't anticipate that it would require a 3rd map to see Virtus.pro over the line, but they left the door open, and GK have barreled on through, taking it clean off their hinges, and now have a chance to cause what many would probably view as the biggest upset of playoffs.
Yeah, I think that'd be a fair description. Virtus.pro have looked so solid through stage 1. Fortress is a map that they love. 4-1 recent record on their 74% defensive win rate. They are going to be tough to break down, make no mistake about it. GK, though, they showed that they were able to dig deep on Chalet, taking them, reeling them back in, getting them to overtime. And even after losing round 13, able to then win 2 in a row to get it done and bring us here to map 3. So one way or another, this becomes effectively a best of 1, and we will have a winner by the end of it. Bans come through. It's going to be a Goyo ban, which is an interesting one. Clash will join, and then it's going to be Monty and Snake on the other side.
All right, and we've seen a bunch of these bans very much following throughout the series, especially the Monty and the Snake. The other side, Clash, is certainly an interesting one, maybe more of a statement of intent on the side of GK, that they do want to run some shields here in this first half. I mean, you can of course take away 1 more when we get to the end of round 3, but they can't take them all away. It's probably the key one, which is why that Clash was left towards the 2nd ban. I also like the leaning towards a Goyo ban. This map, a lot of tight doorways to work your way through. Goyo can just waste so much time by himself that it can make attacks absolutely infuriating. So I think GK here is trying to give themselves the ability to take a lot of map control quickly. A shield will certainly allow that. Not having a Goyo on side is going to allow that. Maybe a read into what was going wrong for them across their first 2 maps was about the speed element, and they're trying to course correct that here in map 3.
Let's get into it then. GK versus Virtus.pro. It is 1 apiece in this best of 3. Virtus.pro took Lair 7-3. GK took Chalet 8-7. We found ourselves on Fortress for the decider. Virtus.pro starts on the defense. 74% win rate historically for them here on Fortress on the defense. And they're going to start us off over on the master and the office and bathroom side of things. And let's see what we get out of GK on the attack, because two kind of main attacks. We're actually starting to see Courtyard utilised in attacks a lot more than it was at the beginning. Quite often we'll get the old tower drop, push through dorms and games, take control of that south side and push on from there, get briefing, breach into bathroom and try to get a plant down. More recently we've been seeing this other side of push, which is try and get control of white stairs and up to top eagle, drop the new tower and get yourself into master bedroom and work your way through from there with a little bit of pressure from Courtyard as well. Or of course there's always the option of a little bit of a combination of both. We'll see how GK shape up, but 1 minute in, nothing too dramatic from either side just yet.
I imagine people probably are wondering, by the way, how the kills are stacking up throughout the series. And for the curious, Yogg currently 27 and 16. Sarks is 19 to 18. They are the only two positive players on the side of GK. On the other side, Rorik 28 and 16, Pasha 21 and 12. They're having a good show. And as things kick off from here, well, it looks like it's only getting better for Dan. In particular, has found one for himself. Pasha into another Yupa, getting one of his very few kills. He's got his 6th actually of the entire series so far. Yogg back for one more, but Dan, well, it's a killing machine, Tim, and he ain't stopping. Ask with it all to do against the final two players here. A pretty decisive first quick round, to be honest. We're only halfway in, and it's already drawing towards a close.
Yeah, I don't think Ask is going to use too much of this time. He knows the situation. He knows that he needs to just try and find a couple of these fights. I like the little bit of bait with the drone, sends it out, but nobody's biting. Virtus.pro well aware of what he's likely to try, and he's just hoping that they're going to give him something, but you can see Virtus.pro just not moving at the minute. They know that they don't need to. Toxic Babe canister goes out, does a little bit more damage to Ask, who already had some HP off the board. Maybe a bit of an opportunity for him here, but just hiding in behind that half wall. Comes around the corner, down with the DMR, manages to take down Ask. That's going to be Virtus.pro taking up their first defense.
Like I said with the bans, I thought we might see them moving at a bit more pace and trying to be a bit more proactive. I wouldn't quite call that a rush, but it was a more aggressive play coming out of the side of GK. Just unfortunately for them, when it's actually come to hitting in towards site, they've hit that brick wall that Dan can sometimes be. 3 kills in the round with the Aruni DMR and has very handily put them in the mud. So 1-0 to VP. We'll see how things go, as I imagine we'll step down towards Bunks and Gaming in round 2.
Yes, I would have thought so. That will be the switch. And GK never really got themselves established inside of the map there. They were punished every time they tried to step foot inside. So maybe this site will help them a little bit, because you've got that external pressure that you can get. You've got the breach down on the south side. Get that opened up. We've got Yupa on the ace, so I think that's going to be his target. Need to be careful of bending window, but other than that, teams generally manage it without too much of a problem. Get that breach open, and it just gives you an opportunity to put some pressure directly into site without necessarily having to take too much map control. And then, I mean, there's a lot of setup here that they're going to have to play into. The mirror windows, particularly in briefing, looking out towards bathroom, closing off that office-sided push. There's a lot of work that they're going to have to do. Just having a look, they do have the Twitch on side, so that's going to be a job for Ask to try and get in there, pop the glass out of that, and it'll be a big step for them if they can get that done.
Sure. Now got a lot to dig their way through, mind you. Double trap operators coming out, for example, just to impede them even further. They've realized, okay, maybe they're trying to go fast, well, we can slow them down with certain operator selections. And I said the 2 trap operators plus the mirror are certainly going to do a great job of that. The smoke too, no doubt. Now, where Rorik is currently sat, actually, is a very, very common spot. You just sit on that single window, which normally leads outside to the breach. You're always at risk, because if they find themselves spraying through that window, you're basically dead to rights. In fact, when I remember Twisted Minds playing here, Sean would lie under that window, wait for the right opportunity, and then step up when the aggression came out. And of course, you can see GK are conscious of that. They've got their eyes on that window in case someone does pop it open. But by the looks of it, Rorik has stepped away, so they're free to, at least for now, get access in towards site.
I like the second Selma that came out there, just opening up that kind of partition wall, if you want to call it that, between one site and the other. So it gives a really long angle all the way through towards Old Tower side from the breach. So like that from GK. Going to make it difficult for the defenders inside a site. No damage done so far to Virtus.pro though. Going to see the track come in onto Dan. They haven't actually extended themselves too far either. If we have a look, basically about as far as they are playing away is this position. Dan inside of bathroom at the minute. He's going to continue fighting here. He's wasted half of the round so far. Once they get through Dan, they've also got Rorik to play through inside of briefing. So GK, lots of work to be done here in a minute 15.
I think he will, won't he? Yeah. There's no way. Ask. Come on, man. You can take half a second and ensure that's a headshot. Like, Christ.
Pasha takes down Yoga, 4 versus 5. We'll see how much of a problem it is. And it's a big one as they lose 3 players with Ask not being able to pick up what should have been a freebie. That manages to get Sarks. 5v1, and it looks like this round is almost certainly over. Yupa's going to try to get something going. He does have 1 Selma left in pocket as well. 40 seconds, does find 1. That prevents it at least being a flawless round. Going to pop the glass out of the mirror, see if anybody wants to give him another opportunity. 30 seconds left to go. Interestingly, I think the Selma charge, that's the wall it was thrown onto, and I'm not sure if it actually opened up. No, it doesn't look like it actually got the job done, so they were able to shoot that off as well. Virtus.pro have kept a really tight control of this site. GK have never been anywhere near it realistically, and as we see the clock tick down, there's very little that Yupo can do in this situation.
Except watch the clock run down to 0. Yep, I mean, Skies is on his backside. It could have been a nice kill to collect, but he won't get it. Again, I'm still just baffled that Ask has done all the hard parts there. He's got the drone in, he's smoked out the corridor so he can make a safe cross. Lined up a free kill onto a player that isn't moving and still can't collect the kill. That would have really helped free the team up for a push in towards Horse, or potentially to come in towards Eagle side and move down for there, knowing there's only 1 player you've got to worry about on that side of the map at that point. It's a bit of a whiff on this side, dies for free. Like, look, like, you know he's there, you droned him.
That F2 recoil's tough, Des.
But I don't care, like, the first shot is, like, free. The first shot is free, Tim. He ain't even moving, brother. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
I think just getting caught up in the mix a little bit there, and like you say, taking the spray rather than just taking the time to pick out his shot particularly. DMR, I think he gets the kill there, but ultimately everybody at this level should be handling the F2 a little bit better than that. So GK...
Just 1 shot, just tap. You haven't got to spray, because I know that it's hard to control. Just a click.
Whichever you choose, Des, to be honest, they should be getting the kill there. GK find themselves 2 down then. Virtus.pro are going to be going to the 3rd choice defensive site downstairs. If they're able to come out, this is the round that GK need to win. If Virtus.pro are able to come out with a full defensive sweep here, honestly, I think we start looking towards kind of, you know, 7-1, 7-2 territory, because I could see Virtus.pro easily going 5-1 on the half, if not 6-0. So pivotal moment coming up for GK.
I want to see who's going to be the hero for them, really. And I know Yoga's had those moments throughout the series. As I mentioned, he was by far and away at the start of the map, 27 and 16. Leagues ahead of the rest of his team. Groovy's had an impact that you won't see reflected on the board. I think it's fair to say Sark's had some good moments back in map 1 as well, but consistency, I'd say, has been their primary challenge. And on the other side, where Dan has been negative throughout the series so far, up to 5-0 after a couple of rounds, he is absolutely flying. So GK, I need to see them pull things together here. I said before, more coherency, playing more as a team. They've got the right idea, just not always quite the right amount of pace with which to execute what they've got in mind.
No challenge whatsoever on the top floor from Virtus.pro. They are happy to just play this one laterally on the defense, so it gives GK plenty of time to get themselves in there quickly, and work is being done by Groovy and Ask to open up the verticals. Need to be careful. Nitro comes out, not going to be successful. Not going to find its man. All it's going to do is open up extra verticals for them. Eid has got the impact EMP, so not a problem to deal with that. Get the hatch open, and this is good quick progress from GK. This is all within a minute 15. Upo does take some damage there, so backs away, decides that's not the fight for him. But Virtus.pro right now, they are not playing in sight because they've been forced out of it. I like this disruption from GK.
It's better for sure. Like, all the work is being done here to, like, utility-wise, make sure they can get control of what they need to. Hatches being opened up, vertical control being established. It's not bad, but very, very standard for the side that you need to get this one done. And then, of course, need to look towards med control as their main entry point. Typically, a shield is really good for this, but no shield on side means instead they'll have to brute force their way through somewhat. But Virtus.pro so far looking mostly unbothered.
Deployed barrier.
The question is, how unbothered do they remain once we get to that execute phase? 55 seconds.
Courtyard push?
if GK are able to get themselves established to put the diffuser down on the ground, it could be a little bit of a different matter. Ask is going to try to push in. He needs to be careful here because he's got diffuser in hand. If he loses his life, he could leave this absolutely in no man's land. Takes a whole bunch of damage. 35 seconds left might mean they don't have time to recover a downed diffuser. Needs to be careful again. Naquo just dips himself away to safety. They did pick up the entry. Sark taken down, and this is too easy for Virtus Pro. They're just having to wander on into their lines of sight. 4 versus 3, 20 seconds left to go. Yupo does have diffuser in hand, but honestly, it is not a case of diffuser. It's not a case of putting that down on the ground. It's going in and getting kills, which they can't do, as Rorik manages to get the shotgun onto Yoga. 1 versus 3. Not going to be successful. Rorik with another, and that is a full defensive sweep for Virtus Pro. GK, the alarm bell should be ringing. I expect a tactical timeout.
I mean, a good example is looking at that attack, right? Like, how fragmented was it? Asker steps in towards side by himself. No one looking to play off a trade. Someone has dropped the hatch and just died for free. Yupa's lurking out towards the corridor on the north side. And yeah, it gets a nice little one-tap on towards Pasture. But outside of that, there's no pressure onto a target man in sight where they've isolated and realised if we kill that player, we get large control. We can then look for a plant off the back of this. At the start of the round was good, but it's the late round here that's really hurting GK and where the problems are really starting to reveal themselves. I'm a bit nervous to see whether or not they can get anything out of this half. Maybe off the back of attack timeout, as you suggested, Tim, they can see something coming.
Yeah, no surprise to see it called in, given the battering.
Look at this, by the way.
It's
nothing
just,
else.
That was the point where I just
nothing else.
Too easy. It's just too easy. It's just one by one. Not only is it one by one, but it's walking into lines of sight. You know, you're literally walking around a corner and somebody is sat ADS onto it. It's the easiest fight Virtus Pro are going to have all day long. Yeah, look, for GK right now, I don't know. They've not got anywhere near any of these 3 sites, realistically. They haven't even been in a position to put a diffuser down. They haven't had any site control. They haven't really prevented Virtus Pro from doing anything that they have wanted to do. And that is a big, big problem at the minute. So I think I would like to see GK in this second quarter, if you will, in the next 3 rounds that they've got on the attack. I'd like to see them focus on kind of single objectives, one at a time. So here for, you know, office and bedroom, that might be right. The initial objective is, let's take game and domes. And I'd just like to see them all focus on getting inside of the map, getting that area taken, and then moving on from there. I understand that is going to slow them down, and time has been a problem for them. But at the minute, I just feel like it's irrelevant because they're trying to do so many different things at once. They're getting caught out in 1v1s, 2v1s continuously, lose-lose situations, and they're just being punished. They're not even getting inside of the map a lot of the time. When they do, they're not getting control of anywhere. So that's why I would like to see them just use their numbers, go in, you know, if somebody's playing in dorms, go on 3v1, go and really take that advantage, get a shield up in their face, force them out of position, and make life really difficult for them. Even if you end up running out of time towards the end of the round and you've got to push it a little bit, if you've got that man advantage, sometimes you can just brute force that and make it work.
Well, we'll see just how much they can get away with here, Tim, because it's very much focused on the execute with the line that they've got, which I don't hate. Back to basics, keep it simple, stupid, all that kind of good stuff. Surely with the Capital and the Shield and the Galaz on side, that is going to be the game plan. Just no getting shot in the back as you work your way up Eagle Stairs. That'll be most ideal. Now, looking in towards Hard Breach, only really in the hands of Askier. So if they want to get inside Small Tower, if it's been reinforced off, then they'll need to do something about that. The nice thing for this site is you don't need tons of Hard Breach. Just a little bit often can be enough. Into this wall here, there's typically a rotate for the players that want to get back in towards site, but they can reinforce it off as they're doing now. So suddenly the importance of those Hard Breach gadgets in Ask's back pocket starts to go up.
You see the Toxic Babes coming out just to slow things down towards White Stairs, so it is very much that north-sided push coming along. And like I say, let's keep the numbers up. Let's make it difficult for them to hold you back. I like that nice pacing. Yoga gets himself up to the top. The problem is he hasn't been joined by his teammate, but he's paused, he's waiting, and he's hoping for that support. Pasha is going to prevent it coming in though, as he finds a nice nitro onto the glass. Big loss there. They're trying to push the shield forward in towards site, and I like this bullying the players inside the site. It's just not quite working for GK, and I feel for them in this round.
If they had the glass, it'd be a different conversation, I think. You'd pressure them with Yogg, you'd obviously sit at range inside a smoke while going for a plant up with the Blitz, for example, or something like that. But as it stands, it's just not going to transpire that way. Losing Sarks early on is really going to sting them here. They've got a 2 versus 3 to try and recover. It's not looking good. And how you up? That's looking pretty good though. Fair play. That's a correction for earlier on's missed opportunity. In towards site he goes. Now looking for a second. Pasha's a little bit better in the moment though. So 1v2 for Groovy to keep his team in it and not see this go to a 4-0.
6-2 now. Pasha really getting himself into this one. Skies, there's an opportunity there for Groovy to get the kill and bring it to a 1v1. He just didn't quite find his shots, and Skies closes him down at horse. 4-0 now for Virtus Pro. Like I said, I do feel for GK a little bit in that round. They kind of did what I suggested going in. There was 3 of them that pushed White Stairs, and they had the glass over in tower as well. And the way that Yogg used that shield to force that movement inside a site, the kill came in. It was, you know, they were there, they were ready, they were waiting for that movement, and it was nicely done as a team to get themselves something. But, and this is always the big but when you're playing a team like Virtus Pro, Virtus Pro just had answers on top of answers and were waiting elsewhere to punish them. So it's almost like, you know, in chess sometimes you might give up a piece to capture a more important one. You may sacrifice a pawn to catch a queen, and it was that kind of situation. It was like, yeah, we're going to bring them into this kill zone, we're going to give them a little bit of something, but then there's 2 kills in return, and Virtus Pro just did that so well.
Well, I think the question now probably many have on their minds are, will GK get a single round out of this half? Because as things stand, the answer is feeling increasingly like no.
5 seconds left.
A map like this with a bit more complexity to it, where there's been a lot of challenges for them, they've not been able to problem solve their way through it, unfortunately, and Virtus Pro just looks a little bit too comfortable. So despite what I said earlier about both teams liking this map in terms of their batting tendencies, Virtus Pro do look like they're on a bit of a different level right now.
It's what we expected, I think, from Fortress. We've seen Virtus Pro just be so dominant on this map. I think GK, you know, probably allowed it through the banning phase, thinking we've seen them play it a lot, we've got the footage there, we've got a plan, you know, but plans rarely, you know, what is it? Plans rarely survive first contact with the enemy, and now, that looks like the position that we've...
We are right philosophers today. We're wheeling out so many one-liners. Can't help ourselves.
Virtus Pro very much proving that true, and you know, you can have all the ideas, all the plans you want, but they are just better right now. Like I said, even it's like a game within a game to them. Even when you feel like you've got them, even when you feel like, yeah, we've pushed that player, we've got the kill, we've forced him into our line of sight, there's always then an answer on top of it. Yupo does manage to take down Sky. Super off the board, that's going to be a Nitro gone as well, so that's a big start. Good stuff for GK to build on.
It's a start, absolutely. But can they build on that? Because they're trying the similar thing again, where you've got Yogg, of course, being on the glass. You've got the smokes that have come out the back of it as well from Ask, who's now looking to, with one of those down, open up room for Yogg to get in. And sure enough, he is gun up. He is ready. Right idea from Rorik. That's on the downstairs. There's a man waiting for him, and Groovy's rewarded with his second. Good work on the book so far, and surely Team 5 versus 3 cannot be lost.
And it's again this working as a team for GK. They put Rorik in a lose-lose situation. He knew he was pushed from old tower, he was pushed from below, so he had to take a challenge on one of them. And it was, you know, ultimately going to be a difficult situation. I don't think they know about Naquo's position. Too easy for him. 3 versus 2 as Ask does manage to pick up the trade, but is the damage done as Virtus Pro got themselves a couple of kills? Yogg taken out. The glass going off the board again. Could be definitive.
They managed to recover the defuse now on the main breach, but can they rotate over and push in towards B instead? It feels like it might be the play. This just feels so high risk, but they're going to go for it as well. Hightail it into the corner, and now there is a real effort needed from Virtus Pro to be able to recover this. Temporarily got that 1 versus 2. Dan taking damage. Groovy, another in the round for him as he brings down Pasha. Dan with it all to do, sees the gun. Probably isn't even aware exactly of where Ask is. Off towards his left-hand side is the answer. But off the back of some brilliant play from Groovy, it feels like GK might have this one in the books.
Yeah, it really does. It's a great plant spot, is that one, if you can get access to it. You know, defensive teams need to make sure that they're keeping that one under lock and key as much as they can, because you see how difficult it is not only to prevent a plant going down once an attacker is in there, but also then to retake it. So a good round from GK. I love the play onto Rorik. It's that teamwork that I talked about. Put them in bad situations. Don't give them any opportunity to get away from it. He had to challenge down the bottom of the stairs because he was being pushed from both sides, but they were in the advantageous position. Look how difficult a challenge that is. Brilliant stuff from Groovy to get that kill, and then GK took their opportunities. They nearly threw it away with being unaware of Naquo's position, but otherwise, good stuff from them, and they get themselves one on the board, so it's 1-4.
Harvey, what the fuck?
Hackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
I mean, it's one team, but now we've got to find another as we go down to the offside. If they can get 2 rounds on the board here, this will feel like a real recovery for them. And Virtus.pro will be scratching their heads given how dominant those first 4 rounds have been and how GK have really struggled through much of them as well. They did struggle here last time round, big time. It was more of a synergy issue that I spoke about. Players largely doing their own thing, not acting on a 3-2-1 countdown and then pushing in as a group. So that's what needs to tighten up for me if we're going to see GK come away with this round win here in the last one of the half.
4-2 have been absolute steal. I know we say this quite often, but honestly, Virtus.pro, a 5-1 feels like a steal for GK, to be honest, with the way those first 4 rounds have gone. But, you know, getting that last one, big moment for them, and maybe they have a little bit of an opportunity now, you know, to rescue something out of this half heading in towards the second. I expect to see them do better on defense, to be fair, but Virtus.pro are going to do everything in their power to prevent that. Interestingly, when I look through the list, every round so far has gone in favour of the entry kill, so keep your eye on that one. Whoever picks up that first kill gives themselves a massive bonus when it comes to the probability of them winning the round. So far, Pasha has 3, Rorica has 1, Upo has 1. Pasha will make that 4.
Again, like a bit of caution, boys. Like, you've got a Grim, you've got XS drones with the Roteros, you've got Yogg on the Dockerby. We shouldn't be getting peeked at windows and shot out here. It just should not be happening. Granted, Tim, I will point your eyes towards the top left corner of your screen where the drone count is very low for GK. So clearly, they've lost so much during the prep phase and during the early parts of this round, likely to Pasha on that Solus, charging around, picking them up, that he's been able to capitalize on the back of that. But that's more fool you than it is fool Virtus.pro.
Vertical angle going to be opened up from above, but Virtus.pro have proven the last time they defended this site that they really don't mind giving up the verticals. They did a great job despite being pushed out of sight to still holding on, because ultimately, even though you can push the defenders out of sight as an attacker, you've still got to go into those rooms to be able to win the round. 1 minute 20 left on the clock. GK without a return kill now. 4 versus 5 is pretty much locked in at this point, and they're still trying to get a picture of exactly what they are going into. Upo is going to be downed outside of a window as well. Maybe he can be collected. I think he will be collected, so it's just about the time that wastes as well, though.
Now Yupa's down as well. It's a very different alternative angle push here as well. I like the approach they're taking towards it. Does ultimately all transpire in the same kind of push at the end of the day, but the one being down and Groovy having to go and recover him, now down to really Yogg all by himself on this side of the map. Virtus.pro is very happily going to dig in tight and just wait to see where the push comes from next.
Yeah, really important that he wins this fight on central stairs. He looks to go up there. Pasha manages to pick him up with the shotgun, and that is likely going to be the round. But here come GK. Upo on a fight back manages to get skies. Pasha doesn't need to overpeak this. With 27 seconds left to go, it is possible to just force them to play the round. Upo are on less than 20 health. Groovy on about half health. That'll be 50 for the Ash. Sees Pasha on the left-hand side, pre-fires him, finds the kill, 2v2, 10 seconds.
Problem is to go try and get the plant down this time or get both kills, and I don't think it's going to be so easy, not when a shotgun is stood ready and waiting for you to push in. Dan collects 1 for himself anyway, 6 and 2 he steps up towards here, into our dying few seconds. Yupa once again get a KD save, second time this half you've seen that, Tim, and it will be Virtus.pro going up 5 and 1.
End of the round then, they managed to pick it up, Virtus.pro 5-1. And it was fairly comfortable for them towards the end.
Well, we'll go to the studio anyway. Off we go.
We keep on talking this night about responses that we need to see from a team. But then again, from Virtus.pro here, a 5-1 half on what is essentially the decider come down to a best of 1 is important, because we're seeing a similar trend from GK as well, where they can't seem to fix the issues that they have.
Yeah, it feels like deja vu, no? It feels like Lair again. The same story, the same problem of trying to problem solve basic extensions, and the same problem of players going 1 by 1 because they don't know how to go through the utility. First round, Mira, Azami, what do we see? Castle, Fenrir, everything that we've called all the strong operators that make this site so strong are the same issue. They cause problems in that round. How many players have I seen go into medic alone, one by one, into a doorway? It's been a consistent issue on Shadow of Geek, and obviously, I know Fortress is defender started, Jack. But I think they needed more.
I think they needed more as well, and I think really what we're seeing is, at the minute, we're seeing the benefit of the fact that VP won their map by a bigger margin than Geek won their map because they got to choose the starting side. They got to set the tempo on this game by going defense on Fortress, causing all the same problems as we've just seen in the clips there, and really capitalizing on every single one of them. For Geek, I'm really a little bit disappointed actually that there wasn't a lot of adaptation, that they were just falling for the same trap over and over and over again. Even at round 6 there, they've lost again to time. I kind of maybe would have wanted to see something a little bit more direct, something a little bit faster paced, maybe something a little bit cheesy, because ultimately, you know, they could have ended up in the same place either way. The big thing now is scoreboard pressure really does apply, because that's a 5-1 half. VP only need to now win tertiary sites on their attacks. They don't even need to win either of the primary bomb sites.
And at the same time, if there's one team that can come back, it's Geek. I think after having fought the way they have, the entirety of the match, when they were down on lair, you know, down 6-3, they never gave up. They were still having fun. They were still joking around. When they were also led with 4 different match points on Chalet, did they give up? No, they didn't. And they went back and came back. So I think they will have that mental ground for them.
I'm looking forward to seeing which shields get banned away from Nako right now. And I'm kind of liking this already, a clash ban. The reason I'm liking this is we've talked about the choke points, we've talked about the utility on the defense. Now, Nako's going to have 1 shield available. Absolutely. Monty's going to be banned. Probably a Blackbeard, I would imagine, which means he's going to have the Blitz available. That's a high-impact operator. It's a high-impact shield. It's a fast operator. If you're going to play anything fast, what do you want not against you? Probably a clash out of all the defender options there. So I like the ability to get rid of it. And actually, they're giving the Blackbeard as well. But they've already got rid of the Warden as well, which means the Ying now comes into play.
I was thinking about the Warden, because the fact that they're going to have the Blitz open, and at the same time that they can play the Ying, which they've been abusing a lot, against the Warden ban, like, it's perfect.
And again, scoreboard pressure. 2 rounds out of 6. If they're going to go fast, if they're going to go cheesy, if they're going to use the shields,
they can try things.
They can just try it, and they can keep banging their heads against the wall, because at some point you'd imagine 2 and 6 they will get.
Yeah, that makes me worried as well going into this one here. I mean, you talk about the big difference in rounds right now and the fact that GK has come back, but it makes you wonder how much fuel is there left in the tank? Really, how many map points can they come back from in the situation here? GK, you gotta give us anything to give us hope for the second half.
Do indeed. Thank you very much, Anne and the guys. It is a tall order, Tim. We look back at our previous maps. They were down 4-2 at the half on Lair, and they were down 4-2 on Chalet. They did manage to claw it back on one of them, of course, to an 8-7 win, but back on Lair, they lost out spectacularly, 7-3. The advantage is even bigger here, so I think it's quite understandable. We're quite nervous of their prospects of being able to fight their way back into this one.
Yeah, absolutely. They are now staring down the barrel of a matchup against Rebels in that bottom half of the bracket. But it is not over yet. It is absolutely doable. They just need to match or better what Virtus Pro achieved on their defense. If we have a look at Virtus Pro's attacking stats when it comes to Lair, across 27 rounds, they've only won 13, so they're at a 48% attacking win rate, which is not fantastic. It is enough to get the job done, I will say that, with a few spare rounds as well, but it does mean that maybe, just maybe, there could be something available for GK. So Virtus Pro have got themselves just opening up windows, doors, creating little bits of pressure. And it looks like they're going to be moving in towards that south side pretty soon.
Again, Stacey Val staying back in the first half. You've got to be wary of the window at all times as well, Virtus Pro. Nice use of the Candelas here as well to make sure no one can push into it. If they do, they're full flashed out, but it's more of a bait actually, Tim, because while all the focus is going on towards there and they're thinking, okay, breach is open, they're going to push in, they're rotating over entirely and hitting hard from the south side instead.
Out goes the mute jammer, and that's going to be, I think, Games and Dorms in their possession now. We can see
easy, yeah.
Have dipped themselves away. They don't want to be playing up into Nako with the blitz there, so they're not going to fight that any longer. A presence on Courtyard as well from Virtus Pro. But look at this good forward progress. They're just taking a bit of damage there. Nako needs to be careful with getting themselves into briefing here. and getting aggressive. Virtus Pro, they know that there's one just peeking around the corner. It's the Goyo of Yupo that needs to be careful lest he lose his head when he has a look around. 1 minute 10 left to go. And time, we've talked about time endlessly almost for GK and how it's been a problem. But at times, Virtus Pro have certainly cut it fine.
I mean, the nice thing is with the shield, you should be able to get control of briefing with relative comfort. They're still trying to force their way through here as smokes have been consumed and burnt out, but coming into the last 50 with 2 smokes in back pocket still. Ella to worry about. No more C4s admittedly to have to try and challenge your way through. There are still a couple of obstacles here that they've got to be wary of, so I hope to God Virtus Pro have got a good idea in mind. They've got no control of this part of the map, and this feels like a bit of a fool's errand to try and force control of Horse this late in the round.
Especially with Vulcan canisters to play through. Pasha manages to get one. Ask is there for the trade, and they're having to just take really difficult gunfights here, Virtus Pro. Like you say, it really is a case of trying to force a path rather than forge a path. And right now it's a 2 versus 3. 15 seconds left to go. GK looking good for their first defensive round. But here comes Nequo, 2 versus 1. He's got the support of Rorik. 9 seconds left to go. Is there an opportunity to put the diffuser down?
Wow.
They don't need to. Nequo putting the pistol to use. Beautiful shots. Closes out the round and it's 6-1. 5 back-to-back series points now. Virtus Pro wasted 4 of them on Chalet. Will they get it done on Fortress?
I often say when the clock runs low, you as the attacking team are the ones being forced into making forced errors. Things that you don't want to have to do, but you have no choice. Not droning something, pushing in through gas, for example, taking unfavorable gunfights. But they've managed to make a 2 versus 3 there. With the final 2 players both on Horse, make that work out wonderfully. Here, look. I'm just baffled as to how they managed to lose all these gunfights as well. It's mad. Groovy misses some really crucial shots, and to be fair, I wouldn't expect Ash to win that closing gunfight against those final 2 players pushing into him. Really good stuff by Virtus Pro, a great recovery, and if they get this done as a 7-1, a more than deserved victory, I'd say they'll look back at Chalet and say it should have been done and dusted there and then, but they won't care because it means they're heading to EWC.
Yeah, they know it's not one of their maps, and they're happy to just get themselves onto Fortress and get it finished off, like you say, guarantee that qualification, and they can just kind of sit back and enjoy the rest of the playoffs. Whatever happens, happens. I'm sure they'll be looking to finish as high as they can. There's, you know, still SI points on the board. We can't assume there's only one team at the Esports World Cup that will qualify through to SI, so certainly can't guarantee that that's going to be you. They want to be securing as many points from a high placement in the playoffs as they can. Just have a look at exactly how that looks actually in terms of EML. So top spot will get 420, second is 300, third is 250, fourth is 200. So I would say moving in to the upper bracket final will guarantee you at least it should be what, a top 3 finish. So that's 250 plus, but there's still a lot to play for after that point. 170 SI points.
Yeah, it's going to make it interesting, isn't it? We were kind of speaking about it earlier on. Even DZ, who won the major, aren't locked into SI at this point, so it will be interesting for them going to EWC and seeing, of course, what they get away from that one. A guaranteed win isn't necessarily required for someone like DZ, given how many points they've got. They'll be fine off the back of stage 2. But other teams like the ones that are watching now are probably eyeing that up and licking their lips at the opportunity to get themselves locked in and not have to worry about their results in stage 2.
Keep a barricade, just keeping them at bay for the time being, but Virtus Pro eating through those pretty quickly. No entry as of yet, just having a look. That stat has continued, so every single entry has resulted in a round win so far in all 7 rounds. So keep an eye on which way that first kill goes. Toxic Babe Canister will go out just to try and slow things down. It looked a little bit shallow, did that, to be honest with you. You know, it wasn't down towards Old Tower, wasn't down towards the top of those stairs, and nobody was pushing that deep at that point, so really sure how much value there was in that one.
C4 at the ready, just waiting until he hears the drops down, but there was no drops and no C4 to be secured at the back of that one for Yogg. I was praising him earlier on. He came in at 28 and 16 to this map. He's 1 and 7 so far, Tim. I don't want to point fingers because he's carried the last 2 maps for them and kept them competitive and equally helped them to get a win. But right now, he's not quite doing enough. Sky is getting one on towards Yupa. The 1-for-1 trade between the two. As we get towards this last 50, once again, we're going to find that clock becomes an opponent here for the attackers.
importantly, Rorik being taken down there stopped the plant as well. So Skies goes for it again, but as Naquo's taken out, he has to keep coming off here. The scan from the Soliton radar might just create the space that he needs. He knows where the push is coming from. Does he? Yes. Skies reacts, taken down though, 3 versus 2. It's up to Dan and Skies now to try and hold on. They've got about 30 seconds left to secure this one, to secure their position. But are GK going to just get on the diffuser here, Des?
Well, Dan's got to go nuclear, Tim. He's had a good map so far. But here has got to basically win out a 1 versus 2 when they start trying to stick the diffuser. Ask will be the one that gets on it. Right choice if you ask me. Wins out towards 1. Looks for a second but can't quite find him. Starts, gets the collect. And GK hold on for at least 1 more round.
Yeah, it was all seemed a little bit like it was being kind of snatched at there for Virtus.pro. It was like they went in for that plant and they were in a 5v5. You know, they were really going for it, but the diffuser gets dropped, a player dies, and then Skies goes in and collects it, goes for the plant again, but he has to keep coming off. And every time he's coming off that diffuser, it's because somebody's died, but he keeps going back to it. And it feels like Virtus.pro really tried to force the issue on that one. They were 6-1 ahead. It's really not the end of the world, but yeah, definitely a tough one for them on the attack. We can just see Skies was blocked out by his own player at a point there as well. But yeah, I feel like they were never in enough control to get the diffuser down there. It was a nice retake from GK. As soon as they're in the 3v1, took the opportunity to get Ask onto the diffuser and close out the round. So 6-2, they fight back for 1 round at least. How long can they keep going for?
Not another 4, Tim. I'm sorry. Like, look, I'd love to be a believer, but that ain't me. It's just not in my DNA. I can't see a world where they manage to hold on for 4 rounds. I'd love to see it. I love an underdog story. But I just think at some point Virtus.pro are going to find what they need to get it over the line. Granted, last round they were pretty handily dealt with. Yes, they got the diffuser down, but it was quite comfortable. And in the prior, it required them winning a 2v3 that they shouldn't really have won. So, can GK do it? Given the previous 2 rounds? Yes. Do I think they will? Probably not. But I'll happily be proven wrong.
I love it when you're proven wrong, Des. So come on, GK. Let's.
Oh, shut up, Tim.
Let's keep him quiet. They're going to be the Virtus.pro this time attacking onto the bottom floor site, waiting room and cafe. Not too much for them in terms of verticality. They do have the hard breach charges if they want to open the hatch. They've got the Rotero drones. And I apologise, actually, I missed them. I'm on the right-hand side. Colours confused me for a second, so plenty in terms of verticality.
You can't even use the excuse of, oh, well, I'm blind, am I right?
I know, it's, if it was the left, it'd have been more acceptable. If they brought the RAM, they're going to be looking for top floor control. They're going to be looking for top floor control, and to get those verticals, get the hatch open with the Capitate, get the smokes down, drop in with the blitz. That's going to be, you know, largely the whole play. It's too easy. They've absolutely... There's absolutely no idea that the blitz is in the room with him.
Yeah, that happened. I can't, like I said, Tim, I want to believe, but I just can't. It's against who I am as a person, and this is a bit too much to ask, I think. Maybe we just see Yupa go absolutely nuclear now. Why not? Now's the time to step up. And York, I've also said about him. He's been quiet on this map after having a really good series so far. Pressure starting to build up, though, and here we go. York into a 1 versus 1, now flashed out as well. Well, this one I think is over and done with, Tim. They secure it with a flawless round. Virtus.pro are going to EWC.
Yeah, pretty easy for Virtus.pro at the end there, but it has been a tough series overall. They have been forced to work for that win. GK dropped down to the lower bracket where they will have another chance to qualify when they play Rebels, but ultimately the day belongs to Virtus.pro, and between map 1 and map 3, what a performance it has been from them on the whole.
And of course, not forgetting, we've got 2 massive games coming up tomorrow in GK against Rebels and Fnatic against G2. I can't wait to see these teams in action again. It's going to be a banger of a day. For now, we'll go over to our studio and they'll wrap up the show for you. See you tomorrow.
Aren't we just getting treated? It was a banger of a day today as well, with 2 close matchups, both going the way of 3 maps. And at the end of the day, we see Virtus.pro punch their ticket to EWC. I think deserved as well, you know, given that first map as well, the resilience they show on the 3rd map here, and also just how much more dominant this one was than map 2.
Put things in a simpler way, they were just the better team overall. I think the reason why GK stayed in it was just one adjective: grit. They wanted it, they fought hard, they never gave gave up. They always tried to bring the rounds back. Even in situations where strategically they were under Virtus Pro, they would still give it a good fight. They would still find a way to make it close and sometimes clutch their way into it. And that's how we went to a third map. But overall, and that is a testament of their stage, Virtus Pro is the better team in this matchup and will punch their ticket to EWC, well deserved on their side.
And I think that's exactly what you will often see in a best of three. A team that's maybe the underdog team can nick a map, especially when that map maybe favors their playstyle, favors their grit, as you did mention, Leo. But the better team over the course of a best of three usually will get the job done because they have more experience, they have more about them, they have more tactical awareness and understanding of how the map, and better team play. And I think we saw that from Virtus Pro. They got right back on it after Chalet. What worked well in Lair? Let's play straight into that exact same playstyle, those exact same win conditions. And as soon as they were out 5-1, it was always going to be curtains in my mind because of the scoreboard pressure and because of the fact they could play exactly as we just saw in that highlight package, playing on the back of the blitz, playing fast, playing a little bit unpredictable, playing with pace, rather than getting a little bit lost in the sauce like they did on Chalet.
How many rounds was that map, Jack?
9.
9 rounds. How many entries for Pasha?
Hang on, let me. Oh no, nah, I didn't see.
I
How many?
exposed.
How many?
I just
How many hours
exposed
to go
how
on?
blind you are.
I'm so blind, I couldn't see.
Past 30, by the way. He 5 entry kills. 5 entry kills in 9 rounds.
Wow.
For Pasha.
Wow.
And double digits once again.
He was a demon today.
He was a demon. He's been one of the best rated players of EML for so long, so consistent with that lineup, but finally a team that works so well. Honestly, he just was deserving of this EWC spot. The one with the less emotions on the player cams, but the one that delivers the most kills in the game.
Yeah, it's funny. And even like going back to the discussion we had before the third map, right? We asked which players needed to step up. Pasha turned out to be the one from Virtus Pro. And then on the side, you said ask and Ubor, and they stepped up. But it just wasn't enough.
No, not enough. I think you need a collective effort here. And I think just side choice was the biggest problem. The fact that they only won in overtime, and then on the other side, VP won with a much better round differential. Meant that they could start in defense the side that they picked, and on Fortress is just too much. The exact problem that we pinpoint before the pre-match was, can they problem solve all the utility and all of the crossfires that you have on Fortress? The answer was no, they couldn't, and that's why they struggled so hard.
And I think realistically, when you're in the best of three as well, from a GK perspective, when you're in the best of three, your map pool can get exposed a little bit more. In a best of one, you can protect it. You can ban away 4 maps, which means you can only have a pool of 5 maps in theory that you could play. Now, I'm not suggesting GK can only play 5 maps, but I think the fact that they ended up on 2 maps with very similar sizes, very similar problems that could be presented to them was really testament to the fact that VP had a good game plan going in. Yes, they had to concede Chalet for that to happen, but they got 2 maps that they wanted, and ultimately it won them out.
Yeah, who would have thought that we would talk about Virtus Pro and them having a stronger map pool than an opponent inside a best of 3? But things changed because there are new players on the roster, and one of those is on the line with us to ask him a few questions. Neko, we get to congratulate you with a qualification to EWC. That is the event that you qualified to last year as your first event. How are you feeling?
I mean, feeling amazing. Like just again after the major, still putting like good matches, just qualifying again for the event. I'm just happy right now.
Neko, how excited are you to potentially play in front of a French crowd? Obviously, you went to EWC in Saudi last year. You've been out to Salt Lake, but actually doing one inside of Europe, home crowd, that must be big if you can get there.
Yeah. Right now, like, okay, we get that qualification. I'm just like dreaming of that stage in front of a French crowd. It would be amazing. Like, I went to SI Paris. It was just amazing crowd. I think we French people have just amazing crowds every event.
I'm not gonna stay otherwise. I'm not gonna stay otherwise. Neko, félicitations, bienvenue à Paris. I'm so happy to see you go there. So happy to see you go at EWC again. I think, a simple question from my side. Last year, you were first rounded with Genji. It was a hard one. It was your first ever international event. You're going back there with your brother, Skies. How do you feel you guys are gonna do there this time with VP?
I think we'll do great. Like, of course, I'm like I can say with confidence we will do better than with Genji. But, I think we'll do great. But like my main goal, of course, is making like the stage on playoff, like I said. But like I think when we have good day and we play like we train and like we do every day, I think we can get this like S tier event win. So I'm just full confident with this team going into EWC.
Just a quick question on the game as well today, particularly on the two maps, Lair and Fortress as well. Was your game plan really to cause GK problems? Because you know they like to kind of lurk, they like to be around the map. So was it based on utility, just force them to solve a lot of problems?
To be honest, we didn't do that much adaptation about GK because we knew strategically wise, like they will bring nothing basically. They just lurk.
Yep.
So we didn't change too much. We are just focusing on guys have a chill com. Be sure to help each other. Stop giving them these kills outside, this lurk. Stop being like naive to it, and it just went good on both maps. And I think we could end up winning 2-0, but I mean it's Chalet, VP on Chalet, just full trolling, so it's casual.
Happens, but regardless of the trolling or whatever you say it is, you do manage to qualify to EWC. And that's the most important thing after all. Neko, thank you for your time and good luck next week as well in your matches.
Thank you guys, bye-bye.
Good to speak to him, always nice to have happy players here on the line with us, talking about qualifications to events. For Virtus Pro, a matchup with Falcons is on the table next week in their matches, but for us, looking at these lower bracket matches, final chances for Fnatic, G2, Rebels, and GK to still have a chance of making it to an international event. There's some big names in there that you don't expect to be dropping out here.
Yeah, I think so. I think particularly G2, that was, I think maybe the upset, especially how they started map 1 today.
Don't worry, Jack. It's G2 in the lower bracket.
But it is G2 in the lower bracket. And being honest, I'm going to be very, very real, even if you can call me a Fnatic apologist or whatever, Leo. They are a big favourite going into tomorrow, and I would expect them to come through. I think the big storyline, really, to be honest, out of the entire EML, is the fact that Rebels or GK will make it to the EWC. Because I think both of these teams have had their trials and tribulations. Rebels have pretty much struggled on attack the whole stage, have basically got to this bracket off the back of amazing defense. And GK have kind of come through. They were the most informed team, but as Neko just said, lurk. And when they came up against a team prepared for that in the best of 3, they did fall short ultimately.
And here we go again. I have to go face camera and apologize to Rebels, because who was saying that Rebels would need a miracle to make it to EWC? It was me, so I'll go straight to one of these cameras and just go there, deliver an apology to Rebels. I'm sorry, guys. I had no belief that a team full of, 3 rookies were able to go all the way into the stage, make it to the playoffs, and then all the way one single BO3 away from EWC.
How nice of a storyline would it be, though?
It would go crazy.
It would be so nice.
It would be crazy.
Another French team going to EWC inside of Paris, like, it would be incredible.
I mean, at this point, you have, You have 2 guys on Falcons, you have one on G2 potentially making it, because, sorry for you, but I do think that they're going to be Fnatic tomorrow. You have the guys on the side of VP that have made it, and then eventually maybe some on the side of Rebels. That would go crazy.
The storylines that would feed families for centuries if we do get there, but that is for us to find out tomorrow with 2 best of 3s on the line. As we said, qualification is up for those teams who win their matches tomorrow at 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. CEST. That is it for us today with the first day of playoffs. We thank you so much for watching. We hope to see you again. For now, have a good night.